The morning of the 26th of May found Admiral Woodward, the commander of the British task force, in a dark mood. For both Woodward and the Royal Navy, the 25th had been the worst day of the war. During the previous afternoon, the Type 42 destroyer, HMS Coventry, had been sunk by Argentine air attack. Tragically, she took 20 of her crew to the bottom. That same afternoon, the Argentine Naval Air Force finally located the British carriers. Woodward had been forced to move closer to Stanley to provide the amphibious landings with air cover, and in doing so, he had made his capital ships vulnerable. The location of the British fleet had been deduced by analysing Harrier flight paths, which were tracked by the air search radar at Stanley Airport. A pair of super-étendard strike fighters departed Rio Grande and approached the British fleet. In a now well-practiced attack profile, the two Argentine strike fighters conducted an Exocet anti-ship cruise missile strike on the carrier battle group. Rather than engaging HMS Invincible or Hermes, both weapons acquired the frigate HMS Ambuscade. After the loss of Sheffield to an Exocet attack, the British warships were better prepared to defend themselves from this new and deadly threat. The two missiles were soft-killed by electronic countermeasures, passing harmlessly through Ambuscade's chaff cloud. But, in another disaster, at least one of these missiles had gone on to strike the merchant ship Atlantic Conveyor. Gutted by fire, the big ship would eventually sink, along with 9 men and hundreds of tons of precious cargo. The loss of 2 valuable ships in one afternoon was not a sustainable level of attrition. Now a total of 5 British vessels had been sunk: Sheffield, Ardent, Antelope, Coventry, and Atlantic Conveyor. Several others had been seriously damaged by cannon fire or bombs which failed to explode. Primarily a result of the employment of general-purpose bombs in a very low-altitude attack profile, for which they were not designed, throughout the battle many Argentine weapons failed to explode. Nonetheless, these bombs still did significant damage. Akin to a massive cannonball, even without detonating, the 1,000 pounds of steel and high explosive, moving at several hundred knots, tore a path of destruction through whatever it encountered. HMS Glasgow had a 1-metre wide hole punched right through her by such an impact, damaging her machinery in the process. Sometimes these bombs became lodged within the ship itself, requiring a dangerous disarming operation by the Royal Engineers. As the fate of HMS Antelope demonstrated, these were hardly risk-free operations. But despite the fearful losses experienced by the task force, bad weather and exhaustion effectively ended the Battle of San Carlos. Notwithstanding their very significant success, the Argentine naval and air force had suffered severe attrition. Dozens of aircraft had been lost, many pilots had been killed, and the rest of the force desperately required rest, repair, and maintenance. By the 26th, it was clear that there was no point in continuing the onslaught. 3 Commando Brigade was successfully ashore in San Carlos, an event they had been unable to prevent. In fact, in the 2 months since the Argentine invasion of the Falklands, the Royal Navy had won an impressive but certainly hard-fought victory in the South Atlantic. The air-sea battle around the Falklands had not been an easy one to win. Despite only possessing a pair of Stovall carriers, which initially deployed with only 20 Sea Harriers, the British forces had effectively defeated the large and potent Argentine surface fleet, sinking the cruiser General Belgrano in the process, taken South Georgia, isolated the Argentine garrison, and then lodged the amphibious force in the face of withering air attack. All of this was accomplished in a battle area which was 6,000 kilometers from their nearest forward operating base. With the culmination of the Argentine air offensive, Admiral Woodward was finally granted some breathing room. For the next 5 days, the British fleet operated in relative peace, but on the 30th, the Argentine Naval Air Force made one last attempt to have a decisive impact on the campaign. The Navy had one remaining AM-39 air-launched Exocet anti-ship cruise missile. Desperate efforts to acquire more internationally had been very effectively countered by British intelligence. Just as occurred on the 25th of May, the location of the carrier battle group was again deduced by analysing aircraft movements which were detected by the air search radar at Stanley. Hoping to reproduce the results of the 25th, at 12:30 p.m, a pair of super-étendards approached the British task force. Only one was armed, carrying the last Exocet. The second ship in the flight would use its radar to aid in targeting. For the first time in the war, the Argentine Navy and Air Force conducted a truly joint operation. The étendards were supported by a 4-ship flight of A4C Skyhawks. The Argentines used the same tactics as they had throughout the war, only leaving the safety of the radar horizon to conduct short radar sweeps via rapid pop-up maneuvers. This attack profile exploited a critical British weakness, the lack of airborne early warning and control aircraft. Several large ships were detected in the target area, one of which the Argentine pilots believed to be the carrier Invincible, and at 2:32 the missile left the launch rail. The vessel which had been targeted was not, in fact, the aircraft carrier HMS Invincible, but the Type 21 class frigate HMS Avenger, which had become separated from the battle group whilst conducting a Special Forces insertion. As soon as the étendard made its final radar sweep, its emissions were detected by the task force, and the now well-rehearsed defensive manoeuvres were immediately enacted. Ambuscade, Glamorgan, Cardiff, and Avenger all deployed countermeasures, and the Exocet was again fooled by chaff. In the end, the missile did not make a hit, although it narrowly missed Avenger. Whilst the Exocet attack was being conducted, the flight of 4 Skyhawks approached the formation at low level, and as they came over the radar horizon, they were engaged by HMS Exeter. In one of the more successful engagements for the Sea Dart missile system, one of the Skyhawks was shot down and another damaged. The remaining 2 actually dropped their bombs, but all missed. These tactics were certainly innovative, but in the end they had not achieved any success. Argentine command, however, were told a completely different story. The returning pilots claimed that both the Exocet and the Skyhawks had effectively engaged Invincible. Despite the fact that HMS Invincible was well to the northeast when the engagement occurred, the Argentines publicly insisted that they had, in fact, sunk a British carrier. The strenuous denials emanating from London did nothing to alter this belief, which was probably more of an Argentine hope than a realistic conclusion based upon sound battle damage assessment. These denials were assumed to be lies, and reduced British air activity confirmed their suspicions that a carrier had, in fact, been sunk. In reality, it was simply bad weather that was keeping the Sea Harriers aboard ship, but the Argentine government continued to publicly insist that they had sunk HMS Invincible. Although the Argentine military may have expended its last air-launched AM-39 Exocet, and no more could be found on the international arms market, the Navy still had numerous MM-38 surface-launched missiles. Most of the Argentine Navy's major surface combatants were armed with the MM-38 Exocet. However, the scourge of the Royal Navy's SSNs had effectively rendered Argentina's warships impotent. They were now keeping explicitly within Argentina's 12-mile territorial sea or docked in port. They remained a fleet in being, but little else. Thus, it was decided that their primary armament, the Exocet, would be of better use on the Malvinas. In an act of ingenuity, the Argentines developed an improvised Exocet shore defense battery. A pair of MM-38 canisters were removed from the destroyer ARA Segui. These containers were then simply welded to a trailer. This very improvised anti-ship cruise missile battery was called by the Argentine naval personnel who built it an Instalación de Tiro Beretta, which roughly translates to crappy launching platform. This shore defense battery, including its supporting electronics and 5 spare missiles, were flown directly into Stanley Airport by a C-130. On the 2nd of June, 2 Exocets were launched from a position near Stanley at a pair of British warships that were engaged in shore bombardment. The first missile failed to leave the canister. The second launched successfully, but did not acquire its target, which was probably the destroyer Exeter. The shocked British had not expected the presence of Exocet shore batteries, none of which had been procured by the Argentine military. Despite the system's initial failure, this new and unexpected Exocet threat certainly had a significant tactical effect. A new exclusion zone was applied to all British warships, which banned them from approaching the Stanley area, significantly reducing the effectiveness of naval gunfire support missions. Clearly, the radar installations at Stanley were posing a significant threat to British operations. Not only were they able to deduce the location of the carriers by monitoring air traffic, but now British command worried that they were aiding in the employment of shore-launched Exocets. The Argentines had deployed 2 AN TPS-43 long-range air search radars and a Skyguard fire control system, which were critical in providing wide-area air surveillance and targeting. The Skyguard system provided fire control for the anti-aircraft artillery batteries defending the airfield, and without this radar the gunners would have to rely on visual aiming. The Exocet battery was using a highly mobile RASIT ground surveillance radar for targeting. Unquestionably, the TPS-43 was the most important target. This high-power air search radar could detect and track aircraft in 3 dimensions over some 240 nautical miles. It was decided that, given the air defences around Stanley, the best way of striking this high-value target was another Vulcan bomber attack. The first few Black Buck raids had been an amazing achievement, the longest bombing runs in history at the time, but they had produced disappointing results. Only one bomb had actually hit the runway at Stanley, and, in fact, low-level Sea Harrier attacks were proving to be more profitable. But this time the Black Buck raid would have a different target, the radars at Stanley. On the 31st of May, Squadron Leader McDougall departed Ascension Island in his specially modified Vulcan. Under the big bomber hung 4 AGM-45 Shrike anti-radiation missiles. The AGM-45 was a variant of the AIM-7 Sparrow, which was fitted with a radar homing head, a seeker which tracks the electromagnetic emissions of a specific radar and guides the weapon towards this acquired target. In order to ensure the radars were operational, just as the Vulcan approached Stanley, a flight of Sea Harriers conducted a low-level air attack. At a range of just 7 nautical miles, McDougall launched 2 weapons, one of which successfully acquired the TPS-43. The missile detonated about 10 meters from the antenna. One of the major limitations of the Shrike was its small warhead, a consequence of the modification of the AIM-7 missile body. Because aircraft are so fragile, typically an air-to-air missile requires a smaller warhead in comparison to an air-to-surface weapon. The close-range detonation moderately damaged the TPS-43 but did not destroy it. This failure was something of a happy accident, however, as this system was captured and brought back into service after the war. In fact, it was used by the British military for many years. A second anti-radiation Black Buck raid was conducted a few days later on June the 3rd. This time, bad weather prevented the supporting Harriet attack, meaning that at the time of the strike, neither TPS-43 radar was operational. Nonetheless, 2 Shrikes were fired at the Skyguard fire control radar. These did acquire a target. The Skyguard radar suffered a direct hit, destroying the system and killing 4 members of the crew. After this success, the Vulcan headed back towards Ascension. Because of the colossal range, all of the Black Buck raids were heavily dependent upon air-to-air refueling. On the way home, McDougall's Vulcan suffered a catastrophic failure. Its probe broke as it was attempting to connect with a Nimrod's drogue. This was a disaster. The aircraft had nowhere near enough fuel to return to base, and, thus, had to divert to the nearest airport, Rio de Janeiro. Given they were about to land in a neutral nation, the crew immediately began destroying sensitive information, including code books and technical documents. After depressurizing the cabin, a hatch was opened at 40,000 feet and these items were deposited into the Atlantic. In another disaster, the crew could not close the hatch. It was pinned open by the airstream flowing over the fuselage. One brave member of the crew had to reach out and manually close it. His feet were held by the others as he pulled it shut. After ditching the Shrikes, one of which would not leave the pylon, the aircraft declared an emergency and made the Mayday call. The air traffic control at Rio cleared the runway but continued to ask the flight's port of origin. Reluctant to say Ascension, McDougall replied Huddersfield, a small market town between Manchester and Leeds where one of the crew was from. Only then was the Vulcan cleared to land. It had enough fuel left for one more orbit of the airport. The startled Brazilians were shocked to see an armed Vulcan bomber rolling down the runway. At Argentina's request, the crew were arrested and the aircraft interned. Despite this captivity, the men were very well treated. In fact, on the 9th of June, the chief of the Brazilian Air Staff held a small party for McDougall and his men to celebrate the Queen's birthday, where they all raised a glass and toasted Her Majesty. Fully fueled, still armed, and completely unmolested, the Vulcan returned to Ascension on the 10th. Despite the pounding they had taken during the Battle of San Carlos, the state of the Royal Navy's battle forces was steadily improving. A large group of reinforcements had finally arrived, including the Type 82 class destroyer HMS Bristol and the Type 42 HMS Cardiff, as well as the frigates Avenger, Active, Andromeda, Penelope, and Minerva. These undamaged escorts were a godsend for Woodward. Aircraft losses had been significant but manageable. These had been made good by the lucky transfer of 13 Sea Harriers and 5 RAF GR3s before Atlantic Conveyor was sunk. This brought the total number of available Harriers of both types to 43. A further 30 Wessex and Sea King helicopters had arrived on Atlantic Causeway, partially making good the helicopter losses on board her sister ship. But the Chinooks could not be easily replaced. Additional units would not be in the South Atlantic until June the 10th. By the 28th of May, the Harrier forward operating base at San Carlos was declared operational, but operations were limited to refueling, not rearming. The Argentines had very few realistic options to win the coming land battle. The air forces had performed very well, but their losses in aircraft and personnel were severely blunting their offensive punch. Between the 1st of May and the 7th of June, the Air Force alone had lost 2 Mirage 3s, 11 Mirage 5s or daggers, 16 A4Bs and Cs, excluding naval A4Qs, 14 Pucaras, 1 Canberra and 1 C-130. These figures do not include damaged aircraft. Many of the best pilots had also been killed. The force was also suffering from serviceability problems. A high operational tempo, low-level attacks over the ocean, leading to saltwater exposure, and a lack of spare parts were crippling availability rates. The maintenance crews were forced to cannibalize reserve aircraft for spares. The air bridge to Stanley, however, was proving to be remarkably durable. Despite heavy Sea Harrier presence during the same period, the Argentines were able to fly in 854 personnel and 505 tons of cargo. In all, 46 medium and 53 large transport aircraft landed on the island during that 6-week period, and only 1 C-130 was shot down in the process. Nonetheless, General Menendez was still not well supplied. These flights were barely enough to sustain his formations, let alone reinforce them. His force was neither mechanized nor motorized. The Argentines only had 159 vehicles of all types to support the division-sized garrison. 10 of these were armoured cars, the only combat-capable vehicles in the fleet. Supplying the dispersed elements around the islands was also a problem. The battalion-sized battle group at Goose Green and the West Falkland garrison were now being supplied by parachute, but this effort only enjoyed limited success. The reality was there was only so much the Argentines could achieve with the limited C-130s available. This lack of vehicles and the inability to supply their forces caused the Argentine land units to maintain a defensive posture. Although, in principle, this made sense from an operational perspective, the Argentine garrison was still remarkably passive. As the air battle raged over San Carlos for the best part of a week, the beachhead was completely unbothered by the Argentine army. The build-up of supplies and the development of San Carlos as the primary operational base for 3 Commando Brigade was allowed to continue essentially unmolested. General Menendez was being urged to take a more active posture, but he was sure that whatever elements were able to effectively reach San Carlos, which would only ever be a small element of the garrison, these would not be of sufficient strength to make an impression on the beachhead, which was now heavily fortified and protected by artillery. Furthermore, with Harrier GR3s now operating from San Carlos and no close air support, any attack would be caught in the wide open prairies of East Falkland. In fact, Menendez had spent the last several weeks preparing a defensive line behind the high ground axis of Long Island Mountain, Mount Kent, and Mount Challenger, and thus had no desire to leave this excellent defensive ground. Given the advantages the British land forces were likely to possess, he wisely concluded that fighting them on ground of his choosing was the most prudent operational plan. In May, Menendez had redistributed his forces. The bulk of the garrison was now holding the Stanley line, and the majority of the 3rd Mechanized Brigade had been deployed to West Falkland. His only operational reserve was a battalion-sized battle group at Goose Green. The tiny townships of Darwin and Goose Green sit right in the centre of East Falkland Island. Despite being the largest settlement outside of Stanley, at the time Goose Green only had a population of 127. Darwin, which is about 5 kilometres to the north, just 25. Goose Green is located on this small isthmus which connects the Lofonian Peninsula with the rest of East Falkland. This strategic location, combined with the presence of a small grass airstrip and a number of buildings, made Goose Green the ideal location for an operational reserve. Designated Task Force Mercedes, the Argentine forces at Goose Green were commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Italo Piaggi. His 12th Infantry Regiment, equivalent to a battalion, provided the majority of the task force, some 2 company groups in total. His 3rd company was still deployed around Stanley at Mount Kent, forward of the main defensive line. Piaghi's 2 organic companies were augmented by a company of special forces from the 25th Special Infantry Regiment, an element which had completed commando training. Supporting these infantry units was a battery of Otto Melara 105mm pack howitzers, which had been salvaged from the Rio Iguazu, an Argentine transport which had been badly damaged by Sea Harrier attack and beached. Only 1 gun was serviceable, but 2 replacements were airlifted in from Stanley, giving Piaghi a viable 3-gun 105mm artillery battery. A detachment of the 601st Anti-Aircraft Battalion provided air defence in the form of a number of 20 and 35mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns, dual-use weapons which could be used in a fire support role. In all, Task Force Mercedes was a balanced, well-armed and adequately resourced formation, one which possessed a strength of 1,083 men. There had been a number of Pucara light attack aircraft based at Goose Green, but these had either been destroyed by air attack or withdrawn, meaning the Argentines had no local close air support available. Although Argentine Command had initially deployed Task Force Mercedes to Goose Green to act as an operational reserve, one which could respond to a British landing in many parts of East Falkland, with the lack of air superiority and the passive operational posture adopted by General Menendez, it soon reverted to a defensive role. By late May, Piaghi's main objective was to hold Goose Green and, thus, dominate the land bridge to Lafonia. As the war grew more intense and the task force approached, the garrison began to treat the local population more aggressively. With increased Sea Harrier attacks on the airfield, the Argentine forces moved their most important assets in between the villagers' homes, thinking British pilots would not want to risk civilian casualties. After the attack on the airstrip on May the 1st, all of the villagers were rounded up at gunpoint and marched into the town hall. They were told it was for a meeting, but no such meeting ever occurred. For weeks, some 114 people were kept in that hall with only the floor to sleep on. With the British forces approaching and the battle drawing ever nearer, the islanders took the only protective measure they could. They cut holes in the floorboards. This is where the people of Goose Green spent the battle, cowering under the town hall's wooden floor. Local resident June McMullen remembered. As the task force got closer and closer, we got more and more worried. We were hostages, and we didn't quite know what they would do with us, or how they would use us. We knew that they had shot a lot of people in their own country, so we thought they wouldn't be too worried about shooting us to get us out of the way. As June McMullen and the other Falklanders of Goose Green endured their captivity, the British generals, admirals and ministers debated the next phase of Operation Corporate. All throughout the previous 2 months, the entire focus of the operation had been reaching this stage in the campaign. Sending the task force, enforcing the maritime exclusion zone, attaining air and sea control and superiority, getting the amphibious force into position, establishing 3 Commando Brigade ashore, and, then, surviving the Argentine onslaught from the air. These military phases had worked in unison with the political process. Indeed, the process of the campaign had aided the diplomatic effort by increasing political pressure on Galtieri. But now this synergistic relationship diverged. With the beachhead now firmly secured, Royal Navy leadership began to wonder why more decisive action was not being taken by the ground forces. Brigadier Thompson had fulfilled his orders by establishing his brigade ashore, and General Moore would land with the 5th Infantry Brigade in the coming days. Thus, the Brigadier was content to simply hold the beachhead and await reinforcements before moving to the offensive. Leadership at Northwood, however, grew concerned that the impetus and momentum of the campaign was beginning to wane. Similar worries took hold within the War Cabinet, as the perennial prospect of an unsatisfactory ceasefire, one which could be imposed by the international community, freezing the positions in place, would allow the Argentine forces to dominate most of the islands. Throughout May, the British generals had originally planned to simply bypass Goose Green. With the SAS in control of Mount Kent, a critical high ground feature in the Stanley area, the original plan had been to move the whole brigade from San Carlos to Mount Kent by helicopter. With a landing site secured, 4 battalions, artillery and air defence elements could quickly be inserted into this forward operating base. The speed of this manoeuvre would rapidly place the Argentine position around Stanley under very significant pressure, and with the air bridge established, units could be rotated to the rear at San Carlos to escape the freezing and wet conditions. Under this wider campaign plan, Goose Green would be raided by 2 para with the aim of destroying the airfield, but considering their lack of mobility, Argentine forces there would not pose a major threat and, thus, Moore and Thompson concluded that expending significant resources in taking the position would not be worth the effort. Then came the sinking of Atlantic Conveyor and the loss of the irreplaceable Chinook heavy-lift helicopters. Now the brigade simply did not have the resources to move its assets forward in the kind of strength that Thompson felt was prudent. Thus, significant pressure began to mount on Brigadier Thompson to act. D Squadron of the SAS had reached Mount Kent, where they assessed the Argentine positions as weak. Navy leadership at Northwood argued that if the position could be quickly reinforced, the whole Stanley area would be within artillery range. Thompson responded that the admirals did not understand the particular challenges of land operations. It was more complicated than simply deciding to act aggressively. Breaking out of the beachhead would not pose any problems, as there were no containing forces. The issue was, as it so often is in a land battle, logistics. Just moving a single 6-gun 105mm artillery battery, including all of its supporting assets and personnel, in addition to its ammunition, required 70 Sea King helicopter flights. Rapidly moving a substantial combined arms battle group 60 kilometers forward to an exposed position would leave Thompson with very insecure lines of communication. Worse was the lack of air superiority. Without Rapier surface-to-air missile cover, the Brigadier was concerned that any exposed position could well be subject to accurately directed close air support. Thus, even if Mount Kent was weakly held, such a bold action would entail substantial risk, and this seemed to be imprudent when such significant reinforcements were inbound. With the current helicopter assets available, a quick move to Mount Kent could only be done with limited forces, which would then be very exposed. Thus, Thompson wished to wait for the arrival of the 5th Brigade and more helicopters. General Moore agreed with Thompson, but due to the technical difficulties on board QE2, he could not be reliably in communication with the rest of British leadership. With the loss of Atlantic Conveyor, any hope of an early move to Mount Kent evaporated, and thus the raid on Goose Green started to take on more and more significance. The political imperative that the land forces break out of their very compact beachhead at San Carlos started to gain momentum, and although Thatcher and the other political leaders refrained from directly interfering in military decision-making, the chiefs of staff were certainly becoming aware of the increasing pressure that some tangible progress be made. There was a feeling that 3 Commando Brigade had to win a battle somewhere, to not only keep the initiative on land, but to prove to the British people and the wider international audience that the operation was making progress. The only option for such a battle, given the circumstances, was Goose Green. This pressure manifested in very significant inter-service tensions. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Admiral Fieldhouse told Admiral Woodward to leave the carrier, go ashore, and yell at Brigadier Thompson until he left the beachhead. Woodward refused, replying that he could not give orders to a land commander, especially when this was not his area of expertise. Thus, Fieldhouse took matters into his own hands. In a satellite phone conversation with Thompson, the Brigadier was, in no uncertain terms, told that an attack on Goose Green was to be mounted immediately, and that the land forces were to, in a more general sense, get off their asses and get on with the job. The initial planning for the assault on Goose Green was based around an assumption that the garrison there was weak, much smaller than was actually the case. Initial estimates put the Argentine force between 300 and 500 men, half of the 1,000 that were actually there, many of whom were Air Force personnel. As the last week of May rolled on, the SAS team which had been monitoring Goose Green steadily increased their assessments, from 1 to 3 rifle companies, and the presence of the 12th Infantry Regiment was confirmed by an Argentine prisoner. There are conflicting accounts of exactly what intelligence was provided by the SAS, who, at times, did not deliver highly detailed reports to other units. Nonetheless, the commanding officer of 22 SAS recalls telling Colonel Jones, to Paris CO, that he should expect Argentine forces in approximately equal strength to his own. On the night of the 26th of May, 3 Commando Brigade headquarters issued the following warning to the 2nd Battalion of the Parachute Regiment. The Goose Green operation was to begin tonight, as planned. The basic outline given to Colonel Jones included the following movements. He was to move 1 company to Camilla House by foot on the night of the 26th, where a battery of 105mm howitzers would then be flown in. Camilla House would then operate as the battalion's primary administrative and logistical base. After the rest of the battalion concentrated there, the 2 towns of Darwin and Goose Green were to be taken in a night attack on the 27th. The changing nature of the way the operation was being perceived in London had led to a level of confusion between the senior officers. Colonel H. Jones had originally been ordered to conduct a raid on Goose Green that involved taking the two settlements, after which the battalion would move north and support the main drive on Stanley. But a raid would not mean permanently occupying Goose Green, but rather simply engaging the garrison, destroying important material, followed by a quick withdrawal. The attack was now evolving into a much more serious operation. Jones, who was always much more enthusiastic about the attack than Thompson, focused his planning almost completely on the capture element of his orders. In fact, he had no real idea what his battalion would need to do after Goose Green had been taken, or what it would require once these orders had been fulfilled. On the 26th, C Company of 2 Para walked to Camilla House, a farm located about 12 kilometers from Goose Green. This position would serve as the staging area for the attack, in addition to the artillery firebase. The need to attack at night, a requirement driven by the very open terrain and the numerous Argentine positions which could not be outmaneuvered, meant that the battalion had to move quickly. 2 Para would need to depart Camilla House at last light if they were going to have any hope of making it to Goose Green before dawn. Thus, the men had to travel light. This meant that a good deal of the battalion's firepower had to be left behind. Mortars, anti-tank guided missiles, and even medium machine guns, and the ammunition required to feed these weapons were taken in less quantities than was typical. Thus, the majority of the battalion's fire support would be provided by the 3 105mm light howitzers, with 200 rounds of ammunition per gun. The assault force was composed of the battalion's 3 rifle companies, the patrol company, which was reinforced by the assault pioneer platoon, and the reconnaissance troop of the 53rd Independent Squadron, Royal Engineers. These 4 manoeuvre elements were reinforced by the support company, which deployed a number of MAG-58 GPMGs with sustained fire kits, a pair of 81mm mortars, and some Milan anti-tank guided missile units. 2 companies of 45 Commando were placed on notice to provide support if required, although these would have to march from San Carlos. Air defence was provided by 2 blowpipe man-portable air defence detachments, one of which would stay at Camilla House. Just as the paratroopers were busily cleaning their weapons and packing for the coming battle, they were startled to hear on the BBC World Service that the battalion had already moved to Goose Green. The embedded BBC correspondent, Robert Fox, was hauled in front of Jones, where he received a tirade from the furious colonel. Although Fox was innocent of any leaking of operationally sensitive information, this did not stop many members of the battalion from venting their frustration at him. But this leak had probably come from conservative politicians on the backbench, many of whom were briefed by Northwood that a major offensive was currently in motion. The Argentines also heard this report, but assumed that the British commanders would not be so stupid as to allow their operational plans to be broadcast on the BBC World Service, and hence assumed that this was a feint concocted by MI6. The men of 2 Para, however, had no way of knowing that their plans had not just been revealed to the enemy, which had a noticeable impact upon morale within the battalion. Fearing an artillery bombardment, Jones rapidly dispersed his men. The BBC report and an attack by Harriers did, however, convince Colonel Piaggi to dispatch a patrol to investigate British activity around Camilla House. They departed Goose Green in a Land Rover, but were intercepted by a forward patrol. After a brief firefight, these men surrendered. The POWs confirmed that the Argentine garrison was dug in and waiting for them. As Colonel Jones's battalion moved on Goose Green, he found himself in a challenging situation. He had originally been expecting to face a weaker Argentine force, and, thus, his men were not heavily armed, and the enemy had just been warned of his presence by the BBC. With the steadily improving intelligence picture, the magnitude of the task which stood before him became clear. It was too late to re-equip his battalion for a more protracted fight, so he requested additional artillery support. A further 120 shells per gun were flown in, bringing the total to 320. The terrain was also a problem. The rolling grassy hills of Lafonia are hardly conducive to an infantry attack. His men would literally have no cover as they approached the Argentine high ground defensive positions. Unless they were facing an inferior force of unmotivated conscripts who were unlikely to put up a fight, all indications were that this attack was going to be a costly endeavour. The Darwin and Goose Green area is an isthmus, which is 8 kilometres long and 1,500 metres wide. There were 3 low ridge lines on the approach to the town, which ran directly across the isthmus. These were all strongly held by Argentine forces. In total, Colonel Jones had 620 men under his command, but the battalion's main body was composed by its 3 rifle companies, A, B, and D, which formed its primary assault and maneuver elements. Each of these formations had a strength of around 100 men. A standard parachute company contained a headquarters element and 3 rifle platoons of approximately 30 personnel. Each one was composed of 3 9-man rifle sections and a command element. The sections were broken down into fire and maneuver groups. The 4-man gun group contained a single Mag-58 general-purpose machine gun. Under British doctrine, the gun group would act as the base of fire, suppressing the enemy and allowing the 5-man rifle group to effectively maneuver. These 3 rifle companies were supplemented by the reconnaissance unit, C Company, and the support company, which deployed the majority of the battalion's firepower, in the form of its machine guns, anti-tank guided missiles, and mortars. Depending upon the demands of the mission, these heavy weapons would either be divided up amongst the rifle companies to augment their organic weapons, or deployed independently, in a base area for example. The headquarters company handled logistics. Thus, even with the reconnaissance company now acting to support the others, Jones only had 4 maneuver elements with which to assault and take Goose Green. Given the size of the Argentine garrison and the firepower it could bring to bear, this was a daunting challenge. In retrospect, Jones's plan for the battle was, perhaps, overly complex. It involved 6 phases. The first phase would be conducted by the reconnaissance company, which would lead the advance and hold the start line, in addition to clearing a suspected Argentine position overlooking Camilla Creek. Once the start line had been secured, the 3 rifle companies were to form up for the attack. Jones ordered the approach to be as quiet as possible, but, with the aim of sowing confusion, once contact was made, the battalion was directed to make as much noise as they could. The second phase, the first of the main assault, would be conducted by A and D companies. These formations were to advance about 2 kilometers to Coronation Point and Boca House, clearing the opening to the isthmus. Boca House itself would be assaulted by B Company, which would pass through D Company's position. D Company would act as an immediate reserve for the assault on Boca House. This position meant taking Darwin Hill, a line of relatively high ground which runs across the peninsula, a feature which represented the primary Argentine defensive line beyond the town and airfield. Then, with this critical ground taken, the rifle companies would mass for an attack on the main settlements of Darwin and Goose Green, while C Company was given the task of clearing the airfield. Phase 5 would be the main attack on Goose Green by the massed forces of the battalion, which was followed by a consolidation phase. This complex battle plan was outlined to the battalion's officers in an order meeting just before last light. Colonel Jones was in an impatient mood. He was anxious to get moving as quickly as possible. This was understandable, but his company commanders were not given much time to digest the orders which had just been issued. Jones concluded by saying, "All previous evidence suggests that if the enemy is hit hard, he will crumble." Exactly what evidence Jones was referring to here remains unclear, but as events revealed, this would not prove to be a prescient prediction. The assault began at 0200 Zulu time, about 11 PM local. HMS Arrow moved into Grantham Sound to provide naval gunfire support. In a 90-minute bombardment, directed by a naval gunfire support element which was deployed with the battalion, she fired 135 rounds of high explosive and 22 star shells, which are essentially flares designed to provide illumination. There are conflicting reports regarding the accuracy and effectiveness of this bombardment. The official history concludes that, although this fire mission was conducted at extreme range, it did have a significant impact on the Argentine positions on Darwin Hill, while more modern accounts claim that it was generally ineffective and inaccurate. Either way, the bombardment signalled the opening of battle. On the right of the line, A Company, under the command of Major Farrar Hockley, moved on its first objective, Burnside House. Although they made contact with Argentine forces in the area, the company was able to take this position without sustaining any casualties. The house itself was unoccupied. Despite the light resistance, Hockley followed his orders and halted his company there. On the far right of the line, along the west coast of the isthmus, B Company, under Major John Crossland, began its advance. Its immediate objectives were to clear a pair of high ground positions, Burnside Hill and then move on to Boca Hill. Although delayed, the attack initially made good progress. As the company moved towards the top of Boca Hill, they encountered significant resistance. This position was held by 2 platoons of the 12th Regiment's A Company, commanded by Lieutenants Baracco and Gara. As the British attacked up the hill, the forward Argentine defences came under heavy fire. With their position exposed and now suffering casualties, the Argentines decided to move back to Darwin Hill, with A Company's 3rd Platoon fighting a delaying action to cover the withdrawal. Major Philip Niemi's D Company formed the centre of the British attack. Their first objective was Coronation Hill, which overlooked Coronation Point. Here the Argentines had entrenched an FN MAG medium machine gun in a well-sighted position. As they advanced, the paratroopers came under debilitating fire, which was enough to immediately pin the company. In a suicidal act of gallantry, 2 brave young men, 24-year-old Lance Corporal Gary Bingley and 19-year-old Barry Grayling, charged the enemy machine gun. As they sprinted forward, both men were hit. Bingley was shot in the head and killed, whilst Grayling received a bullet in the hip. They were just 10 metres from the enemy gun. Before collapsing, Bingley killed the enemy gunners with a grenade. Both men were decorated for gallantry. With this stubborn position dealt with, the company began clearing the Argentine trenches. 3 men had been killed in the engagement. 2 Para's initial objectives had all been successfully taken. They now controlled the high ground to the north of the isthmus, but the advance had been slower than planned. At 7:30 am, Colonel Piaggi began to react to the British attack. He ordered one of his best units and main reserves, a company of the 25th Infantry Regiment, which had completed the Argentine military's commando training, to launch a counterattack. 2nd Lieutenant Roberto Estevez duly moved his platoon to Darwin Hill. Although not a particularly tall terrain feature, this location was an excellent defensive position, providing clear fields of fire and good artillery observation. As his men advanced down the slope, Estevez made contact with 2 Para's A Company at the base of the hill. The rapid British attack had made any hopes of a counterattack impossible, but the reinforcement of this vital position occurred at a critical moment. Estevez ordered his men into the trenches to join his comrades from the 12th Regiment. The lieutenant immediately took to the task of bringing down accurate indirect fire support on the attackers. In addition to the 3 105mm howitzers, Task Force Mercedes had a single 120mm heavy mortar and 2 lighter 81mm weapons available, and 2 Para soon felt the full weight of this indirect fire. But it wasn't just the artillery that caused the British serious problems, but the disparity in firepower. In addition to its organic small arms, Task Force Mercedes had 9 FN MAG GPMGs and a single 50 caliber heavy machine gun. Several of these automatic weapons were concentrated in the main defensive complex on Darwin Hill. Entrenched on this piece of high ground, and with ample ammunition, these weapons poured devastating fire onto the exposed paratroopers as they approached. Lieutenant Clive Livingston, who was operating with A Company, remarked that with the improving light, the Argentines were able to bring to bear a debilitating weight of machine gun fire, far more than the lightly armed 2 Para could match. Lieutenant Estevez was critical in leading the defence. The combat on Darwin Hill was violent and intense. Despite the accurate British fire, which now included artillery, Estevez crawled between the trenches, shouting orders and encouraging his men. Within minutes, the lieutenant was hit by a rifle bullet, but bravely continued to call down artillery on the advancing British companies. In this battle, Task Force Mercedes certainly had an advantage in firepower, especially automatic weapons. However, the professional paratroopers of 2 Para were proving to be superior marksmen. Despite being gravely wounded, the gallant Lieutenant Estevez continued to bring down devastating indirect fire on the British formations until he was killed by a rifle shot. A British rifleman shot him in the eye, killing him instantly. Despite the death of Estevez, his radio operator, Private Fabricio Edgar Carrascal, continued directing the artillery until he, too, was killed by a rifle shot. Both men were posthumously decorated for their actions at Goose Green. Lieutenant Estevez received the Cross to the Medal of Valor in Combat, Argentina's highest award for gallantry, equivalent to the Victoria Cross. The timely reinforcement of Darwin Hill had stopped 2 Para in its tracks. Contrary to Colonel Jones' prognostication, the Argentines were hardly rolling over. In fact, Task Force Mercedes was fighting hard. The defensive complex along Darwin Hill, which was a trench network supporting numerous machine gun positions, was well constructed, well sighted, and defended by men who were certainly willing to fight. The open ground, which was completely devoid of cover, the superior firepower of the Argentines, and the improving light were conspiring to make the advance extremely difficult. A Company was held at the base of Darwin Hill and was only crawling forward, and B Company had been halted by strong Argentine positions at Boca House. At this point in the battle, Colonel Piaggi reported back to Stanley that he had stopped the British attack. 2 Para was, indeed, in a very tough spot. Jones's complex plan required the clearing of Darwin Hill by A Company, and he was becoming concerned that the whole attack was beginning to stall. Numerous options were advanced by his officers. A flanking movement by C Company, an advance by B Company on Boca House, or even bringing forward the Milan anti-tank guided missile platoon to start hitting the trenches on Darwin Hill with accurate, direct fire. Jones dismissed all of these options. He was sure A Company could capture this stubborn position if bold action could be taken. It was decided that the company commander would lead a section-sized element forward to clear the most problematic Argentine machine gun to their front. The battalion adjutant, Captain Wood, decided to join the assault. But the ground here was completely devoid of cover, and this attack was quickly halted by heavy and accurate fire. 3 men were killed, including Captain Wood. Now well forward, Jones witnessed this attack and the death of his men. Desperate to regain the initiative, he leaped from his position and charged up the hill, followed by his personal staff and bodyguard. He moved along the base of Darwin Ridge to a small gully where he paused and checked his Sterling submachine gun. Within moments, Jones left this cover and advanced into the teeth of lethal Argentine machine gun fire. After taking a few steps, he was hit. The colonel staggered, but, undaunted, he continued to move towards the nearest Argentine trench. He was just a few paces from it when an Argentine machine gunner, Corporal Jose Luis Rios, opened fire, hitting Jones again. This time he fell, laying motionless. The radio call, "Sunrays down," immediately reverberated across the British communication network. Jones was retrieved by his men and brought back to cover. He was gravely wounded, and an evacuation was ordered. However, the scout helicopter which was dispatched was intercepted by Pucara and shot down, the only Argentine air-to-air victory of the war. Before he could be evacuated, Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Jones succumbed to his wounds. Surrounded by his men, he died on the grassy slopes of Darwin Hill. It was 10:30 a.m. This was undeniably a suicidally brave act of gallantry, one for which Jones posthumously received the Victoria Cross. Nonetheless, its wisdom has to be questioned. Those who knew him described Jones as the type of commander to always lead from the front, and with A Company's attack bogged down, his instinct was to impose himself on the situation, even if that meant taking on immense personal danger. But colonels are not supposed to be riflemen. Jones's job was to direct the course of the battle, not to clear trenches, and it can be argued that his actions, heroic though they were, put 2 Para in an even more precarious position. Not only were they outnumbered and outgunned, but now they were without their colonel. With Jones's death, the Battalion 2IC, Major C. Keeble, assumed command. He conferred with a now very concerned Brigadier Thompson. Keeble assured the Brigadier that he had the situation under control and, despite their current difficulties, that 2 Para would, in fact, win the battle. Thompson immediately notified the Operational Reserve, 2 companies of 42 Commando, to depart for Goose Green at once and to take as much ammunition as the men could physically carry. It was clear to the officers of 2 Para that a change in tactics was required. Given how stubborn the Argentine defences had proven to be, simply charging up Darwin Hill was clearly not a wise course of action. The right flank attack at the strangely named Boca House position, there was in fact no house there, seemed to offer a real opportunity. A Company was fighting hard, but had still not made real progress on Darwin Hill. A single Argentine sniper, Corporal Osvaldo Olmos, had killed several men with headshots. This fire, along with the heavy use of automatic weapons and artillery, was preventing an effective advance. Clearly, superior morale, elan, and fighting spirit was not enough to overcome the Argentine machine guns. Thus, Keeble decided to pull all of his forces back to regroup. The Paras desperately needed more firepower, and a firebase was set up just to the rear of A and B companies, about 3 kilometres from Darwin Hill. From this location, far more accurate mortar fire could be brought to bear, which would be critical in clearing the defences. Keeble also ordered the support company's Milan anti-tank guided missile teams to be brought forward. On the right, B Company was holding some higher ground which overlooked Boca House, an ideal location for directing ATGM fire. Although the Milan was designed to destroy Soviet tanks in the battlefields of West Germany, it was proving to be a very useful weapon in the Falklands. The Milan is a wire-guided, optically sighted missile, which uses a semi-automatic command line of sight guidance system. The operator steers the missile by simply pointing his sight at the target, and commands are automatically sent through a wire which then guides the missile as it travels downrange. Essentially, the missile will hit whatever the crosshairs are pointing at. If the operator moves the sights, the missile will follow. Although this system was designed to primarily engage moving tanks, the precision of the Milan and its 115mm high explosive shaped charge warhead allowed it to be very effectively used in a bunker busting role. This accuracy, combined with its 2,000 metre range, gave British forces a highly potent direct fire weapon which was perfectly suited to the wide open prairies of East Falkland. Throughout the war, many tough Argentine positions were obliterated by direct Milan hits, all of which were launched and accurately directed from several hundred metres away. As these launches were brought forward, the Argentines began to suffer badly from this devastating direct fire support, effectively countering their superiority in heavy weapons. Several machine guns were picked off with anti-tank guided missile shots, allowing the Paras to finally gain fire superiority. D Company soon arrived and moved to the far right flank. With their position now enveloped, and their entrenchment sustaining several Milan missile hits, the Argentine positions around Boca House began to crumble. Back at Darwin Hill, A Company's commander, Major Hockley, was convinced that a change in tactics was required. Thus far, simply relying upon fighting spirit and elan to drive these lowly Argentine conscripts from their positions was not bringing too parrot results. Evidently, the British had underestimated their enemy. Clearly, a more careful approach was now warranted. Following the Major's orders, the paratroopers of A Company began using white phosphorus grenades, both to clear the Argentine trenches and as cover. Despite their fearsome reputation, the primary use for white phosphorus munitions is to generate smoke. When detonated, these weapons, such as the L-84 grenade, disperse white phosphorus over a wide area, which ignites when it comes into contact with the air. Although this can be used as a devastating anti-personnel weapon, inflicting severe burns on anyone within its effective radius, the primary role of white phosphorus munitions is to limit visibility. The paratroopers now began to lean heavily on this weapon. Using the smoke as concealment, individual sections made slow, careful advances, the gun group covering the rifle group, moving to the nearest ditch or crater. Through this effective application of small unit tactics, the Paras were able to close in on the defences without exposing themselves to the debilitating machine gun fire. Through this careful approach, one short bound after another, individual groups were able to get close enough to the Argentine trenches to bring effective fire to bear. Several fighting positions and automatic weapons were picked off with light anti-tank missiles. The M27 66mm light anti-tank weapon, or LAW, is a man-portable, single-shot, disposable, unguided, light anti-tank missile. Much like the Milan ATGM, the M27 was an invaluable British weapon, one that would be used to great effect all throughout the campaign. Inside the disposable tube is a fin-stabilised rocket that deploys a 66mm shaped charge warhead. This explosive charge is designed to penetrate lightly armoured vehicles and buildings. However, the weapon's 294-gram bursting charge also makes the M27 an effective anti-personnel weapon. It is, in essence, a rocket-propelled grenade, one that can be far more accurately directed at a much longer range than a typical handheld grenade. British infantry sections would typically carry as many as 6 M27 LAWs. With the aid of smoke and a careful, bounding attack, elements of A Company were able to get within M27 LAW range, and several stubborn Argentine fighting positions were eliminated by direct hits. Corporal Jose Luis Rios, the man who probably killed Colonel H. Jones, was mortally wounded when a 66mm rocket detonated within his machine gun position. The Argentine defenders of Darwin Hill were also suffering badly from the effects of mortar fire. Despite only having a pair of 81mm mortars, over 1,000 rounds were accurately fired at Darwin Hill from the newly established forward fire base. This accurate fire inflicted significant casualties. The Argentine Air Force did not aid their countrymen during the battle. A close escort mission was called in, but the Skyhawks mistakenly dropped their bombs on Argentine positions, and one was damaged by anti-aircraft fire from Goose Green. This is a crystalline example of the challenges of effective air-ground integration and close air support. As the paratroopers moved up the ridge in short, careful attacks, under the cover of smoke, the defences began to disintegrate. It was a slow, slogging and tough fight, a battle won by tactical competence and the effective application of basic principles rather than heroics. With the machine gun positions destroyed one at a time and the British closing in, groups of Argentines finally began to surrender. Many were now out of ammunition. It was midday when 2 Para had finally taken Darwin Hill. Lieutenant Estevez's platoon had demonstrated tremendous fighting spirit, but only 4 of its original number made it back to Goose Green. The action at Darwin Hill had cost 2 Para 6 killed, 3 of which were officers, and 11 wounded. The death of so many officers was a remarkable indication of the command culture within the battalion. This can, perhaps, also be attributed to the impact Argentine sniper, Corporal Olmos, had upon the battle. Argentine losses were far more severe. 18 killed in action and 39 wounded, more than half of the 92 men which were defending the hill. Most of the survivors were taken prisoner. 2 Para was now in a much better position. The dominating line of high ground that ran from Darwin Hill to Bocker House had fallen. This was the primary Argentine defensive position. However, the majority of the garrison was still intact and in possession of vital ground. The battalion was now looking down on its objective, the town of Goose Green and its airfield, just 1,500 metres away. To Keeble's immense frustration, neither close air support nor helicopter resupply could yet be provided. This latter point was critical, as the intensity of the morning's battle had consumed vast quantities of ammunition. A Company was ordered to consolidate its hold on Darwin Hill so another firebase could be established there. Goose Green and the airfield were clearly visible from this position, and fire support had proven to be an essential force multiplier. Keeble now had to take the settlements themselves in addition to the airfield, and thus he would need machine gun cover and the Milans. It was decided that the main weight of the attack should be made on the right flank. C Company, which was reinforced by 1 platoon from A Company, would advance down the hill along Darwin Road and take the bridge to the north of the town. D Company would swing a little further to the west and close in on the airfield. B Company had originally been designated as a battalion reserve, but its CO, Major Nemi, convinced Keeble that he should move from Boker House in a long right hook and take the high ground to the south of the settlement, which would completely isolate Goose Green. There was a desire to maintain the initiative now gained, but as the mortars were now operating at extreme range and artillery could not be used in the settlement itself, this second phase attack would be made without much fire support. Nonetheless, the Paras left the Argentine trenches and advanced towards Goose Green. As the battalion departed Darwin Hill, they walked into the teeth of intense enemy fire. It was now daylight, and as the paratroopers marched across the clear, open ground, artillery, mortars, machine guns, and rifles all opened up on them. C Company suffered badly as it manoeuvred towards the bridge. Several anti-aircraft guns were located at the airfield, a position perfectly sited to fire on the British troops, which could now clearly be seen moving down Darwin Hill. Thus, as it advanced, C Company was raked by 20mm and 30mm heavy caliber fire. These devastating weapons immediately inflicted serious casualties. Within moments, 1 man was killed and a further 11 were wounded, including the company commander, Major Jenner. On the approach to the airfield, D Company was stopped by a minefield. As they paused to ascertain its depth and location, the company came under flanking fire from the Goose Green schoolhouse. Lieutenant Barry's 12th platoon was ordered to move to the left and clear this position, whilst the remainder of the company continued to advance towards the airfield. As he moved through the left edge of the airfield towards the schoolhouse, Barry reported seeing white flags displayed and said he was going to investigate. He was ordered to wait, but this message was not received. Barry and a group of men approached the schoolhouse, which was held by an Argentine platoon under Sub-Lieutenant Gomez Centurion. Standing by the flagpole, the Paras demanded that the Argentines surrender. There are conflicting accounts of what happened next. The British official history records that after hearing the British demands, Lieutenant Gomez Centurion replied in English, "Son of a bitch, you've got 2 minutes to return to your lines and then I'll give the order to open fire." At that moment, a British machine gun on Darwin Hill happened to begin firing, shooting at some other target. The nervous Argentine soldiers, thinking they were under attack, gunned Barry down, killing the lieutenant and 2 others, whilst wounding the 4th man. Private John Graham, however, gives a different account of the event. "I saw the white flag incident. I was in 11 platoon. We were going up the hill and the flag went up. The officer called the sergeant and then got halfway up the hill. Bang! They let rip into them, killed them. One guy was hit in the knee and one of the bastards came forward and shot him in the head. He moved forward out of his position and shot him. Whatever actually happened at the flagpole, the paratroopers were enraged at the killing of Barry and his men. The building was drenched with the combined fire of several platoons from both C and D companies. The fight for the schoolhouse was intense, but eventually the complex was stormed by the men of C Company, who went from room to room, clearing the building with grenades. The defenders eventually fell back into the town, leaving 12 dead within the schoolhouse itself. In fact, of the 36 men that were under Lieutenant Gomez Centurion's command at the start of the engagement, 20 were now casualties. As the battle raged around the school, the rest of D Company assaulted the airfield. The primary garrison was composed of Argentine Air Force personnel manning heavy weapons. Lieutenant Dario Del Valle Velazquez's Grupo 1 de Artillery Antiaérea. The anti-aircraft guns had proven to be devastating in the direct fire role, and much effort was expended to disable them. Both mortar fire and Milan missiles were used to target these weapons, the former of which damaged the fire control radar's generator. This proved to be a critical problem when British air support finally arrived. 3 Harriers screamed in at low altitude, striking the anti-aircraft guns and artillery with cluster bombs. Without a fire control radar, no effective anti-aircraft fire could be brought to bear against them. Although these bombs largely missed their targets, the Argentine gunners immediately abandoned their weapons and retreated towards Goose Green. Out on the right flank, B Company was having a much easier time. Skirting the AA guns' fields of fire and missing all of the minefields, the company rapidly reached its objective, a small area of high ground to the south of Goose Green, which flanked the airfield and the town. Colonel Piaggi was now becoming more desperate. Darwin Hill had fallen, and the British were closing in on his position. The colonel requested as much help from Stanley as General Menendez could muster. This help materialized in the form of an airstrike. Although there were no further Skyhawks available, the Argentines had a number of light aircraft operational at Stanley. At 3 p.m, 4 aircraft appeared over Goose Green, 2 Picaras and 2 Navy Aramaki MB-339s, light jet trainers. As these aircraft rolled in, an Aramaki was shot down by the air defense troops' blowpipe missile. The Picaras made bombing runs, dropping napalm on the forward positions. One was raked with small arms fire. Its pilot ejected and was captured. No British casualties were inflicted for the loss of 2 aircraft. But Menendez was also sending reinforcements. He didn't have all that many units available to move to Goose Green other than the remaining company of the 12th Regiment, the 140 men of Task Force Solari, which had been deployed to Mount Kent. As the day of battle wore on, the Argentines made arrangements to move this force by helicopter to the Goose Green area. By 3 p.m, Captain Eduardo Corsiglia's force had been inserted by helicopter about 2,000 metres to the south of the town itself. The movement of B Company to this area proved to be prescient, as they were now in position to protect Tupara's right from this new Argentine threat. As it moved towards Goose Green, this element was immediately engaged by artillery and B Company, which had taken up blocking positions on the high ground. As dusk approached, it was clear to both sides that Tupara was closing in on Goose Green. The Argentine defensive perimeter had now contracted to the town itself. Some degraded elements, including scratch platoons composed of survivors of the earlier battles, were operating in the outskirts of the settlement, resisting the approaching British forces. However, the airfield, Darwin, and the surrounding high ground were all now in British hands, and Piaggi no longer had artillery or air defence. Keble was prepared to assault the town, but was concerned that any battle there would inflict many civilian casualties. These fears only grew worse when word arrived at his tactical HQ that over 100 islanders were locked in the community hall and had been held prisoner there since the 1st of May. After conferring with Brigadier Thompson, Keble was given permission to bombard the town if the Argentines refused to surrender. Additional British forces were also arriving at Goose Green. A company of 42 Commando had been moved by helicopter to Camilla House and were now approaching. Critically, they were carrying 2 mortar rounds per man. After being flown in, Captain Corsiglia led his company around the British blocking positions and into the town. By evening, the captain had reached Piaggi's headquarters. According to his account, the situation he found there was one of complete chaos. The men simply stood around without direction or organisation, many clearly suffering from battle fatigue and shock. It was with this backdrop that the British demand to surrender was received. A pair of Argentine prisoners arrived at Piaggi's headquarters with an ultimatum: either surrender Goose Green or face the consequences. Communicating via civilian radio, Piaggi agreed to meet with Major Keble the next morning. At 9:30 a.m, the 3 Argentine commanders walked out into the airfield, where they met Keble, 2 other officers, and a pair of reporters. After a fruitful discussion, Piaggi agreed to a dignified surrender at 1450 Zulu time. BBC reporter Brian Fox, who witnessed the surrender, described the surreal scene. Some 250 Air Force personnel marched out into the airfield, in formation, before being stood to attention. The men then stood there, at attention, whilst an Argentine officer spent the next 10 minutes screaming at them. The men then sang the Argentine national anthem and marched off the field, all whilst in formation. Behind them were some 800 army personnel, who presented an altogether less impressive spectacle. Many of these men were showing the effects of the Pride Day's battle. A little over an hour later, 2 para entered the town. They released the 112 civilians who had been cowering under the floorboards of the town hall. None had been harmed, although much of the town had been looted. The battle had, in the end, cost 2 para 16 men killed in action and 36 wounded, with another 30 suffering minor injuries but still with their units. Argentine casualties amounted to 45 dead and 95 seriously wounded, in addition to the 961 prisoners. News of the victory was met with serious relief in London. Admiral Fieldhouse spoke to Keble directly, congratulating him on the performance of 2 para, telling the Major that, "You have kindled a flame in land operations, which will lead to the raising of the Union Jack in Port Stanley." Other members of the brigade were also upbeat. 3 para's commanding officer, Hugh Pike, described Goose Green as the moral turning point. But a more honest evaluation of the battle reveals many imperfections. In the words of the official history, the battle itself always had an improvised manner, and, in truth, a less resilient battalion may well have been defeated, especially if it had been facing a more determined enemy. Argentine performance had exceeded expectations. In fact, many had concluded that Task Force Mercedes had fought well, but the battle had shown that when facing concentrated firepower of sufficient mass, superior Argentine elements could be forced to surrender. The better application of firepower, indeed the better application of basic small unit tactics, technical skill, and steadfast determination, as opposed to heroic charges and elan, had won 2 para the battle. The engagement also highlighted the importance of night fighting. When moving through the open terrain of East Falkland in daylight, the battalion had been exposed to debilitating direct fire from numerous heavy weapons. The Argentine force as a whole was not short of anti-aircraft guns. These were crucial lessons which would be applied throughout the rest of the land campaign, and, in Brigadier Thompson's view, were the main benefit of fighting the Battle of Goose Green. Writing after the engagement, Thompson was, in fact, rather critical of his own decision-making, here speaking of himself in the third person. There is no doubt that at this stage, Thompson should have taken his own tactical headquarters, 2 para and a commando, probably 40 commando who were the nearest, and mounted a 2-battalion attack. He should have also taken at least one of his 2 troops of Scorpion and Scimitar light tanks. This force, particularly with light armour, would have taken the position in half the time and with far lower casualties than was the case. In the event, 2 para were left to carry out this daunting task virtually on their own. How fair is Brigadier Thompson being on himself here? Of course, with the clear view of hindsight, had a 2-battalion force, supported by armour, made the attack on Goose Green, it's quite likely that the Argentine position on Darwin Hill would have probably been taken much more quickly. As it was, the roughly 600 paratroopers were tasked with defeating an enemy nearly twice as numerous, all whilst operating with minimal fire support. The tanks were not deployed because it was erroneously understood that the ground was not conducive to light tank operations. This was a failure of intelligence. The insufficient allocation of resources, which probably was a valid criticism, can also be explained, at least partially, by insufficient intelligence. It was originally thought that Argentine forces in the area amounted to a company group supported by Air Force personnel, not the 1,000-strong battalion-strength battle group 2 para actually engaged. Thompson only had limited resources, just 5 battalions, and his main objective was always Stanley. He viewed Goose Green, perhaps correctly, as an unnecessary sideshow, which was simply diverting precious resources away from the main drive across East Falkland. Allocating 2 battalions to the task, instead of 1, would have only delayed the main attack further, an operation he was under increasing pressure to mount. It would have also delayed the Goose Green operation by several days, and Thompson was under very severe political pressure to move more quickly. Thus, given the circumstances, his decision was understandable. But, just in general, had the whole operation not been taken in such a rushed manner, a failing of Jones as much as Thompson, 2 Para may well have had a far easier time at Goose Green. In the end, British command was lucky that they had allocated such a capable battalion to the operation. With the conclusion of the Battle of Goose Green, the attention of both sides began to focus all the more clearly on Stanley. This was the primary concentration of Argentine forces on the islands. In total, there were some 13,000 Argentine personnel on the Falklands as a whole. The main fighting strength of this force was founded on 8 infantry regiments of the Argentine army, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 12th, and 25th. These regiments, which would be called battalions in other armies, possessed around 6,000 bayonets. To this core force was added the relatively elite 5th Marine Battalion and the 10th Armoured Cavalry Squadron, which had deployed to the Falklands as infantry. This gave General Menendez a total force equivalent to 10 battalions, a full light infantry division. Menendez was also supported by some special forces elements. A pair of commando companies, the 601st and 602nd, had been deployed to the islands. Although these infantry regiments were mostly comprised of conscripts, Goose Green had shown that even these forces were more than capable of putting up a very tough fight, at least when holding well-prepared and sighted defensive positions. Before the Battle of Goose Green, there had been 3 primary Argentine concentrations on the Falklands. The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Brigade headquarters at Port Howard commanded the West Falkland garrison. Led by Brigadier General Parada, the force was composed of the 5th and 8th Infantry Regiments, some 2,000 men in total. With British ground forces now well established at San Carlos and the Royal Navy dominating Falkland Sound, this force was cut off from the main battle area. The 1,000-strong battle group, Task Force Mercedes, composed of the reinforced 12th Regiment, had just been lost at Goose Green. This left approximately 10,000 men in and around Stanley itself. The Stanley area was a good defensive position. Here General Menendez possessed a major settlement with the island's best airfield and port. The township of Stanley sits on a peninsula, on the base of which stand several low mountains that would provide the garrison with good high ground positions to contest any advance from the inland. But despite these advantages, and the large size of the Argentine garrison, it simply wasn't enough to man every important piece of terrain in the area. In fact, he only had about a third of the forces required to man the whole 48-kilometre perimeter, in addition to keeping a firm grip on Stanley itself. On the 29th of May, the QE2 Task Force, along with General Moore and the 5th Infantry Brigade, arrived off the Falklands. With the arrival of this force, there were now 8 British battalions available for operations on East Falkland. 40, 42 and 45 Commando of the Royal Marines, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the Parachute Regiment, the 1st Battalion, 7th Gurkha Rifles, the 1st Battalion of the Welsh Guards, and the 2nd Battalion of the Scots Guards. This now brought Argentine and British forces on East Falkland to a position of approximate numerical parity. Moore had spent the previous 2 weeks essentially incommunicado, and was becoming increasingly aware of the skepticism in London felt towards both of his brigadiers. There were noises that the 5th Infantry Brigade's pre-embarkation exercises in Wales had gone badly, which had raised concerns about Brigadier Tony Wilson's competence. It had also been suggested that Brigadier Thompson was, and I quote, a touch yellow. There wasn't much General Moore could say to support Wilson, given his lack of personal experience, but he quickly came to Thompson's defence. Both Royal Marines, the 2 men knew each other well, and General Moore actually understood the challenging situation Thompson was facing on the ground, something the political and military leadership in London, very few of whom were soldiers or Marines, appreciated. It was only after deploying his headquarters to HMS Fearless that General Moore began to actually assert his command. The other officers had become accustomed to not including him in their communications, a trend which Moore immediately addressed. His first signal to Brigadier Thompson made this position clear in no uncertain terms. It read, "I have for the first time today received a reasonable picture of your position, but this is only because my signal staff have intercepted a message not addressed to me." Moore ordered Thompson to ensure that all future sitreps were addressed to me and contained actual detail, reminding the Brigadier that it has been increasingly difficult to protect you from ill-informed criticism while I have been totally devoid of information. A measure of General Moore's quality as a commanding officer, before he communicated his operational plans to London, he was determined to actually see the ground, remarking that, "Before I start pontificating, I need time to see the Falklands myself," then asking General Trant to keep any interfering busybodies off my back. After flying to Thompson's headquarters and examining the nature of the terrain which composed the interior of East Falkland, Moore became convinced that the Argentines lacked the stomach to fight in the high, arid, and bitterly cold area beyond their defensive perimeter around Stanley. Thus, Moore rightfully concluded that he could expect to maneuver his forces right up to the main defensive positions without meeting significant resistance, at least from the Argentine land forces. This was a core element in his wider campaign plan. On the 1st of June, at 0415 Zulu, Moore issued his first operational order as Land Force Commander. It established a new mission objective, to secure Port Stanley. General Moore's campaign plan had 3 phases. The first was the manoeuvre phase, in which the 2 British brigades were to invest the main Argentine defensive line. Taking the northern axis, 3 Commando Brigade was to approach Stanley from the northwest, moving on Teal Inlet through Marlow Bridge and then to Mount Kent, which was already held by Special Forces elements. 5 Infantry Brigade, on the other hand, would move via the southern axis, beginning at Camilla House and then advancing to March Ridge, Fitzroy, Bluff Cove, and finally Mount Challenger, just to the south of Mount Kent, where they would link up with 3 Commando Brigade. Moving along this southern axis was a critical feature of the campaign plan. This was the obvious axis of attack from San Carlos to Stanley. Not only had Goose Green now been secured, but along this line a dirt road ran to Stanley from Camilla House. Additionally, British forces here could be supplied by sea from Fitzroy and Bluff Cove. Knowing this, the Argentines had concentrated their defences in this area, making the approach of 3 Commando Brigade from Teal Inlet more likely to succeed. 40 Commando would be held in reserve at San Carlos to defend the beachhead. Its commander, Lieutenant Colonel Hunt, complained bitterly to Moore that this was a waste of Royal Marines, but the general refused to change his plan. There were still significant Argentine forces on West Falkland, and Moore was concerned that these may try something desperate if Stanley were about to fall, and thus wanted a battalion which had experience in amphibious operations just in case it had to deploy to West Falkland. Once this phase was completed, the force would consolidate its positions around Stanley. After his 7 battalions had arrived on the Mount Kent-Mount Challenger line, sufficient assets and logistical elements would have to be established to support the coming battle. This would include moving forward ammunition, artillery, air defence, fuel and medical facilities. Only once this second phase had been completed would the third, attritional period, begin. In this third phase, the primary Argentine forces manning the high ground defences would be engaged, bringing them to battle with the objective of securing these dominating positions. Once this high ground had been secured, the Argentine forces in Stanley itself would be extremely vulnerable. A critical component in this plan was the possession of Mount Kent. This mountain is a critical high ground position, about 20 kilometres from Port Stanley. It sits just beyond the main Argentine defensive perimeter. When the SAS began operating in this area, General Menendez had deployed a number of units to dominate these high ground features. Task Force Solari, a company of the 12th Infantry Regiment, had been defending Mount Kent, but, as already noted, was redeployed to Goose Green. The neighbouring Mount Challenger, another peak which looks down on the main Argentine positions, was firmly held by the 4th Infantry Regiment. However, fearing that his line was too thinly held, General Menendez withdrew this formation to the Two Sisters and Mount Harriet. With the establishment of the beachhead at San Carlos, the SAS began more aggressive operations around Port Stanley. On the 25th of May, the reconnaissance troop of D Squadron was inserted by a helicopter directly into the Mount Kent area. After finding the summit abandoned, Major Delves ordered the rest of the squadron to be deployed. This movement was made in the nick of time, as Argentine forces were en route to reoccupy Mount Kent after the departure of Task Force Solari. An Argentine Special Forces unit, the 602nd Commando Company, was moving to Mount Kent with orders to secure it. This element would then be reinforced by the 601st National Gendarmerie Special Forces Squadron, then commanded by Major Oscar Ramon Gemet. Over the next several days, the 2 Special Forces units fought an intermittent, dispersed, and confused battle in the Mount Kent area. On the night of the 29th, the 3rd Assault Section of the 602nd Commando Company, commanded by Captain Andres Ferrero, stumbled into D Squadron's air troop on the slopes of Mount Kent. In the confused meeting engagement, the Argentines quickly withdrew, abandoning significant amounts of equipment to their commander's chagrin. This was the first of many contacts between these 2 formations, and although air troop was pushed back, they maintained possession of the summit. Throughout this period, the SAS fought several small battles with Argentine Special Forces for domination of the high ground beyond the Argentine perimeter. Knowing the British were on the march, General Menendez attempted to establish a special forces screen beyond his main defensive positions, primarily to provide intelligence on enemy movements. At the time, the Special Air Service were trying to do precisely the same thing, screening the advance of 3 Commando and 5 Infantry Brigades. Thus, the Argentine commandos and the SAS fought a protracted Special Forces battle for domination not only of the high ground, but the reconnaissance edge. Possession of information, as opposed to terrain, was the real prize. On the 30th of May, Captain Tomas Fernandez, 12-man assault section of the 602nd Commando Company, attempted to take Bluff Cove Peak, a dominating terrain feature which overlooked the cove. This was an ideal location to observe any British movement along the coast. As they moved on the high ground, they found the summit was already held by the Special Air Service. Fernandez's section was immediately engaged by a 15-strong SAS troop. The British operators responded with characteristic aggression, hitting the Argentine commandos with an ambush and then rapidly looking to the flanks. In the ensuing firefight, the Argentine section was surrounded. Despite a dire tactical situation, the commandos tried to hold their ground. In a gallant action, First Lieutenant Ruben Eduardo Marquez and Sergeant Oscar Humberto Blas were killed as they fought to extricate the section. Both were posthumously awarded the Medal of Valor in combat. The following day, a reconnaissance element of the Marine Special Forces Patrol, then commanded by Lieutenant Commander Dante Camilletti, was en route back to Stanley after inspecting San Carlos. As the Argentine element moved along the lower slopes of Mount Estancia, they were ambushed by D Squadron's heavily armed mountain troop, then commanded by Captain Hamilton. The 4-man team was immediately incapacitated by the devastating firepower brought to bear on them. They surrendered with 2 seriously wounded. As these engagements were being fought between the rival Special Forces elements, the British were desperately trying to get 42 Commando forward. Mount Kent was a real prize, and D Squadron was doing an admirable job holding it, but if the Argentines decided to attack with large conventional forces, the SAS lacked the firepower to realistically defend it. On the evening of the 28th, 42 Commando was tasked with securing the Mount Kent position. Lieutenant Colonel Nick Vox, the battalion CO, planned to move his tactical headquarters, K Company, an 81mm mortar troop and half a battery of 105mm guns to Mount Kent by helicopter on the night of the 29th. As the helicopters approached their objective, Mount Kent was enveloped in a whiteout and the insertion had to be abandoned. It was rescheduled for the 30th. Just as Colonel Vox's helicopter was approaching the LZ, another group of Argentine Special Forces attacked D Squadron. This was the 2nd Assault Section under Captain Fernandez. As they approached the summit, the commandos were ambushed by D Squadron's mountain troop. Again displaying their trademark tactical aggression, the troop immediately moved to flank the Argentines. A heavy firefight ensued, which was still ongoing as the first Sea Kings began to land. Thinking they were landing in a hot LZ, the Marines immediately went to cover, but Major Delves quickly reassured them that the situation was under control. Despite the fierce battle, the airlift continued unabated. Flanked and outgunned, and with British forcements now arriving by helicopter, the Argentine commandos eventually withdrew. Due to the enemy air threat, the airlift could only be conducted at night, but by the next evening, L Company and the remainder of the support company were successfully deployed. 42 Commando was now in the Mount Kent area in strength, supported by artillery and heavy weapons. It quickly became evident that the neighbouring Mount Challenger was not defended. Colonel Vox immediately deployed a company group to take this other critical high ground feature. When the rest of the brigade arrived, after its very long march, it would find the most dominating high ground positions were already firmly in British hands. Although these mountains were beyond the main Argentine defences, and thus this line still had to be breached, they did provide excellent positions for artillery observation. Under this direction, on the 1st of June, HMS Alacrity sent over 100 4.5-inch salvos towards the primary Argentine positions on Wall Mountain, Mount Harriet, Goat Ridge, Two Sisters, Mount Longdon, and Moody Brook. Back at San Carlos, the rest of the brigade began its long march to Mount Kent. The British beachhead at San Carlos was about 65 kilometres, as the crow flies, from 42 Commandos' airhead at Mount Kent. Typically, this would not be an overly difficult task for fit, professional Royal Marines, men who make these kinds of foot movements as a matter of ordinary training. The Falkland Islands, however, are a particularly difficult place to move. The first challenge is the weather. The average maximum temperature in June is a mere 5 degrees Celsius, with minimums usually around freezing. Whilst this may not seem to be particularly cold, at least when compared to Norway or Canada, this temperature zone is actually one of the most dangerous when it comes to hypothermia. That's because it's wet. Water fatally compromises the ability of almost all clothes to provide insulation and warmth. This brutal temperature range is compounded by the wind. The lower latitudes of the Earth, between 40 and 60 degrees south, are some of the windiest places on the planet. In winter, huge low-pressure systems batter the Falklands as they roam around Antarctica, and although ambient temperature may be in the 2-degree range, with an 80 km/h wind it will feel like -7, a problem compounded if your clothes are wet. The terrain across most of the Falklands is polar tundra. Quite literally, there are no native trees on any of the islands. In winter, the wind roars across the open plains of East Falkland with nothing to stop it. The final obstacle to movement is the nature of the ground itself. As you move through the tundra, you will have to walk over thick lumps of tussock grass and then through soft peat bogs. All of these factors combine to severely inhibit mobility. Marching across the Falklands in winter is a brutal task, and unless you have a means of conveyance, either motor transport or a helicopter, only the fittest, toughest, most well-trained soldiers will be up to the task, especially when you consider a heavy average pack weight. Whilst Argentine special forces were capable of doing this, the average one-year conscript certainly wasn't. This is the primary reason why the Argentines did not conduct a more active, mobile defense of East Falkland. They simply lacked the mobility and the legs to realistically contest the British beachhead at San Carlos. On the 27th of May, it was 45 Commandos' turn to head out into the tundra. Initially, there were hopes of helicopter availability, but a combination of bad weather and high operational tempo, meaning poor serviceability, meant none were allocated to the battalion. At first light, the men set off for Douglas, a small settlement on the north coast of East Falkland. Each man had a combined pack weight, including battle gear, of 120 pounds or 55 kilograms, although some of the heavier equipment was loaded in Arctic warfare vehicles. The men found the going to be brutally tough. The combination of the cold and the soft ground tested both their legs and their morale. Several minor injuries, such as sprained ankles, were suffered in the first day's movement. By evening, another request was made for helicopter transportation, but this was denied. Everything they had was being sent to Goose Green and Tupara. Despite the allocation of a single Sea King to the battalion, it took them 48 hours to reach Douglas, a distance of just 15 kilometers. The Marines found the settlement clear of any Argentine forces. The locals were ecstatic to see them, and the weary men were given a place to sleep wherever they could fit. Many were grateful to enjoy the relative comfort of a sheep shed. The farmers also used their vehicles and tractors to move as much of the heavy equipment forward as possible. The battalion remained at Douglas for 2 days in the hopes of receiving helicopter support, but with bad weather on the 1st and 2nd, followed by the movement of the 5th Brigade, it was clear that none were going to be allocated. Thus, on the 3rd, Lieutenant Colonel Whitehead decided to continue his long march and set out for Teal Inlet, another 15 kilometers down the coast. This time it was decided to march light and leave the men's Bergens, British Army slang for a backpack, in the rear and have helicopters move them forward. This improved their speed, and thus the battalion had reached its patrol base on the slopes of Mount Kent on the afternoon of the 4th of June, 8 days after departing San Carlos. But, again, the helicopters let them down. That afternoon, weather prevented their Bergens from being brought forward, so the men had to spend a night exposed on the slopes of Mount Kent during a sub-Antarctic winter storm without sleeping bags. With 2 battalions now in position at Mount Kent and the high ground of Mount Challenger also secure, the Royal Marines began exploring the Argentine positions before them. Several patrols were dispatched to make contact with the enemy on a mountain called Two Sisters. As was now standard British operating procedure, these were all conducted at night. This reconnaissance quickly established that there were no minefields in no man's land and that the Argentine defences were limited to the high ground. The Argentines were also patrolling, however, and this led to a number of small engagements. On the 5th of June, Argentine and British forces, both of section strength, clashed in the low ground. It appears as though the Royal Marines detected the Argentines first. In an impromptu ambush, 3 men were killed and several more wounded. On the night of the 6th, a section strength Royal Marine observation post was detected by an Argentine patrol. The British again got the jump on their opponents, hitting the enemy with a close-range night ambush. Despite being outnumbered and having to withdraw under the cover of artillery, the detachment inflicted numerous casualties, including 9 killed in action. Only 1 Marine was wounded. These engagements revealed a lack of integration between Argentine artillery and their forward infantry units, as no fire support was provided to these Argentine patrols. It also underscored a clear British advantage in night fighting, a skill that was all the more difficult to master in the days before night vision was a common tool of warfare. Through these small victories, the British forces were slowly beginning to dominate no man's land. In a similar fashion to 45 Commando, 3 para set off from San Carlos on the 27th of May, aiming to move to Teal Inlet via Douglas. Just as the battalion marched out of the beachhead, an individual on a motorcycle rode up a dirt track towards them. The delighted man was more than happy to see the paras, and after a quick conversation, it turned out that he was Terry Peck, the former chief of police and Stanley councillor. Peck had escaped Stanley the day of the invasion and had spent 5 weeks evading the Argentines who were searching for him, moving from one small town to another. He provided 3 paras commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Pike, with accurate intelligence on Argentine positions, including the location of enemy minefields and an alternate route to Teal Inlet, something mentioned by the civilian manager of Port San Carlos. Peck was later deputized and enrolled as a scout. This inland track was a far more direct route, but the march was no easier. After 2 days of hard slogging, the lead element of the battalion was still 9 kilometers from its objective, and the colonel was getting reports of exposure casualties. He decided to spend the day of the 28th waiting for stragglers and allowing his men to rest. Pike was unwilling to attack Teal Inlet without fire support, which could not be brought forward without helicopters. His fears were allayed when an SBS patrol arrived at his headquarters. The SBS team informed him that Teal Inlet was undefended, and by midday on the 29th of May, Pike's tactical headquarters and 2 companies had secured the town. After reaching Teal Inlet, 3 para was ordered to attack Escardia House, which was believed to be held by 200 enemy. All they found there were 4 very cold and very wet Argentine Air Force personnel who were more than happy to surrender. As noted previously, rather than holding these forward areas in strength, General Menendez was attempting to establish a Special Forces screen, which could provide him with accurate intelligence on British movements. Elements of this screen were at this time attempting to take Mount Kent from D Squadron. Another one of these Argentine Special Forces teams had been detected by the Royal Marine Mountain and Arctic Warfare Cadre at Top Marlow House, about 9 kilometers south of Teal Inlet. This element of the 602nd Commando Company, the 1st Assault Section led by Captain Jose Arnobio Vercesi, had been operating in the open at the summit of Mount Simon. There, Vercesi had been observing British air activity. However, his radio malfunctioned, and with intermittent snow and rain, the captain led his 12-man section towards the only shelter he could find, the abandoned Top Marlow House. The Mountain and Arctic Warfare Cadre was a specially formed 36-man patrol under the command of Rod Boswell. This force was composed of instructors and recent graduates of the Royal Marines Mountain and Arctic Warfare School. Just as General Menendez was attempting to establish a Special Forces screen, so was General Moore, and numerous elements were deployed in advance of 3 Commando Brigade. The Mountain and Arctic Warfare Cadre was well trained and equipped to operate in these conditions, and this unit was inserted by helicopter just in the rear of 3 para. As the battalion moved along the coast, the Cadre sections patrolled into the Mount Simon area, searching for Argentine commandos. Lieutenant Fraser Haddo's 1st Section had set up an OP overlooking the Marlow River, where they detected Vercesi's commando element moving towards Top Marlow House. Upon hearing of this Argentine force, Captain Boswell proposed a dawn raid on Top Marlow House by the Mountain and Arctic Warfare Cadre. Brigadier Thompson determined that it was critical that General Menendez be deprived of intelligence on the brigade's movements, and thus any detected Argentine Special Forces elements should be immediately dealt with. An airstrike was not possible, given the weather, and the position was well outside of available artillery range. Thus, with no other assets readily available, Brigadier Thompson approved the operation. Boswell gathered all of his available men, some 19 in total, leaving only Colour Sergeant Bill Wright at San Carlos. The unit was inserted by a Sea King just before dawn. They landed at a stream junction about 2 kilometers from the objective. After dumping their Bergens, the men set off. Boswell divided his force into 2 elements. A 7-man fire group commanded by Lieutenant Callum Murray, which would provide fire support to the 12-man assault group, led by the captain himself. The troops set off, marching quietly along the stream for about a kilometre before crossing a fence and moving up to the saddle. It was now daylight, and Boswell decided that this was as close as they were going to get without being detected, as it had recently snowed and they were all wearing dark camouflage. He ordered his men to fix bayonets. The two groups moved out from the attack start line. The fire group climbing a small hill, and the assault group advancing straight towards the house. The battle began when Boswell fired a green flare, the signal to commence the attack. The Argentines had heard the helicopter, but were all still inside the house when the Marines came charging over the hill. At the signal, the fire group launched a salvo of 4 M27 66mm light anti-tank rockets at the building, all of which missed. At this moment, Lieutenant Espinosa, who was acting as a sentry, opened fire on the approaching British, alerting the Argentine force. Cadre sniper, Steve Groves, shot at Espinosa, forcing him to take cover. As the Argentines opened fire on Boswell's assault troop, a second salvo of M27 rockets were launched by the fire group. All of these hit the house with devastating effect, blowing holes in the walls and setting the structure on fire. One of these rockets killed Espinosa, who was looking through a window. As Boswell's group advanced rapidly on the now burning house, Captain Vercesi ordered his men to fall back. Through the hail of British fire, they escaped through the back door and ran for cover in a creek bed about 200 metres away. First Sergeant Matteo Spurt held his position and applied covering fire, allowing the rest of the element to escape. As he did so, he was shot and killed. The Argentine group now had a reverse slope defence in the creek bed, but the smoke from the burning house obscured Boswell's approach. The Marines pressed the attack, moving to flank Vercesi, but for 4 minutes the Argentines stood and fought. Notwithstanding the valour displayed by the Argentine commandos, the superior British firepower and marksmanship was beginning to take its toll. Within minutes, the Argentine force had suffered 9 casualties, with 2 dead and 7 wounded. This only left 5 men still in the fight, commandos who now had very little ammunition. Although the creek bed provided some cover, with so much fire flying over their heads, leaving that cover was suicide. In any case, the commandos were unable to manoeuvre with so many wounded. Thus, Vercesi now had little choice but to surrender. In the engagement at Topmalo House, 3 Royal Marines had been wounded. This action marked the effective end of General Menendez's Special Forces screen. Of the 170 men earmarked for the reconnaissance operation, about 50 actually made it out into the field. Of this force, 32 were now killed, wounded, or missing. The British were, undeniably, winning the Special Forces battle. As this violent skirmish was taking place at Topmalo House, 3 Para was still slogging through its long march to Stanley. Despite the tough conditions, the battalion was aided by local people who volunteered their personal vehicles and tractors to ferry heavy equipment and Bergens. By June the 2nd, they were approaching the main Argentine defences. 3 Para was ordered to take a position on the far left of the British line, to the north of Mount Kent, facing an Argentine fortification at Mount Longdon. Brigadier Thompson's campaign plan envisaged a joint attack by 3 Para and 45 Commando on Mount Longdon and the Two Sisters, but this was only to take place once the brigade was well and truly in position. The Paras, however, had more ambitious plans. As the battalion moved into the Mount Longdon area, they were tasked with gaining a bridgehead over the Morel River. But Argentine resistance had been light, and forward patrols were making good progress towards their objective. Some were coming within 50 metres of the defences on Mount Longdon, and it was determined that a force of approximately 2 companies was holding this position. Once the support company had established a fire base, the battalion's officers began planning an attack to take what appeared to be a weakly held position. In fact, at the time, there was only a single Argentine company at Mount Longdon. But Thompson did not want to become embroiled in a fight he could not get himself out of before all of the brigade's assets and forces were deployed. He ordered Pike to pull back and consolidate his position. In any case, the more aggressive patrols which actually probed the Argentine defences on the mountain itself were immediately met with heavy mortar and artillery fire, indicating that this position was stronger than first imagined. Whilst 3 Commando Brigade had made good progress breaking out of the beachhead and investing the Stanley defensive line, moving the newly arrived 5 Infantry Brigade was painfully slow. The 5th Brigade was in somewhat of a strange state. 2 of its nominal battalions, 2 and 3 Para, had been taken from it and attached to 3 Commando Brigade, and employing the Gurkhas in the Falklands raised real political concerns. The 2nd Battalion, Scots Guards, and the 1st Battalion, Welsh Guards, had replaced the paratroopers, but both of these battalions had come from public duties. Standing watch in front of Buckingham Palace or other public buildings whilst tourists took photos was not an ideal preparation for combat operations in the South Atlantic, although the Welsh Guards had recently completed a tour of duty in Northern Ireland. One officer of the Scots Guards recalled that his men had focused their training on the crucial areas of shooting and fitness. Pre-deployment exercises proved the men could shoot and were in good shape, but tactics were very rusty. The brigade as a whole undertook large-scale exercises in Wales before deployment. As could be expected from 3 battalions that were not used to working with one another, the results were poor. Even though these kinds of issues were not surprising, considering the brigade had been thrown together, this performance still raised doubts over the competence of Brigadier Tony Wilson. General Moore brought a spare commander, Brigadier John Waters, to act as his second-in-command. This allowed General Moore to delegate some of the more time-consuming parts of his role, such as logistics, but it also meant he had a spare commander for 5 Infantry Brigade if concerns about Wilson's competence turned out to be accurate. Throughout the long voyage on the QE2, the various battalions worked hard to maintain fitness and prepare for combat operations, but there was only so much that could be achieved on board the ship. There were hopes that a stopover in Ascension would provide an opportunity for some additional company-level exercises, but the task force steamed directly to the Falklands. After a tricky cross-decking operation at South Georgia, the brigade landed at San Carlos. The 2 Guards battalions were assembled at San Carlos settlement, whilst the Gurkhas were immediately transferred to Goose Green to relieve 2 Para, which had reverted to the operational control of 5 Brigade headquarters. When the Gurkhas and Brigadier Wilson finally arrived in early June, 2 Para had already made plans for an advance towards Stanley. Brigadier Wilson had envisaged a foot movement to the Mount Pleasant sector, about 35 kilometres from Darwin. Major Keeble, at that time still in command of 2 Para, had a very different idea. The Bluff, Cove and Fitzroy areas, unlike Mount Pleasant, had ocean access. If this area was not held by Argentine forces, 2 Para may be able to seize these locations rapidly, and then the brigade could move there by air and sea, avoiding a painful overland march and making rapid contact with the Royal Marines around Mount Kent. Brigadier Wilson supported this amended plan. The first task was to make contact with civilians in the Fitzroy and Bluff Cove area. The phone line at Darwin had been destroyed, but Keeble had learned that one may be intact at Swan Inlet House. Along with a small detachment, Keeble was taken there by helicopter. He found the house to be empty, but its phone intact. After calling the Bluff Cove manager's house and finding that no one was home, he called Fitzroy Station. The manager's young daughter answered the call, and her father was rather startled to hear the British Army on the other end of the line. The manager informed Keeble that there were no Argentine forces in either Bluff Cove or Fitzroy. Armed with this intelligence, and showing the same initiative that had been the hallmark of his leadership throughout the Battle of Goose Green, Keeble sprung into action. Within the hour, a Chinook helicopter landed at Goose Green airstrip to pick up prisoners of war. The major quickly boarded the helo, telling the crew he had a new mission for them. After commandeering this helicopter, the Chinook was packed with as many paras as could physically fit, and the pilot departed for Fitzroy. As the crew made the short flight to Bluff Cove, they tried to inform Brigade and Task Force headquarters of the move, but, as their radio was broken, no one knew 2 Para was advancing so far. As the Chinook landed at Bluff Cove, it was observed by a Royal Marine observation post which had been detailed to watch the area. Hearing of no movement, they determined that this must be an Argentine force. They were about to bring down artillery fire when they identified British scout helicopters. Further reinforcements were flown in that night, and within 24 hours, the whole battalion was in position, along with 29 Battery and its 105mm howitzers. As the battalion was undertaking this movement, its new commanding officer arrived, Lieutenant Colonel D. Chandler. It was something of a miracle that, just 4 days after the battle, a new lieutenant colonel had appeared at Goose Green, nearly 13,000 kilometres away from England. Chandler had flown directly from London on a C-130, an 18-hour trip. Obviously, a Hercules could not land on board HMS Hermes or Invincible, so Chandler was inserted by parachute straight into the ocean, which, luckily, was calm. After being plucked from the icy water, he was flown by Sea King, another 3-hour journey, to HMS Fearless. There he met Brigadier Wilson, had a few hours sleep, and was flown to San Carlos and then to Darwin. Chandler's introduction to 2-Para was not especially warm. Brigadier Wilson had warned him that the battalion had united behind Keeble. Upon his arrival, Major Keeble, in private, told the colonel that the most honourable thing to do, given what 2-Para had been through, was to fly back to HMS Fearless and leave effective command to him for the rest of the campaign. Chandler was having none of it, and after a friendly but straightforward conversation, Keeble resumed his role as 2-Para 2IC. This could not have been an easy situation for Chandler, but he did not train his whole life for a moment like this, and then fly to the other side of the world and jump out of a perfectly good aeroplane to simply sit on his hands. The colonel could see the operational wisdom of the movement to Bluff Cove and Fitzroy, but he was concerned about the state of the battalion, which had just been through such a tough battle. It was not until June the 4th that sufficient helicopter assets were made available to bring the men's Bergens forward, although many enjoyed the hospitality of the local people. The initiative of 2-Para was, to Moore and Wilson, both a blessing and a curse. 5 Infantry Brigade had now leaped some 55 kilometres down the coast, bringing its lead elements right up to the main defensive axis around Stanley. Obviously, this was a great achievement, but it had downsides. The brigade as a whole was now strung out between San Carlos, Goose Green, and Bluff Cove. This created disorder and imposed logistical challenges, which were a critical bottleneck given the loss of helicopter assets and the need to move 3 Commando Brigade to Mount Kent. It was now essential that Brigadier Wilson move his rear battalions forward quickly to achieve balance. There really was no chance of marching to Bluff Cove. The Welsh and Scots Guards especially were neither prepared nor equipped for such an arduous journey. It wasn't just their physical fitness which, although probably was less than commando or parachute battalions, was still adequate to complete such a foot movement. The real problem was their complete lack of any motorised transportation. In any case, it was unlikely that these battalions would be in any state to fight a battle after such a heavily laden march, especially in conditions as tough as these. In terms of mobility, things were already not going well. 1 Welsh Guards had been ordered to move by foot from San Carlos to Goose Green, about a third of the way to Fitzroy. After 1 day of marching, Lieutenant Colonel J.F. Rickett, the battalion commander, decided to turn back. As the battalion was averaging 1 kilometre per hour, there was little point in pushing on. Thus, on the evening of the 3rd of June, Brigadier Wilson issued a new set of orders. Given the new situation, it was imperative that the brigade be moved to Fitzroy and Bluff Cove as quickly as possible. The only realistic way so many men could move forward quickly enough was by sea. Wilson intended to move the Welsh Guards, Gurkhas, and brigade headquarters from Goose Green to Fitzroy on the MV Monsuman, a 326-ton cargo vessel which had been captured at Goose Green. The Scots Guards would make the long journey from San Carlos, around the peninsula of Lafonia, to Fitzroy on board a landing ship Logistics. His primary concern was to establish enough forces in the Fitzroy, Bluff Cove area that his brigade could withstand a counterattack. After conferring with Commodore Clapp, this plan had to be amended. The quickest and easiest approach was to use one of the large LPDs in addition to an LSL. HMS Intrepid could move the 2 Guards battalions in a single lift, as long as sufficient air defence and escorts could be provided. Admiral Fieldhouse was deeply concerned by the risks of putting so many eggs in such a vulnerable basket. 1 significant air raid and 2 battalions could be lost, not to mention one of the invaluable LPDs. He asked whether a foot and air movement might not be preferable. After being told this would impose a 6-day delay, Clapp replied that current meteorological and military situation dictate guardsmen, guns, ammo, and stomachs go all the way from Buckingham Palace to Bluff Cove by sea. The movement began on the night of June the 5th. Both battalions began to embark on the LPD HMS Intrepid, first the Scots and then the Welsh. Before the loading was completed, the Welsh Guards were told to disembark. The reason for the equivocation was Naval Command in Northwood, who had decided that moving so many men was simply too great of a risk. A revised plan was belatedly developed. For London's concerns to be assuaged, the men had to be put ashore by landing craft Utility, at night, from a standoff distance. HMS Intrepid was barred from moving any further along the coast than Lively Island, some 25 kilometres from Fitzroy and beyond the effective range of the land-based Exocet. Just after midnight, the 4 small 250-ton landing craft Utility, each crammed with 150 men in a few vehicles, left HMS Intrepid's well deck. Luckily, the sea was calm, but as the four craft motored towards Fitzroy, they were illuminated by HMS Cardiff, who was unaware of the movement. It ended up being a 4-hour journey, and by the time they landed, the men were soaked. When they set foot on dry ground at Bluff Cove, many of the guardsmen were suffering from exposure. The Scots Guards were certainly in bad shape, and the accommodation at Bluff Cove was limited, so 2 Para decided to use the LCUs to move as many personnel as they could to Fitzroy so they could recover there. Many were still suffering the effects of Goose Green, and trench foot was rampant. Thus, actual accommodation was essential. This worked well enough, but the LCUs became stranded by bad weather. The plan for the next night was to move the Welsh Guards on HMS Fearless, which would be met by HMS Intrepid's LCUs, then stuck at Fitzroy. Fearless herself only had 2 of these large landing craft, and thus moving the whole battalion required these additional assets. At 11 PM, HMS Fearless, escorted by the frigates Avenger and Penelope, reached the rendezvous point just off Lively Island. But there was no sign of the other landing craft. After waiting several hours, it was clear that these vessels were not coming, a failure which had been caused by both a breakdown in communications and bad weather. It was now becoming so late that HMS Fearless would not be able to make it back to the relative safety of San Carlos and its Rapier umbrella before daybreak. Thus, it was decided to put 2 companies of the Welsh Guards ashore in her 2 available LCUs, each of which could deploy 150 men in a single movement. The remainder of the battalion, 2 rifle companies and support elements, were taken back to San Carlos. All of these delays were causing problems. On the 7th of June, a powerful cold front passed over the islands, bringing driving rain and freezing winds. The condition of the men, especially those operating high up in the mountains, was steadily deteriorating. It was clear that the campaign had to be brought to a conclusion quickly, and these delays were having a serious impact on its momentum. Already, a planned attack by 3 Commando Brigade on the night of the 5th had to be postponed because of these logistical problems. Thus, there was a real imperative to complete the movement of the Welsh Guards as quickly as possible. As the larger LPDs were ferrying the guardsmen to the disembarkation point off Lively Island, the smaller, 5,000-ton landing ship logistics were effectively moving bulk stores and other equipment directly to Bluff Cove. On the evening of the 5th of June, Sir Tristram had quickly moved hundreds of tons of stores and equipment from San Carlos to Fitzroy. The Gurkhas had made the much shorter journey from Goose Green by smaller merchant vessels. Unlike the voyage from San Carlos, which meant traversing around the large peninsula of Lafonia, shipping the Gurkhas from Goose Green to Fitzroy was only about a 60-kilometre journey. All that was required to make the brigade whole in the Bluff Cove area was the remaining half of the Welsh Guards. It was decided to risk sending these men in a landing ship logistics. The captain of Sir Galahad was ordered to move 2 companies of Welsh Guards to Bluff Cove by 0700 Zulu, well before first light, and then unload a Rapier element and field ambulance at Fitzroy. But problems with the loading process, which was exacerbated by the lack of a loading plan, pushed the sailing back to 0200 Zulu. It was clear that there was no way the vessel could reach Bluff Cove before daylight. The captain suggested that he wait in San Carlos until the morning, but he was ordered by both Commodore Clapp and General Moore's staff to set sail for Fitzroy, which was closer than Bluff Cove, at best possible speed. Sir Galahad eventually anchored at Fitzroy at 11:30 Zulu, half an hour before sunrise. British elements at Fitzroy were busy unloading another LSL, Sir Tristram, and had not expected to see Sir Galahad for another 6 hours. The 2 available landing craft were already crammed with ammunition taken from Sir Tristram, but by squeezing them on they were able to take around 100 men ashore from Sir Galahad. The unloading process was slow, a problem compounded by both the lack of assets and the lack of clear lines of command on the beach itself. It was 3 hours later when the second load of men disembarked from Sir Galahad. Luckily, this happened to be the field ambulance. Still sitting in Sir Galahad were 2 companies, each of 120 men, Prince of Wales and number 3, plus 1 mortar platoon, A echelon and engineers troop of 35, 45 and 40 men respectively. The equipment still aboard included 300 mortar rounds, M27 66mm rockets, mine clearing equipment, 10 cases of hexamine and an electrical generator. The threat of air attack had always been at the forefront of Admiral Woodward's mind. However, the danger was not obvious to the men of 5 Infantry Brigade. They had missed the Battle of San Carlos, and since the 28th of May, the Argentine Air Force had been remarkably passive. However, now there were several highly vulnerable vessels anchored in the various inlets of East Falkland, very tempting targets for an airstrike. In fact, on June the 6th, there were 7 large amphibious and merchant vessels anchored in San Carlos water and a number of LSLs operating at Teal Inlet and Fitzroy. San Carlos now had robust rapier cover, and 1 battery had been deployed to Teal Inlet, but air defense was not yet fully operational in the Fitzroy area. A consequence of the defeat of the Argentine Special Forces campaign, General Menendez only became aware of the amphibious reinforcement of Bluff Cove on the 6th of June. On the 8th, he received a signal that British landing ships were in Bluff Cove and Fitzroy, which could be seen from Mount Harriet in daytime. The Argentine Air Force had taken over a week to recuperate after the Battle of San Carlos, but by the 8th, they were once again ready to conduct major offensive operations. The Southern Air Force Command had planned a large-scale raid on San Carlos, but with the sighting of highly vulnerable British targets at Fitzroy, this became the focal point of air operations. The Argentines generated a very significant strike package to attack Fitzroy. 4 Mirage 3s and 8 A4Bs departed Rio Gallegos, and 6 daggers left Rio Grande. The Royal Navy had an early warning system in place. The SSN Valiant was operating just off the Argentine coast, where she could monitor military communications. Valiant detected the military air activity and duly issued a raid warning. By now, the Argentines had developed a highly effective set of tactics. The Mirage 3s, which were often mistaken for super etendards given how similar their fire control radars were, would approach at high altitude with the aim of decoying the defending combat air patrol. The Sea Harrier had proven that in within visual range combat, the Mirage 3's superior speed was no match for the mighty AIM-9 Lima, especially when effectively employed by Royal Navy pilots. Nevertheless, a Sea Harrier stood little chance of catching a Mirage if it attempted to disengage. Simultaneously, the strike aircraft would ingress at wave top level, staying under the radar horizon and using the ground clutter to mask them from visual detection. This set of tactics proved to be very difficult for the British to counter. The first attack occurred at San Carlos. The 6 daggers approached from the south, screaming up Falkland Sound at low altitude. There they found HMS Plymouth, which had been engaged in naval gunfire support. Warned of the incoming raid, Plymouth had been trying to return to the relative safety of San Carlos, but the daggers caught her just off Chancho Point. Attempting to get below the warship's defences, the Argentine pilots used the same very low altitude attack profile which had worked during the Battle of San Carlos. Nevertheless, 2 were damaged by a Seacat missile and 20mm Oerlikon fire, although both made it back to base. 4 bombs hit Plymouth, but none exploded. 1 Mark 83 1,000-pound bomb did detonate when it hit the water, causing some moderate shock damage. These hits started several fires, but with the aid of the other vessels at San Carlos, the conflagration was brought under control. Only 5 casualties were sustained. The daggers were detected by the Sea Harriers on combat air patrol, which attempted to intercept, but they were simply not fast enough. Whilst the daggers turned north at the southern entrance to Falkland Sound, the Skyhawks moved east, following the coast. Bluff Cove was empty, but after circling around to Port Pleasant, just outside of Fitzroy, they found the 2 LSLs, Sir Tristram and Sir Galahad, sitting at anchor. The big British ships were now completely undefended. By the 8th of June, there were 4 Rapier fire units deployed at Fitzroy, but only 2 were operational at the time of the attack. One of these units was not facing the ocean. The other was, but it suffered a temporary malfunction. Thus, the Skyhawks made their attack runs on Sir Tristram and Sir Galahad completely unchallenged by defensive fire. The Argentines rolled in feet wet, approaching from the sea. 3 attacked Sir Galahad, while the other 5 targeted Sir Tristram. As was typical in Argentine low-level air attacks with 1,000-pound general-purpose bombs, none of the weapons exploded. 3 hits were scored on Sir Galahad, 2 on Sir Tristram. Sir Galahad was still crammed with men, ammunition and supplies. The kinetic energy of the bomb impacts alone did enormous damage to the ship. Within moments, a very serious fire had broken out, which soon became uncontrollable. The order to abandon ship was quickly given. Men were desperate to escape the raging inferno. The crew of one of the landing craft saved dozens by placing an upturned life raft on the deck, which acted as a cushion, allowing 30 men to leap to safety. There were a pair of helicopters in the area, which immediately responded, winching badly injured men from the deck, even while ammunition exploded beneath them. An advanced dressing station was immediately established ashore, which was critical in treating the 135 casualties, 40 of whom were badly burned. In all, 47 men died aboard Sir Galahad, 39 guardsmen, 2 Royal Engineers, and 5 crew. In one tragic moment, 2 rifle companies had been completely gutted. The fate of Sir Galahad is a crystalline example of just how hazardous amphibious operations can be, especially when operating in a hostile air environment. Sir Tristram was also set ablaze by the air attack. 2 of her crew were killed and the rest abandoned ship. However, this fire was nowhere near as bad. It actually burned itself out overnight. The ship was eventually repaired and recovered. A few hours later, another Argentine air raid appeared. This time the Skyhawks attacked the landing craft. 1 LCU was struck by a bomb, which again failed to explode, but 5 men were nonetheless killed by the impact. The badly damaged vessel later sank. This time, a flight of Sea Harriers were waiting, and as they tried to escape, 3 Skyhawks met their fate at the end of a sidewinder. The sinking of Sir Galahad and the tremendous loss of life was a dramatic and tragic event. London was shocked, and the War Cabinet decided to keep the extent of the carnage from the British people for as long as possible. Admiral Woodward was furious. He had been highly skeptical of the entire plan from its inception, complaining that the lessons of the Battle of San Carlos had been so quickly forgotten. Once he heard of the attack, General Moore spoke with Admiral Fieldhouse directly, something he had not done throughout the campaign. Fieldhouse was obviously concerned, but General Moore assured him that the loss, tragic though it was not catastrophic. 2 companies had effectively been destroyed, in addition to a large element of the support company. Certainly, if repeated, these losses could not be sustained. But if this was a one-off event, then it was within the task force's ability to absorb. And, again, now there was no further need for risky amphibious movements. Those guardsmen from No. 3 and the Prince of Wales companies who were uninjured would be re-equipped and taken under the command of 40 Commando. To replace the 2 companies, the 1st Welsh Guards would be reinforced by 2 company groups from 40 Commando, bringing the battalion up to strength, and leaving the remaining 2 companies at San Carlos as a divisional reserve. Furthermore, despite the loss, 5 Infantry Brigade was now fully deployed in the Stanley area. Although more emphasis had to be placed on 3 Commando Brigades attack, and for that purpose both 2 Para and the Welsh Guards were placed under Brigadier Thompson's command, the overall delay in the Stanley attack was estimated to be no more than 2 days. His fears now allayed, Admiral Fieldhouse wished General Moore well. On the 9th of June, General Menendez as Chief of Staff left Stanley to confer with General Galtieri at Buenos Aires. The problems of supply were underlined, but military leadership were told that morale amongst the garrison was good, far better than it actually was. The President pushed for greater offensive action. He hoped that a major counterattack could be mounted. This was completely unrealistic, given the lack of mobility, air superiority, and sea control. General Menendez's counterplan was almost as far-fetched. He proposed an attack from West Falkland on San Carlos and Darwin. The fact that this operation was realistically considered, if it was actually a serious proposal, showed just how far from reality General Menendez's picture of the battle was. How, for example, were the 2 regimental battle groups to get from West Falkland to San Carlos? At its narrowest point, Falkland Sound is 4 kilometres wide, so swimming was not an option. Royal Navy warships dominated the channel, and the area was routinely patrolled by Sea Harriers. Any attack from West Falkland depended upon the capability of the Argentine Air Force and Navy, more than either were able or willing to provide at this point in the war. His Chief of Staff was told as much. But the attack from the defensive perimeter at Stanley Galtieri was pushing for was only slightly more plausible. The Argentine forces were already badly suffering from the cold and exposure, and attacking the British, who were now dug in on their own high ground fortresses across the open polar tundra, was likely to lead to an even more rapid defeat. Thus, after considering the substantial challenges facing the Argentine forces on East Falkland, it was eventually decided that General Menendez would be ordered to simply fight to the end and not surrender. It was hoped that if sufficient casualties could be inflicted on the British forces, the will of the Thatcher government might yet crack. This Argentine passivity suited the British. General Moore had given Brigadier Thompson's 3 Commando Brigade the task of penetrating the main defences around Stanley. The movement of 5 Infantry Brigade had fixed Argentine attention in the south, the axis they had always feared the most, which had created an opportunity for Thompson to strike in the north. the brigadier had been planning a large-scale offensive for some time. Thompson had the 3 critical high ground features which comprised Menendez's outer defensive perimeter clearly in his sights: Mount Harriet, Two Sisters, and Mount Longdon. But this attack had to be delayed several times. As is so often the case in war, the difficulty lay in the logistics. The problematic movement of Brigadier Wilson's brigade, including the disaster at Fitzroy, had diverted precious helicopter assets. By the 7th, Thompson's tactical headquarters had been established on the slopes of Mount Kent, and his brigade was well deployed and in position to begin offensive operations. The issue was ammunition. His 2 artillery regiments only had stockpiles of 300 rounds per gun. Their commanding officers wanted 1,000. This was a wise request, as fire support would prove to be a critical factor in the coming battle, but getting the rounds forward from San Carlos was proving to be a real challenge. The only way to move the required munitions forward was by helicopter. With the assets available, it would take 4 days to move that much tonnage to Mount Kent, but experience had shown that, because of bad weather, that time could easily become a week. Then one has to consider the persistent expenditure of ammunition. With forward elements, such as patrols, in continual contact, constant fire missions were being requested. This additional consumption may have blown out the time to 9 days, which was simply an unacceptable delay. Thus, a compromise was reached. The gunners would simply have to make do with 500 rounds per gun. In the end, this proved to be nearly insufficient. When the battle was over, some howitzers only had 6 shells left. The need to amass supplies and ammunition pushed the attack back by several days, from the night of the 8th to the 11th. When it came to the execution of the coming offensive, there was a sharp disagreement between the brigadiers. Wilson proposed an assault on the 5 Brigade front, advancing straight down the Fitzroy-Stanley track, one of the few ground lines of communication in the region. The proposed attack would be made on a narrow front, with several battalions assaulting Mount Harriet. Once a breakthrough had been made, all of the available battalions would pour through the gap and advance on the inner perimeter of high ground in the Tumbledown, Mount William area. Brigadier Thompson thought this to be a bad idea. The whole point of advancing through Fitzroy, the obvious axis of attack, was to pull Argentine reserves away from the north. Why, then, would it make sense to now attack in the exact place you had convinced the enemy to mass his reserves? He also argued that by focusing on a narrow front, Wilson would be leaving large Argentine formations in the high ground to his rear and flank, where they would be well placed to direct fire on the advancing British forces, especially artillery. General Moore agreed with Thompson. With so many high ground positions, and the complete lack of cover or concealment, a narrow front penetration would allow the Argentines to engage British forces in the low ground from several directions with heavy weapons and indirect fire. This is a classic tension between concentration and balance that is often at the heart of disagreements of operational strategy. A narrow front allows for greater mass and concentration, making a breakthrough more likely. But, on the other hand, advancing on a narrow front allows the enemy to mass his defensive assets against you, especially artillery, and leaves you open to envelopment. These questions were just as pertinent in the Battle of the Somme as they were in the Battle of Stanley. The issue was resolved at a conference held on HMS Fearless during the evening of the 7th of June. The loss of Sir Galahad had left 5 Infantry Brigade in a much weaker state. It was decided there that the brigade should be reorganised. 2 Para and 1 Welsh Guards, which was now a composite battalion including 2 companies of Royal Marines, would be transferred to Thompson's operational command. Brigadier Wilson later complained bitterly about the effective demotion of his brigade, claiming that General Moore was favouring Thompson because they were both Royal Marines. But the reality was, General Moore had come to share London's concerns about Wilson's competence. When it comes to generalship, many amateurs and military enthusiasts will tend to focus upon tactics, manoeuvre, and operational art, great sweeping lines on battle maps, encirclements, and surprise attacks. These are, of course, fascinating and vital elements of military leadership, but a general's real bread and butter is the much less glamorous tasks of administration, logistics, and management. Competence in generalship is as much founded upon coordinating the movement and supply of thousands of fighting men across a dynamic battle space as it is brilliant operational manoeuvre, and the chaotic operations of 5 Infantry Brigade had shown Wilson and his staff to be not quite up to the task. Moore was convinced that Brigadier Thompson could manage a 3-battalion battle simultaneously, although even this would be a difficult challenge. Given what he had seen in the theatre thus far, He didn't want Wilson to be fighting any more than one battalion at a time. With these considerations in mind, General Moore issued his orders for the Stanley offensive. The Argentine defence of Stanley was founded on several high ground positions at the base of the Stanley Peninsula. A number of Argentine regimental battle groups held these hills, which were arranged in depth. The outermost defensive perimeter was founded upon the Mount Longdon, Two Sisters, and Mount Harriet axis. These three mountains run in a roughly north-south line, dominating the base of the peninsula on which Stanley sits. These terrain features were the most formidable: steep, rocky crags which dominated the open valley below. This line was, thus, an excellent defensive position, and each of these mountains was heavily fortified and strongly held. Behind this outer line was a smaller row of hills which effectively formed the second defensive line. These included Mount Tumbledown in the centre, Wireless Ridge to the north, and Sapper Hill just on the outskirts of Stanley. Of these mountains, Tumbledown was certainly the most imposing and most defensible, but once this feature had been taken, the other surrounding areas of high ground, such as Mount William, would be effectively dominated. Thus, any advance on Stanley would entail the penetration of these two defensive belts. Phase 1 of General Moore's battle plan was to be conducted by 3 Commando Brigade on the centre and left of the line. A simultaneous night assault was to be launched on Mount Harriet and the Two Sisters. An attack on Mount Longdon was left up to Brigadier Thompson's discretion. Phase 1 would, thus, entail the penetration of General Menendez's outer defensive perimeter. Then, once this outer ring of high ground had been secured, 5 Infantry Brigade would execute Phase 2. The Gurkhas and Scots Guards would patrol vigorously towards Tumbledown Mountain and Mount William from the south, launching full-blown assaults on these features if required. Phase 3 would entail an attack on the last piece of high ground before Stanley, Sapper Hill. The plan was a sound one, but there also had to be changes in the way the infantry battalions approached the coming battle. One of the main lessons of Goose Green was that insufficient firepower, in terms of both indirect fires and organic direct fire weapons, had been a costly mistake. In response, it had been decided to augment the assaulting rifle companies with as much organic firepower as could realistically be provided by the various battalion support companies. When the assault companies went over the top, the leading elements would include large quantities of GPMGs, M27 66mm rockets, Carl Gustav 84mm recoilless rifles, and the invaluable Milan anti-tank guided missile fire units. The other major lesson of Goose Green was that in such open terrain, daylight operations were extremely costly. In the rolling hills and grassy tundra of East Falkland, the Argentine defenders could easily see British formations as they manoeuvred, even from several kilometres away. Argentine infantry regiments were well armed, with numerous medium machine guns and heavy weapons, such as recoilless rifles, 50 caliber heavy machine guns and mortars, in addition to ample artillery support. British advantages in morale, small unit tactics, fitness, and marksmanship mattered much less when they were engaged by Argentine crew-served weapons at long range. This made night assaults the preferred option. Although British command did not know it at the time, the Argentines actually had superior night vision equipment, and more of it, although this was concentrated in a small number of units. Nevertheless, in 1982, night vision technology was nowhere near as advanced or ubiquitous as it is today. Although this technological advantage would have a significant impact on several key battles, in aggregate, the fact that all British battalions were specifically trained in night fighting still gave them the edge in this form of combat. Air support would, in theory, be a great advantage, but in practice it was so weather dependent and intermittent that any intervention by friendly air power was considered to be a bonus. Striking tactical targets at night was simply beyond the Harrier's capability. Several airstrikes were, however, conducted at Stanley. Early on the 11th, a Wessex helicopter snuck into Stanley at low altitude and hit the police station with an AS-12 missile. SAS reconnaissance had determined that this building was being used as a headquarters. A few hours later, 4 Sea Harriers screamed in towards Stanley at low altitude. Their target was the few remaining Pucara light attack aircraft operating there. The Harriers released 12 proximity-fused 1,000-pound bombs, lobbing them in a semi-ballistic trajectory. 11 of these weapons detonated in an air burst just above the airfield. This strike destroyed 1 Pucara, but the other 3 were able to take off later in the day. Rather than air support, the land assault would rely heavily on its own artillery. After the war, Brigadier Thompson concluded that the 6 batteries of L118 105mm howitzers, 30 guns in total, were a battle-winning capability. On the journey to the Falklands, all units were trained in directing artillery fire, and heavy concentrations were routinely brought down upon Argentine positions, often within just 50 metres of friendly forces. 105mm artillery batteries were, however, comparatively limited in range and ammunition was somewhat scarce. Therefore, much would have to depend upon naval gunfire support. Not only would supplementing artillery fire with naval guns mean more rounds on target, but because of the archipelagic terrain, these vessels were able to access targets in the rear of the Argentine position. Special forces and naval gunfire proved to be a devastatingly effective combination. Just to the north of Stanley, across the Morell River from Mount Longdon, stood a feature called Beagle Ridge. The SAS and SBS began operating here in early June, and found this high ground to be completely unprotected. From Beagle Ridge, the whole Stanley area was visible, including the airport. After the whole squadron had cleared the ridge, 2 patrols were left in place to observe air activity. They remained in that position throughout the battle, accurately directing naval gunfire on targets well behind the Argentine defensive line, such as ammunition dumps or enemy concentrations. At the initial planning stage for the Battle of Stanley, it was decided that heavy gunfire support would be required to augment the 105mm guns in the main battle area, and on the night of the 11th of June, HMS Yarmouth, Avenger and Glamorgan were all deployed to the southern gun line off Bluff Cove, positioned to support 3 Para, 42 Commando and 45 Commando. HMS Arrow was steaming in Berkeley Sound, where the SAS team on Beagle Ridge could direct her fire on other targets near Stanley itself. In all, throughout the night of the 11th of June, these ships expended 788 rounds of 4.5-inch ammunition, by far the heaviest bombardment of the war to date. This preliminary bombardment was very effective, with several critical targets in and around Stanley itself destroyed. One round, however, hit a house, unfortunately killing 3 civilians. It was about 0530 Zulu time, 2:30 AM local, that this impressive fire mission was completed. Arrow, Glamorgan and Yarmouth retired, moving back to the safety of the carrier battle group, whilst Avenger remained to provide additional fire support. After operating in support of 45 Commando, HMS Glamorgan, an older county-class destroyer, was anxious to rejoin the task force before daybreak brought back the scourge of daggers and skyhawks. In doing so, she came just a little too close to the coast, just skirting into the Exocet danger area. Unbeknownst to her captain, whilst Glamorgan steamed at 20 knots, the Argentine shore battery tracked her. With a French-made Rassit ground surveillance radar operating with the Exocet battery, a firing solution was rapidly gained and the order was given to open fire. The first weapon failed to leave the launcher, a consequence of its rather haphazard design. The battery commander tried again. This time the weapon launched, but failed to acquire its target. For a third time, the order to fire was given. The last remaining MM-38 missile's solid rocket motor accelerated the weapon to 600 knots. As the Exocet hurtled downrange, its active radar pulsed homing head successfully acquired the 6,000-ton destroyer. On board Glamorgan, the missile's launch was detected by the principal warfare officer. The ship immediately executed a number of defensive measures. Glamorgan's Sea-Cat surface-to-air missile attempted to engage. This weapon was, by the time of the Falklands, some 2 decades old and was not really designed to engage such small and difficult targets. The Exocet was effectively acquired and the missile tracked the incoming threat. It exploded about 10 metres from its target. Despite the detonation of the Sea-Cat's impressive 40-pound continuous rod warhead, this near miss failed to do significant damage to the Exocet. Simultaneously, Glamorgan initiated a hard turn away from the incoming missile, turning her back to the threat and dramatically reducing her silhouette. The Exocet hit her right in the aft of the ship, impacting at a highly oblique angle. Rather than penetrating into Glamorgan's vitals, this angle caused the missile to physically bounce off the deck. It skidded into the helicopter hangar before exploding. The blast utterly destroyed the hangar and the helicopter, killing 14 crew in the process. The rear of the ship had been badly damaged, with the loss of the helicopter and the Sea-Cat missile launcher. But by executing this defensive maneuver, Glamorgan had saved herself from annihilation. Had the weapon penetrated into the bowels of the ship and exploded within, say, the engine compartment, Glamorgan would have surely been lost. But, as it was, all fires were extinguished by 11 AM. Although badly damaged, HMS Glamorgan would make it back to Portsmouth under her own steam on the 10th of July. Whilst the Navy was executing these preliminary bombardment operations, the land forces were also busily preparing for the coming battle, one that was likely to be the crux of the whole campaign. The last companies were moved forward from San Carlos by helicopter. By now, the vast majority of British forces were in the Stanley area. One company of 40 Commando remained at San Carlos, which was held at 12 hours' notice to move to West Falkland. Joining them there were 2 understrength companies of Welsh Guards, the survivors of Sir Galahad, which were being re-equipped. There was also a single company of Gurkhas at Darwin. Everything else was deployed for the final assault on Stanley. General Moore had left HMS Fearless, establishing his tactical headquarters at Fitzroy, where he could exercise far more control over the coming battle. Brigadier Thompson's plan for the offensive was reasonably simple, but fundamentally sound. In all, 5 battalions would be involved in the attack, which would be launched across the whole front. It would be the largest and bloodiest ground assault launched by the British military since the Second World War. As previously described, the Argentine defensive complex rested on a number of high ground positions arranged in depth, and General Moore intended to take each of these vital locations in turn. The outer defensive perimeter was to be broken by Brigadier Thompson's 3 Commando Brigade. For this initial assault, Thompson had some 5 battalions under his command, 2 of which had been borrowed from 5 Brigade headquarters, and 1 more in reserve at San Carlos. The act would be opened by 3 Para, which was ordered to assault Mount Longdon on the far left of the line. Then, on the right, 42 Commando would strike Mount Harriet. In the centre, 45 Commando was ordered to assault 2 Sisters. The 3 battalions would attack the 3 high ground positions in one large night offensive. If all went well and there was an opportunity for exploitation, all battalions were told to prepare to move beyond these objectives to the second line of high ground defences. 3 Para's secondary objective was Wireless Ridge, the 2 Commando battalions Mount Tumbledown. 1 Welsh Guards were to secure the start line for 42 Commando, after which they would act as a reserve to the attack on Mount Harriet. 2 Para, which had not been committed anywhere, would move between 3 Para and 45 Commando, so it could support either the attack on Mount Longdon or the 2 Sisters. Thus, both in the north and the south of the line, 2 British battalions were positioned to act as close reserves, able to react quickly if any of the assault battalions ran into trouble. In terms of the disposition of the individual battalions, Thompson left that up to the colonels. Each battalion headquarters was free to plan their attack as they saw fit. As was typical in this stage of the conflict, Thompson ordered a silent attack, the only major condition he placed on his subordinates. Hoping to maintain the element of surprise, the men would approach the Argentine defences as quietly as possible and without a preliminary bombardment. This choice was simply an outcome of the lack of artillery ammunition as opposed to sound military judgment. Many would have preferred to go in under a covering barrage. The operation would begin at last light of June the 11th, 1982. During the afternoon, as the men readied their weapons and prepared to march out to their start lines, General Moore sent the following message to all officers and ranks. As you prepare for battle, I send you all my best wishes. I know that none of us expects a walkover. There will be hard fighting, but the reputations of all units in this formation are that they fight hard and they win. I know that all of you are keen to uphold those reputations, and I am confident that you will do so. The Navy has got us here, and will, as you all know, continue to give all the support it can. May God go with you. On the far left of the British line was Mount Longdon. Standing at just under 200 metres tall, this rocky hill dominated the northwestern approach to Stanley. This feature had been held by the 7th Infantry Regiment for several weeks. The regimental battle group had been deployed on a number of surrounding features, including Wireless Ridge to the rear of Mount Longdon and Courtly Ridge. British intelligence had originally assessed that the entire regiment was concentrated at Mount Longdon, at least 3 reinforced company groups totalling some 800 men, supported by a 3-gun 105mm artillery battery at Moody Brook and a single 155mm piece on Sapper Hill. But in reality there were less than 300. Holding Mount Longdon was a half-battalion strength battle group composed primarily of the 7th Regiment's B Company, which had been reinforced by the bulk of a relatively elite Marine Company, and a smattering of elements from other units. This force was under the command of Army Major Carlos Carrizo Salvadore. The rocky hill itself was ideal defensive terrain. The summit was covered with small boulders providing excellent cover, and the position gave the machine gunners good, clear fields of fire dominating the valley below. Nonetheless, British after-action inspection had determined that the Argentine defences had been constructed badly. The crew-served weapons had limited fields of fire, the fighting positions lacked sandbags and barbed wire, and the minefields were inefficiently placed. Considering how tough the battle turned out to be, one has to wonder what the outcome would have been had 3 Para been facing a more competent foe. The 7th Regiment was composed of mobilised reserves who had received 1 year of military training, although about 50 members had completed a specialised commando course. Morale within the regiment was, at best, patchy. They had endured a very hard couple of weeks in the hills above Stanley. The 1st platoon had only been taken off the mountain twice to shower in town and sleep under a roof. The unit was chronically short of food. Everyone was on insufficient rations and were becoming increasingly weak. This led to a steady stream of desertion, as men left their posts to head down into Stanley and scavenge what they could, or embark on unauthorised sheep hunting expeditions. 2nd Lieutenant Baldini, in command of 1st Platoon, was later accused of applying field punishment to conscripts who had abandoned their post to look for food, including staking them to the ground for extended periods, an indication of just how hard things had been for the Argentine garrison. The low morale, bitterly cold weather, and weakened state of the garrison meant that the Argentines rarely patrolled, allowing British patrols to dominate no man's land, often coming to within 50 metres of the defences without making contact. The defenders of Mount Longdon were, however, quite well armed, with a number of FN MAG general-purpose machine guns, in addition to the typical weapons of an infantry company. Lieutenant Colonel Pike, 3 Paras commander, determined that the only way to approach a feature as dominating as this was via a frontal assault. Outflanking was not a realistic option, given a strong Argentine position to the rear at Wireless Ridge and a minefield to the south. The low ground was all visible from the summit, meaning any flanking manoeuvre would be caught in a crossfire and very vulnerable to well-directed artillery. The summit itself was something of a long, narrow ridge which ran from east to west. This meant that only one company could actually operate on the ridge at a time. Just to the north was a smaller hill which jutted out from the summit, making the position something of a triangle. These 3 features were codenamed Fly Half, Wing Forward, and Fullback. Pike's plan involved a 2-company attack, A and B, which were both reinforced with heavy weapons from the support company. This would come in from the northwest. The men set off at last light, heading for the foot suspension bridge over the Morel River. The Paras reached their start line 15 minutes late. After seeing the terrain with his own eyes, Major Argue, the commander of B Company, decided to alter the formation. He swung his unit far to the south of A Company, extending the line to the right. He was concerned that his call sign would be caught by enfilading fire from the right flank. If the initial plan was followed, his company would be in a perfect position to be raked by flanking fire from the Argentine positions on Fly Half. Under the new arrangement, A Company attacked towards Wing Forward, the small hill which juts out from the ridgeline, whilst B Company would attack the main ridge directly from the east. Thus, the battalion would now attack in a roughly north-south line, approaching up the western slope of the mountain. The attack initially went well. Because the Argentine sentries were either asleep or the observation posts were poorly sighted, the 2 companies were able to approach remarkably close to the Argentine defences without making contact. B Company were able to move clear across the low ground and were ascending the hill before they were discovered. An unfortunate soldier stepped on a mine, which quickly alerted the defenders. In an instant, the attack went loud and battle erupted across the mountain. Major Argue immediately called in artillery, but, given the protection afforded by the rocks, this was largely ineffective. To the left, A Company reached the high ground near Fly Half, the small hill off the main ridge, and found it undefended. But this apparent success turned out to be a poisoned chalice. This lower position was dominated by the main ridge, all of which looked down on it from a range of 200 metres, and soon the company was pinned by accurate sniper and rifle fire. Before it could advance any further, it had to wait for B Company to clear the main defences along the ridge. The fighting across the summit was desperate, violent, and confused. On the right, Lieutenant Jonathan Shaw's 6th Platoon had reached the summit of Fly Half without making contact, but in the darkness, they had simply walked past a number of Argentine fighting positions. 4 men were instantly killed and several others wounded when these Argentine elements executed a devastating ambush. They simply sat silently and waited for the paratroopers to walk past them before emerging from their foxholes and shooting their enemy in the back. These positions were all cleared by the Paras in a very confused and violent close-range night battle. Over to the left of B Company's line, one platoon had found itself right in the middle of an Argentine position when the fighting started. As the different forces were interspersed with one another, the combat immediately devolved into a number of section, fire team, and individual level actions. An example of how close the 2 forces were to one another, a pair of privates, Ben Goff and Dominic Gray, managed to crawl right up to the opening of an Argentine bunker and kill its occupants with grenades. Argentine Marine sniper Corporal Carlos Rafael Colomil was equipped with a night sight, which was a very significant aid in the confused combat. Some of the Argentine forces were equipped with modern night vision systems acquired from the United States. These proved to be a critical force multiplier in the confused night action. Corporal Colomil was able to successfully engage 3 British soldiers, hitting all with close-range foul fire, but as the enemy could not see him, he was able to reposition and fire again. After shooting his 3rd victim from nearly point-blank range, Colomil's position was raked with machine gun fire, wounding him. Despite the heavy resistance and violent combat, as the Paras were able to approach to so close a range before they were engaged, the outnumbered Argentine defenders were rapidly overrun. 2nd Lieutenant Baldini, who had been valiantly leading the defense of Fly Half, was killed as he tried to address a malfunctioning machine gun. Baldini was posthumously awarded the Medal of Valor in combat. The eastern summit of Mount Longdon, codenamed Fullback, a position which sat along the ridge from Fly Half, was held by the 10th Engineer Company. As the engineers received reports that the frontline positions were being overrun, they moved up in support. Critically, the 10th Engineer Company had been issued a large number of American night vision sights. As they advanced along the ridge from Fullback to Fly Half, the company became strung out along the saddle between the 2 summits. From this position, they were perfectly placed to pour accurate rifle fire onto the vulnerable A Company. With the men exposed on the smaller feature, the Paras soon began to sustain significant casualties and could not leave the cover of the rocks. At Fly Half, the lead elements of B Company were still pinned by a couple of medium machine guns and were struggling to get forward. 4 Platoon was suffering badly from the night vision equipped riflemen on the ridgeline, which are often referred to as snipers in accounts of the battle, and machine gun fire. One accurately directed burst of automatic fire killed the platoon commander. Sergeant Ian Mackay assumed command of the formation. Desperate to break out of this dire position, Mackay led 4 men in a suicidal charge. Attacking the most deadly machine gun position, all 4 of the men he led were either killed or wounded. Mackay succeeded in silencing the heavy machine gun with a grenade and cleared its supporting trench. He then continued the attack, but before he could clear out the next position, he was killed. Sergeant Ian Mackay was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross for his actions at Mount Longdon in the early hours of June the 12th. It was at this critical moment that the Argentines launched a counterattack. With his position under such pressure, Major Carrizo Salvadore desperately requested whatever reinforcements he could get, and by 2 a.m., 46 men of Lieutenant Castaneda's platoon had arrived on Mount Longdon. Castaneda's men attacked along the ridge from Fullback towards Fly Half. However, he ordered his platoon to wheel around to the right of the forward Argentine elements engaged on the summit of Fly Half, falling on the left flank of B Company. Here there were around 20 wounded paratroopers lying in the rocks on the side of the mountain. Seeing what was about to occur, Colour Sergeant Brian Faulkner led a group of 4 men up onto the high ground to try and defend the wounded. They caught Corporal Ariba's 15-strong squad in a close-range ambush, killing several men and saving their wounded comrades. But the Argentine pressure was too much. By this point in the battle, almost half of B Company had been killed or wounded. Although the initial defences had been cleared, the summit of both Fly Half and Fullback was still held by Argentine elements, defending a number of heavily entrenched crew-served weapons. It was clear that B Company was now combat ineffective. The unit was ordered to halt the attack, gather the wounded, and withdraw to a safe distance. All of the wounded men were collected and extracted, but the dead had to lay where they fell. With B Company now out of the battle, and A Company still pinned on wing forward, Colonel Pike decided to commit C Company. In the initial plan for the battle, this formation had been tasked with exploiting the breakthrough, and thus C Company was available, but it would take some time to get this formation up the hill. Seeing that the left flank attack was failing, an outcome of the terrain and battlefield geometry, Pike also ordered A Company to abandon wing forward. The unit was to withdraw off the high ground, move across to the main ridge to B Company's position. From here, A Company was ordered to pass through B Company and resume the attack. Brigadier Thompson had spent the last few hours closely monitoring the battle, one of 3 fought that night, and he was becoming increasingly concerned by the situation reports arriving at his headquarters. Thompson decided that 3 Para had to be reinforced. He informed the colonel that 2 para was being sent to their location, but he needed to know where Pike wanted them. A patrol from D Company was sent to make contact and bring them up from the southwest. After a brief period of reorganisation, the battered remnants of B Company once again advanced on fly half, moving through the bodies of their fallen comrades to re-establish contact with the enemy defences. The Argentine defenders, too, had suffered terribly. Lieutenant Castaneda's platoon, which had conducted the counterattack, was now at 50% strength. The short battle had cost him 6 killed and 21 wounded, and in the lull in the fighting, 21 exhausted survivors worked their way back along the ridge to fullback. There were only a few Argentine positions left on fly half, and in one last Herculean effort, the remnants of 4 and 5 platoons again advanced on the summit. In a much more careful attack, with sections bounding from cover to cover, these fighting positions and sangars were cleared with grenades. At 0725 Zulu, B Company finally took the summit of fly half, reporting to Pike that they had successfully achieved their objective. However, as they tried to move along the saddle towards fullback, their secondary objective, the company ran into stiff resistance. Sustaining more casualties, the remnants of B Company fell back to the western summit to regroup. The battle now passed to Major D. Collette's A Company. Collette was determined not to repeat the mistakes of B Company, which had also been made by Colonel Jones at Goose Green, and go in too hard and too fast. The Argentines had shown that they were going to stand and fight, and thus, valour and initiative alone was probably not going to be sufficient to take high ground positions as formidable as these. Firepower had to be emphasised here, rather than fighting spirit and elan. Before Collette resumed the attack, the support company moved forward a number of direct fire heavy weapons and emplaced them on the summit of fullback. With these high ground firing positions now secured, the next phase of the attack could be much better supported. As opposed to a bayonet charge, A Company proceeded in a careful advance, moving slowly from boulder to boulder, bounding from one piece of cover to the next. The Milan anti-tank guided missiles were critical in this attack. As entrenched Argentine machine guns opened up, their positions were immediately localised, and from the summit of fly half, the entire Argentine position was within Milan missile range. One by one, these weapons were hit with accurate Milan fire. The Argentine defenders fought tenaciously, with the remnants of Castaneda's platoon and the engineers holding good defensive positions along the ridge and on the eastern summit. But despite their valour and determination, British firepower was simply too much. As A Company moved along the saddle, heavily supported by suppressing Milan and machine gun fire from fly half, a punishing artillery bombardment preceded them. Despite the lack of a preparatory bombardment, the supporting 6-gun 105mm artillery battery was now well and truly in the fight, and the defences on fullback felt the full weight of this indirect fire support. This much more careful approach proved to be fruitful, and the casualties suffered by A Company were much less than B. Just as occurred on Darwin Ridge, it was tactical competence and firepower, rather than valour, that brought the Paras victory. With the British closing in, their heavy weapon emplacements systematically smashed by anti-tank guided missile fire, and the whole position receiving an absolute pummeling from the supporting artillery battery, the defenders finally broke. Eventually, small groups of Argentine soldiers could be seen retreating down the long, gentle slope towards Wireless Ridge, the nearest friendly position. By 10:02 Zulu, just before dawn, Major Collette informed Colonel Pike that A Company was now holding a very extensive position on the eastern summit of Mount Longdon. Fullback had been secured. Mount Longdon had been taken, but it had not fallen easily. The bloody battle had raged for some 10 hours straight. It had cost 3 para 18 men killed and 40 wounded. A further 4 men would be killed by the constant artillery bombardment the battalion endured over the next 2 days. Argentine losses are a little more controversial. The British official history claims that 50 dead bodies were physically counted and 50 prisoners were taken, whilst Argentine sources give the total number killed at 23, in addition to 120 wounded. Whatever the accurate count is, Argentine casualties, including wounded and captured, were nearly 200, the vast majority of the 300-strong force under the command of Major Carrizo Salvatore. A morning mist blanketed Mount Longdon, probably a welcome occurrence for the battle-worn 3 para, which was still within sniper and artillery range of the other hilltop positions. C Company had been dispatched to assault Wireless Ridge, but with the sun rising, Thompson ordered it to withdraw back to the battalion, a decision later described as wise by Colonel Pike. Major Collette later recalled, The sight of groups of young soldiers, tired, grim-faced, but certainly triumphant, moving through the mist to check the enemy dead, with bayonets still fixed, will remain forever vivid in the memory. Victory had surely been won, but it had not come cheaply. In fact, the Argentine conscripts had fought remarkably well. Rather than running at the mere sight of British bayonets, as some had expected, Carrizo Salvadore's men had held their positions in the face of determined British assaults. The technological advantage provided by American night vision equipment had, for a period, even given them the edge in winning the firefight. The original plan for the attack had also proven to be flawed. Whilst an understandable desire, the simultaneous attack on fly half and wing forward was probably not the right way to approach this position. The relevant geometry and fields of fire meant that even if wing forward was taken, this position was dominated by the line of high ground to its south. This proved to be a fatal problem. Even after A Company had reached the high ground, it rapidly became pinned by accurately directed rifle and machine gun fire emanating from the ridge. The Argentines were surely aided here by their night sights. Attacking on a narrow front, directly up the ridge towards Fly Half, as B Company did, was probably a better approach to a feature such as this. This is, after all, how A Company actually cleared the ridge. As combat had shown all throughout the war, the silent attack was not proving to be an ideal approach either. With Argentine elements so well dug in, tactical surprise was not proving to be of great importance. As soon as contact was made, the defenders simply manned their weapons. In this case, the silent approach actually hurt B Company, as they literally crept past a number of concealed fighting positions without discovering them. Firepower and suppression from both indirect weapons, such as L118 105mm howitzers and 81mm mortars, and direct fire weapons, especially the deadly Milan ATGM, were the key to winning these battles. This was a lesson which had been so hard won by 2-Para at Goose Green, and, although the need to emphasize firepower had been acknowledged prior to the battle, it was a tactical insight which, unfortunately, had to be gained by 3-Para as well. 3 kilometers to the southeast of Mount Longdon is a mountain called Two Sisters. This high ground feature is a little taller than Longdon. Its summit stands at over 280 meters. As the name would suggest, Two Sisters is a twin peak. The two summits are separated by about 600 meters. The twin mountains are arranged in a southwest to northeast line. This position stood right in the center of General Menendez's outer defensive perimeter, and thus formed the center of Brigadier Thompson's attack. Two Sisters was held by a half-battalion-sized battle group composed of B Company of the 6th Infantry Regiment and a reinforced C Company from the 4th. These units were, generally, significantly inferior to those faced by 3-Para, especially the Marine and Engineer elements. The primary defences at Two Sisters were composed of 6 machine gun strongpoints, either FN MAG general-purpose machine guns in fixed positions, or 50 caliber M2 heavies. Each of these fortifications was protected by a supporting trench network. Total Argentine strength on the mountain totaled 350 men. The two summits, the western of which was codenamed Long Toenail, the east, Summer Days, were each held by an infantry platoon of C Company. The 3rd Rifle Platoon was positioned in the saddle between the two peaks. B Company of the 6th Regiment had been deployed between Mount Longdon and the Two Sisters as a local, tactical reserve. Brigadier Thompson had given 45 Commando the task of taking this dominating piece of terrain. The previous 2 nights had seen heavy Royal Marine patrol activity. Apart from a tragic friendly fire incident when 2 patrols mistakenly engaged one another, which had led to 4 killed in action, a good picture of the Argentine position had been generated. Mine-free routes from Mount Kent to Two Sisters had also been identified. For this attack, 45 Commando had been augmented by the anti-tank troop of 40 Commando. It was also well supported by a battery of 105mm howitzers, provided by the Royal Artillery's 29 Commando Regiment and Glamorgan's 4.5-inch guns. Lieutenant Colonel Whitehead, the battalion commander, planned a multi-axis attack on Two Sisters. It would begin with a silent attack by X Company, which would approach directly from the west and take the nearest peak, Long Toenail. Then, with Argentine attention firmly fixed on their left flank, the main blow would be struck by Y and Z Companies. This larger force would move on the far peak, codenamed Summer Days, from the northwest. Once taken, if time permitted, the whole battalion would regroup and assault Mount Tumbledown. Much like 3-Para, the attack would be silent and without a preliminary bombardment. Although it required some complex timing, Fundamentally, Whitehead's plan was a good one. As darkness fell, the two groups departed Mount Kent and set off in different directions, X Company to the south, Y and Z companies to the north. Unfortunately, as it approached the mountain, X Company ran into soft ground, which was exacerbated by the heavy carriage of the Milan ATGM launchers, which were left behind and replaced by 84mm Carl Gustaf recoilless rifles. Thus, the attack went in late. By 11 PM local time, Captain Ian Gardner had led X-Ray Company a fair way up the hill. The men marched in silence, and on the left, one troop were able to reach the ridge behind the summit of Long Toenail without making contact. However, the two troops to the right walked straight into the Argentine entrenchments. Although not particularly accurate, the defensive fire here was heavy, especially from the crew-served weapons, making it difficult for the Marines to advance. The Marines continued to press forward, but the terrain, darkness, defences, and now Argentine artillery conspired to slow down the attack. Glamorgan poured 4.5-inch fire onto Long Toenail. She fired 261 shells during the engagement, but the defenders were aided by both the rocks and their fortifications. Successfully engaging these defences required a now familiar synergistic employment of crew-served weapons. Marine P. Thomason, a member of 45 Commando Support Company, later recalled the battle at Long Toenail. With X-Ray Company pinned by the fire of two machine gun strongpoints, the Marines opened up with every arm at their disposal. This is called winning the firefight, a small unit tactic that aims to effectively suppress the enemy and prevent your own suppression by laying down a superior weight of fire. As the emplaced Argentine heavy machine gun was located, Marine David O'Connor, a GPMG gunner, moved forward to a good piece of cover. From this position, just 50 yards from the enemy strongpoint, O'Connor poured sustained automatic fire right into the murder hole. As the Argentine fire abated, Thomason and his loader, Marine Goldsmith, charged forward, reaching a small boulder. With the defenders effectively suppressed by sustained FN mag fire, Thomason smashed the Argentine Sanger with his Carl Gustaf recoilless rifle, the 84mm high-explosive rounds instantly incapacitating the enemy gun crew. Using these tactics, Thomason and his loader took out 2 machine guns that night. Through the superior application of the kind of small unit tactics illustrated here, including suppression, fire, maneuver, and the effective employment of different crew-served weapons, X-Ray Company was able to clear the Argentine defences without sustaining significant casualties. After the battle, Thomason and Goldsmith were both mentioned in dispatches. With this fierce battle raging up on Long Toenail, Whitehead decided to alter the plan. Conscious of the need to complete the attack in darkness, the Colonel ordered that the second phase had to be launched before X-Ray Company had secured its objective, even if this risked exposing the force to enfilading fire. Yankee and Zulu companies attacked in line, advancing straight up the slope towards Summer Days. They, too, were greeted by intense machine gun fire near the summit, instantly halting the attack. Just as battle erupted on Summer Days, X Company succeeded in clearing the last strongpoint, taking Long Toenail and securing the rest of the battalion's flank. The battle at Summer Days soon became something of an artillery duel. As the 2 assault companies went to ground in the face of heavy fire from well-sighted Argentine machine guns, they immediately brought down indirect fire on the summit from both the supporting artillery battery and the battalion's mortars. The Argentines responded in kind, hitting the Marines with their own artillery and mortars. The defenders were aided by the support of a number of L-33 Argentine model 155mm heavy guns, a level of firepower which, at least when shell weight is considered, surpassed British naval gunfire, let alone L-118 light guns. With this weight of artillery fire now being directed upon them, the commander of Zulu Company's forwardmost platoon, Lieutenant Commander Clive Ditter, determined the situation required more drastic action. He ordered his men to fix bayonets, and within moments, Ditter was leading the men forward. Through the hailstorm of tracer fire and mortar explosions, Ditter charged, screaming, "Zulu, Zulu, Zulu," the company's battle cry, as he sprinted towards the enemy. This time, the valiant charge worked. Like a Roman centurion throwing the legion's standard into the enemy battle line, Ditter's outstanding example spurred on the whole company, who screamed towards the peak of Summer Days behind their bayonets. With supporting artillery providing invaluable suppressing fire, Zulu Company was, through a bayonet charge, able to extricate itself from the Argentine artillery kill zone, coming to close grips with the enemy in the process. Still suffering from the effects of heavy artillery bombardment, and now with Royal Marines in the trenches and amongst them, the defenders broke and fled. The survivors of the 2 rifle platoons that had been holding the summit, commanded by Second Lieutenants Mosquera Gutierrez and Perez Grandi, scrambled down the eastern slope. For his actions at the Battle of Two Sisters, Lieutenant Ditter received the Military Cross. Zulu Company's impromptu charge left Yankee Company all by itself, awkwardly placed between its sister formations. It had reached its first objective, but with the chaotic battle erupting on both flanks, Major Richard Davies was unsure how to proceed. Keen to keep a close eye on the battle, Colonel Whitehead was now well forward. After receiving confirmation that both Summer Days and Long Toenail had been secured, he ordered Major Davies to move between the 2 peaks and clear the saddle. This position was held by a single rifle platoon. With heavy artillery raining down on them and the majority of the most effective heavy weapons now silenced, the defenders withdrew. Yankee Company pressed home the attack, aiming to destroy this force in the open ground to the east. But one brave man, Private Oscar Poltronieri, volunteered to remain behind. Manning an FN Mag medium machine gun, Poltronieri, alone, halted Yankee Company with accurate and heavy fire. After his comrades were safely down the hill, Poltronieri abandoned his weapon and withdrew. By some miracle, he made it back to Mount Tumbledown. For this selfless act of bravery, Poltronieri was awarded the Cross to the Heroic Medal of Valor in Combat. It had taken about 2 hours of sustained battle, but by 0818 Zulu, Two Sisters had been taken. Yankee Company was now pursuing the retreating Argentines towards Mount Tumbledown, but with dawn approaching, they were ordered by Brigadier Thompson to halt and withdraw back to the battalion. Two Sisters had been taken at remarkably little cost. In truth, the fighting spirit shown by the Argentines at this battle had been comparatively poor, at least when compared to Mount Longdon and Goose Green. Evidently, morale and fighting spirit amongst the garrison was a little patchy, with some units in better shape than others. Although it had taken a few hours to capture the mountain, it seemed as though only a portion of the defending force had actually held their positions, whilst the majority of the company withdrew, in good order, to Tumbledown. These were certainly the most experienced elements which had valiantly held the emplaced heavy weapons. Many of these men fought to the death. But in the end, the whole battle cost 45 Commando 4 men killed and 8 wounded. Argentine losses were 10 killed, 50 wounded, and 54 captured. Considering the strength of this piece of terrain, its huge potential as a defensive position, and the fact that Two Sisters was perhaps the most dominant and important terrain feature in the wider Argentine defensive axis, this was a very cheap price to pay indeed. After viewing the ground from the summit in the morning, Colonel Whitehead was astonished at the strength of the Argentine positions his battalion had just taken. He remarked that, with 50 Royals, I could have died of old age holding this place. The 45 Commando after-action report concluded that, although some enemy will stand and fight quite bravely, majority of them will run when confronted by aggressive and determined troops. Later historiography has raised doubts as to the accuracy of this evaluation. It seems as though B Company withdrew in good order under the direction of its officers. In fact, several of its men were awarded for gallantry. It is undeniably true that, with such a defensible piece of terrain and a good number of heavy weapons, one would have expected a tougher fight at the Two Sisters, as was witnessed at Mount Longdon. Nonetheless, much of the success of 45 Commando can also be attributed to the tactical excellence displayed by the Royal Marines, who executed a well-conceived battle plan and very effectively integrated and employed their own crew-served weapons. Although the performance of the defenders at Two Sisters has been criticised by later historians, even if warranted, given the Argentine fighting spirit displayed at other battles throughout the campaign, this would seem to be the exception rather than the rule. About 2 kilometres to the south of Two Sisters stands the imposing Mount Harriet. Out of all of the high ground positions to be assaulted on the night of the 11th, this one gave Thompson and Moore the most concern. Although all of the mountains in this area were highly defensible, Harriet was something of a natural fortress. There are no easy avenues of approach, and the summit utterly dominates the surrounding low ground. Up on the ridge, the rocky terrain provided the defending force with excellent cover and concealment, as opposed to the open tundra below, which is utterly devoid of such protection. The slopes are steep and the low ground is boggy. The mountain was also held by Lieutenant Colonel Diego Soria's 4th Infantry Regiment. Its other 2 companies were deployed here, along with Soria's tactical headquarters. Both had been reinforced with heavy weapons, including a platoon of 4 120mm heavy mortars and a number of 50 caliber heavy machine guns. Total strength of the garrison was approximately 400 men. The task of taking this daunting terrain feature was given to 42 Commando, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Nick Vox. Thompson and Vox had given much thought to the problem Mount Harriet posed. Significant fire support had been allocated to 42 Commando in the form of artillery and naval gunfire. The position was deemed to be so challenging that Thompson actually approved a preliminary artillery bombardment. The assault would also be heavily supported by Milan ATGM fire units, but even with this substantial aid, it seemed as though the battalion was in for a very tough and bloody fight. The most obvious option was simply to attack Mount Harriet from the west. Mount Harriet stood directly across the valley from the 42 Commando staging area on Mount Challenger and the forward position on Wall Mountain. Thus, the battalion could simply march across the valley and attack up the western face. This was the shortest route, but the low ground between Wall Mountain and Mount Harriet was known to be mined, and the patrols had determined that the western slopes were very strongly held, with multiple, heavily entrenched crew-served weapons enjoying excellent fields of fire. An attack here was likely to be very costly. Thus, Vox decided to explore other options. During the patrol phase of the attack, which had occurred over the previous 2 nights, his men had been ordered to investigate the possibility of executing a long right hook with the aim of attacking Mount Harriet from the southeast. A patrol rapidly confirmed that the minefields here were far less substantial, and there was, indeed, a mine-free route to a start line that would essentially allow the battalion to attack Mount Harriet from the rear. Aerial photography and patrols had also confirmed that the defences facing the southeast were far less formidable. Thus, Vox and Thompson decided that a right flank attack, if it were conducted quietly, could well envelop the main defensive positions on the summit. But this would require a long night march through unknown terrain, some of which was mined, at which time the battalion would be extremely vulnerable. But the British officers decided that it was worth the risk. In his revised plan of attack, Colonel Vox would split the battalion. L and K companies would march for over 7 kilometres to a forming up position to the southeast of their objective. J Company, however, would take the obvious and direct route and move on Mount Harriet from the west via Wall Mountain. In order to maintain the impression that the main attack was, in fact, coming from Wall Mountain, prior to the attack, the western approaches to Mount Harriet would be extensively shelled by both 4.5-inch naval guns and the supporting 105mm artillery battery. This bombardment would hopefully both fix Argentine attention on their right flank and cover the movement of Lima and Kilo companies. The Welsh Guards, which were operating in the area as a tactical reserve, would be available to reinforce the battalion if the need arose. The attack began with the deployment of the reconnaissance platoon. Along with a Milan anti-tank guided missile troop from the support company, this force departed at last light. Unmolested by Argentine patrols, this unit had secured the attack start line within a few hours. They were followed by Lima and Kilo companies. The heavily laden Marines marched out, in single file, departing into the cold, dark night. John Witherow, a British correspondent embedded with 42 Commando, later remembered the incredible scene of quietly approaching Mount Harriet whilst it was being bombarded by HMS Yarmouth. As they silently marched through the low ground, shell after shell smashed into the summit above them, each explosion lighting up the darkness with a bright yellow flame. Only the constant shell fire and the eerie glow of distant red flares broke the pitch-black night. It must have been an otherworldly experience. Witherow was impressed by the impact of 4.5-inch naval artillery. In fact, he was amazed that anyone could be alive up there. The preliminary bombardment alone killed 2 and wounded 25. Amazingly, Lima and Kilo companies were able to march some 7 kilometres to their attack start line, creeping right past the Argentine artillery observers on the summit without being detected. Moving across this open low ground in daylight would have been suicide. Argentine forces were not actively patrolling, or at least patrolling enough, a consequence of the mauling many of their patrols had received at the hands of the Royal Marines. Actions like this underline the importance of maintaining constant patrol activity. Had they been actively trying to dominate no man's land, Vox's audacious flank attack may well have been discovered before it had reached its forming up point, where the force could have been badly disrupted by artillery fire. But, as it happened, 42 Commando was able to execute this daring maneuver, during which it was extremely vulnerable, completely unbothered by the enemy. By 0130 Zulu, Lima and Kilo companies were forming up for the attack. A Milan ATGM screen was established along the base of the mountain. 2 troops were deployed to cover the 2 companies, one immediately to the south and the other to the southeast. Given the steep slope, these Milan teams had good fields of fire covering the main Argentine positions above them. Lima and Kilo companies were deployed in line, a formation which ran in a southeast to northwest axis. The 2 companies covered a reasonably wide front, roughly 1,000 metres in length. Much like many of the high ground features in this area, the summit of Mount Harriet is something of a ridge which runs in a roughly east-west direction. This deployment meant that Lima Company was arranged to flank the main defences on the western slopes, whilst Kilo Company's attack would fall in the rear of the Argentine position. Kilo Company was the first unit to leave their start line. They began the attack at 0200 Zulu, 11 PM local time. As the men quietly ascended the mountain, the northwestern slopes were battered by 40 4.5-inch salvos from Yarmouth. With this bombardment covering their advance, the men were able to make good ground. Clearly, the Argentine defenders had not expected an attack from this axis, which was only weakly defended. Only 2 Argentine sentries were encountered. As they manned their observation post, a pair of Royal Marines crept up to their fighting position, undetected. The 2 Marines leapt into the trench and silently killed the Argentines with fighting knives. With these sentries brutally dispatched, the company continued its silent ascent. They were just 150 metres from the summit before contact was finally made. When one startled Argentine gunner opened fire on the approaching Marines, the mountain was seen to erupt in tracer fire. As soon as the attack went loud, the artillery fire switched to the southeastern slopes. This immediately suppressed the already shell-shocked defenders, allowing K Company to continue to close. As the Marines had effectively attacked the rear of the position, they rapidly gained ground. The outer defensive line crumbled, and within minutes they were into the heart of the Argentine defences. The 4 120mm mortars were captured. Their crews, mostly shell-shocked teenage conscripts, surrendered. As was typical throughout the war, the Argentine crew-served weapon teams put up the stiffest resistance. As they approached Lieutenant Colonel Soria's HQ, the company was held firm by a single mag medium machine gun supported by a squad of riflemen, who were equipped with night vision sights. This unit was led by the regiment's intelligence officer, First Lieutenant Echeverria. It had taken up an excellent defensive position dominating the eastern approach to the summit. This one Argentine element poured accurate and sustained fire into K Company, halting the advance. With his section pinned, Corporal Steve Newland took matters into his own hands. He charged the position, climbing up a cliff to do so, killing 3 gunners with a grenade. Newland was shot in both legs by Corporal Baruzzo. This one act of gallantry had completely altered the situation. With the machine gun silenced, there was an opportunity to break the position wide open. Following Newland's example, 2 other corporals, Mick Eccles and Christy Ward, led their sections forward. They charged through murderous fire, coming to close quarters with Lieutenant Echeverria's platoon. The bold action was too much. With Royal Marines now in between them, the defenders cracked. 17 men were captured, including Echeverria, who was badly wounded. In this one action, Corporals Newland, Ward and Eccles were all awarded the military medal. Kilo Company's attack had been an almost complete success. Just 40 minutes after leaving its start line, 42 Commando was able to report to Brigade HQ that the eastern end of Mount Harriet was secure. Lima Company, however, was having an altogether tougher time. Their axis of attack took them to the left of Kilo Company. Their objective was the western end of the ridgeline, which put them within the fire arcs of the main defences, which also faced west. The company left its start line about 20 minutes after K Company. Unlike their comrades to the right, Lima was rapidly engaged. As the men moved out of the low ground, they were detected by the Argentine observation posts. Within moments, torrents of machine gun fire, which included heavy caliber rounds, engulfed the company, which promptly went to ground. Again, the Argentine defenders were aided by their night vision systems. A number of riflemen were able to direct accurate harassing fire on the Marines as they tried to move from cover to cover. With the company now pinned on the middle slopes, the Argentines began to bring indirect fire to bear on them. Kim Sabrio, a reporter embedded with Lima Company, remembered. For a couple of hours, it seemed as if it might all go wrong. Pinned down on the slopes by heavy machine gun and sniper fire, progress was painfully slow. I saw several men fall with bullet wounds. Others were hit by flying fragments from the constant barrage of long-distance high-explosive shelling. The men in front of us were not giving up without a bit of fight. This savage resistance was a good example of what 42 Commando could have expected had the western approach been taken. The defences here were truly formidable, well-sighted and heavily entrenched machine guns defended by infantry and amply supported by artillery and mortars. But it was the precision and firepower of the battalion that allowed Lima Company to move forward. As illumination rounds lit up the mountain in an unearthly red glow, the individual heavy machine gun positions were located. Many of these were firing tracer rounds, which made this task easier. One by one, these formidable fortifications were blown to pieces by Milan strikes. By silencing the heaviest and deadliest weapons, the long-range, large warhead and deadly accuracy of the Milan missile allowed the company to slowly press forward. This section of the defensive perimeter was held by 2nd Lieutenant Pablo Oliva's platoon. Oliva's men gallantly held their positions, pouring fire into the approaching Marines, but the lethal Milan missile fire eventually crippled his unit. 3 men were killed and 14 wounded. It had taken Lima Company 6 hours to advance 600 metres, but with the deadly accurate ATGM fire in support, by 3 AM they were able to take their objective. Just as they reached the summit, Lieutenant Colonel Soria brought down a heavy artillery barrage on his own positions, wounding 11 Royal Marines in the process, most suffering minor injuries. But even this setback could not stop the company. By 3 AM local time, Vox was informed that Lima Company had cleared the western end of Mount Harriet. With this news, Vox moved J Company and his tactical headquarters up from Wall Mountain, concentrating the battalion on the newly won high ground. By this time, Colonel Vox decided to amend the plan. L Company was ordered to move out to Goat Ridge. This position was a small rocky crease which sat in the valley between Two Sisters and Mount Harriet. Lieutenant Jerry Burnell's 5 Troop departed the summit and advanced on a rocky outcrop about halfway to Goat Ridge. This feature was still held by an Argentine platoon under 2nd Lieutenant Jimenez Corbalan. As it advanced across the open ground, 5 Troop was hit by accurate fire, sustaining 1 casualty. After withdrawing to the cover of the rocks, they requested support from the battalion's mortars, which plastered the hill with high explosive and white phosphorus rounds. By now, most of L Company's GPMGs were massed up on the summit, 15 of which opened fire on the Argentine platoon. Under the cover of this fire, including smoke, Burnell's men advanced. With such withering firepower directed at them, the Argentine platoon abandoned their positions and fled, retreating back to Tumbledown. Goat Ridge would eventually be secured by K Company. Vox had been hoping to exploit to Mount William, but with the sun now about to rise, Brigadier Thompson ordered him to halt and dig in. Although the attack had taken far more time than expected, in the end it had been remarkably successful. In stark contrast to Mount Longdon, the most formidable defensive feature in the Argentine position had been taken at remarkably little cost. Whilst Lima Company had been forced to fight a tough battle, its casualties had been light, just 14 wounded. Throughout the whole battle, only 2 Royal Marines had been killed, Corporal Lawrence George Watts and Corporal Jeremy Smith. Just 32 casualties in total. The Argentines had lost 18 killed in action and over 300 men were taken prisoner. This included Lieutenant Colonel Soria. The victory at Mount Harriet had been won by a bold, imaginative and well-conceived operational plan, one skillfully executed by 42 Commando. The defences had been well constructed, and the well-armed Argentines had certainly fought hard, aided by their clear technological advantage in night sighting systems. But the 4th Infantry Regiment had neglected its back, massing its defences to the west and only looking at the most obvious axis of attack. They also failed to patrol effectively, allowing the British to not only operate freely in no man's land, but win the reconnaissance battle. By developing a good intelligence picture through extensive patrolling, 42 Commando was able to identify the areas of vulnerability in the 4th Regiment's seemingly impregnable defences, and by the utilisation of an extensive and well-executed deception plan and the expert use of the battalion's crew-served weapons, the Royal Marines were able to execute an attack which masterfully exploited these weaknesses. Much credit for the victory has to be placed at the feet of Lieutenant Colonel Vox, who was awarded the Distinguished Service Order for his outstanding display of command at Mount Harriet. General Moore had spent a frustrating night waiting for updates from 3 Commando Brigade, But due to a problem with communications at his tactical headquarters, no news reached him until just before dawn. When he finally received a situation report from Brigadier Thompson, he was relieved. All of the brigade's objectives had been achieved. Thompson had skillfully managed a simultaneous 3-battalion night attack with 2 other battalions manoeuvring in support. Not an easy thing to do for a brigadier and his brigade staff. In one night, the outer defensive line had been absolutely crushed. Rather than simply breaking through the line at one single point, the Argentines had been pushed back everywhere. Nonetheless, it had not been an easy victory. General Menendez's men had, with only a few exceptions, greeted the British paratroopers and Marines with tenacious and ferocious resistance. At Mount Longdon, the Argentine defenders had very nearly fought 3-para to a standstill. Nevertheless, said battle was the only major blemish on Brigadier Thompson's operation. 3-para's B Company had been badly mauled, along with a frightful loss of life. The more capable elements of the Argentine garrison had shown that they were almost a match for British paratroopers, at least when holding defensive ground as good as this. Perhaps, just as at Goose Green, there may have been a widely held expectation that, if pushed hard, the Argentine defences and their chocolate soldiers would simply melt. Sometimes, as was seen at Two Sisters, this was true. However, there were elements of the Argentine military that would not crack. In fact, when these men were pushed hard, they would reply with ferocious resistance. Several Argentine gunners fought to the death. Considering how well armed the Argentine garrison was, and the defensibility of this terrain, going in hard was a high-risk strategy. If you ran into a group of starving, freezing conscripts, men who were looking for a way out, the stereotypical image of the Argentine soldier, then it was an easy game. But when you ran into Marines, or other well-led and motivated elements of the Argentine army, that kind of reckless, aggressive approach only brought disaster. Ample combat experience had shown that when the British forces switched to more careful tactics, relying on precision, firepower and tactical skill, as opposed to the superior British fighting spirit, even the toughest Argentine defences could be overcome without sustaining crippling losses. On the morning of the 12th of June, the day after the battle, the Argentine government released a press statement claiming that a British force of 4,500 had been held at Mount Kent and a frigate had been badly damaged by an Exocet attack. Only the last half of this statement was true. But it was plainly evident to General Menendez and the rest of the Falklands garrison that the Argentine military had just been badly defeated. Although his men had inflicted heavy casualties, in a single night of battle, the majority of his defensive line, certainly its most formidable and defensible high ground positions, had been utterly crushed. The 4th Infantry Regiment, which had been manning the eastern perimeter, no longer existed. A significant proportion of the formation were now casualties, including a large number of prisoners. Even its commanding officer had been captured. At this point, any realistic hope of victory was dwindling. But, certainly, the war was not yet over. The Argentine defensive complex at Stanley always had an inner ring, a further line of defensible high ground just outside the town itself. Just like the outermost defensive complex, this line of high ground was strongly held and fortified. Furthermore, the British battalions on Mount Longdon, Two Sisters and Mount Harriet were receiving a steady stream of incoming fire from these very intact innermost defensive positions. The most dominant feature was Mount Tumbledown. The hill stands at a comparatively tall 229 metres. Behind this feature were a couple of smaller hills which are connected to Tumbledown via spurs, Mount William and Sapper Hill, which stood at 213 and 136 metres respectively. Thus, despite there being a wider complex of high ground features, Tumbledown was, in effect, the last major defensible position. Because of its prominence, once it fell, the other high ground positions would all be dominated. There was one other ridgeline beyond the wider Tumbledown complex, Wireless Ridge. This ridgeline, which sits across the Moody Brook, was connected to Mount Longdon via a long, gradual slope. It effectively dominated the northern approach to Stanley. Thus, if these two last pieces of high ground could be taken, Wireless Ridge and Mount Tumbledown, then the defence of Stanley would be made essentially impossible. From this high ground, every inch of Argentine-controlled East Falkland would not only be within artillery range, but clear artillery observation. The garrison would quite literally be fish in a barrel for the Royal Artillery. With the outer Argentine defensive line now effectively breached by 3 Commando Brigade, the baton now passed to Brigadier Wilson's 5 Brigade. The centrepiece of the second phase in the offensive was the attack on Mount Tumbledown, the key to the entire Argentine position. General Moore ordered Wilson to mount a battalion attack on Mount Tumbledown with the aim of exploiting to Mount William and, if possible, Sapper Hill. The northern approach to Stanley, through Moody Brook, was dominated by Wireless Ridge. Moore decided that this defensive position had to be taken as well, a task he left to Brigadier Thompson. However, given the state of the 2 British brigades and the need to regroup, reorganise and move ammunition forward, this final attack could not be made immediately. Thus, for another 48 hours, the frontline battalions would have to remain in their newly won high ground fortresses, where the men would have to endure not only the freezing sub-Antarctic winter conditions, but constant artillery and mortar fire. This bombardment was extracting a steady price in blood, with all of the battalions suffering a few men killed and wounded each day. But the operational pause was simply unavoidable. After a severe cajoling by General Galtieri, on the 13th of June, the Argentine Air Force made one last roll of the dice, one final day of maximum effort. The vulnerable amphibious ships were no longer simply sitting in San Carlos Water, Bluff Cove, or Teal Inlet, waiting to be attacked. With virtually all of the stores and equipment now ashore, these were all well out to sea, protected by the carrier battle group. This time, it was the ground force's turn. Even at maximum capacity, the Argentines were only able to generate a 19-sortie strike package, an indication of just how badly the air forces had suffered. This was now a more difficult task. The distance to Stanley was significantly farther than San Carlos, and with the reduced air threat to the carrier battle group, more Sea Harriers were available to provide cover for the land forces. Just before midday, the first aircraft arrived. As they approached the front, 4 daggers spotted the orbiting Sea Harriers, jettisoned their weapons, and headed back to Argentina. 20 minutes later, a flight of 7 Skyhawks flew low over Berkeley Sound. A sign of how battle-worn the Argentine Air Force now was, of the 15 which departed, 8 had to abort due to mechanical failures of one sort or another. Again, the low approach over West Falkland worked. These Skyhawks were not detected until they made their attack runs. Their target was the 3 Commando Brigade logistic and administrative base at Mount Kent. As the Skyhawks approached, General Moore and Brigadier Thompson happened to be consulting at 3 Commando Brigade headquarters. They were both examining a map when the bombs began to fall, uncomfortably close to the British commanders. Nonetheless, by absorbing much of the explosive energy and shrapnel, the soft ground, most of which was peat, significantly limited the destruction. 3 precious helicopters, which had been parked at the headquarters, were damaged. As they flew low over Mount Kent, the Skyhawks were engaged by ground-based air defences, including blowpipe, rapier, and small arms. These scored some glancing blows, but all aircraft safely returned to base. At 3 p.m. local time, a second air raid materialised, 4 daggers escorted by a pair of Mirage 3s. These were successfully intercepted by the Combat Air Patrol, but before they came within Sidewinder range, the Argentine aircraft dropped their weapons and disengaged. The final air raid of the war came in that evening, a pair of Canberra medium bombers escorted by 2 Mirage 3s. These made low-level bombing runs, again targeting Mount Kent, but the bombs fell harmlessly into the low ground near Two Sisters. As they egressed towards Argentina, one of the Canberras fell victim to a Sea Dart missile fired by HMS Cardiff. Amazingly, with the British now so close to Stanley, Argentine C-130s were still able to use Stanley Airfield, at least intermittently. Thus, on the 12th, another Vulcan bomber raid was ordered. Black Buck 7 was executed on the night of June the 12th. This raid had been designed to destroy any aircraft which were present at Stanley, and thus the 1,000-pound bombs were equipped with proximity fuses. When a bomb airbursts, it will have a larger area of effect on soft targets such as personnel or aircraft. However, such fusing will do virtually no damage to hard targets like a runway. Nevertheless, the bombs were incorrectly fused, and all exploded on impact. Just like most of the other raids, the 21 bombs fell wide of the runway. Although it came very late in the campaign, the use of precision-guided munitions greatly increased the RAF's accuracy. During the day of the 13th, 2 laser-guided bombs were effectively employed against Argentine positions. Harriet GR3s dropped one paveway bomb on a trench complex at Mount William, the other on a 105mm battery at Moody Brook. Both of these targets were destroyed by direct hits. Finally, During the final days of the war, the command and control arrangements required to effectively leverage the Harriet GR3's advanced capabilities were starting to work. General Moore informed Admiral Woodward that the 5 Infantry Brigade's attack would commence on the night of the 13th of June, and requested as much naval gunfire support as could be delivered. Woodward's fleet was, however, suffering badly from the punishing campaign. Almost half of his destroyers and frigates were currently delivering 0% combat capability. All were badly in need of repair and maintenance. Of more concern were his dwindling ammunition stocks. The fleet only had 2,500 rounds of the more advanced Mark 8 4.5-inch high-explosive shells left. There were more of the older Mark 6 shells, but most of the ships which used this round were not available. This did not stop the nightly bombardment, however. Aided by Special Forces observers, on the night of the 12th, HMS Arrow and Active fired 186 rounds at targets in and around Stanley, hitting 2 Argentine artillery batteries with accurate fire. 4 ships were allocated to provide naval gunfire support for the attack on the 13th. Avenger, Yarmouth, Active and Ambuscade, all of which would operate from Berkeley Sound. These frigates were each allocated 300 rounds. Throughout the day of the 13th, British artillery, which was now within range of almost all of the Argentine formations, engaged 42 targets with 1,629 rounds of 105mm ammunition, hitting supporting assets, facilities, and concentrations well into the rear of the Argentine position. During the attack itself, some 5,500 rounds were expended in direct support of the infantry battalions. The naval bombardment, when it began, was the heaviest of the war. Over a 2-hour period, some 856 rounds of 4.5-inch high-explosive shells drenched the forward Argentine defences. By the morning, there was only enough ammunition left for another 2 days' battle. Brigadier Wilson's plan for the coming battle was, on its face, reasonably straightforward. His attack would be a rolling advance, with one battalion attack following the other. He aimed to take all of his high ground objectives by the morning, a schedule that proved to be highly optimistic. The first phase would be the attack on Mount Tumbledown, the most important objective. This feature would be assaulted by the Scots Guards at H hour, 0100 Zulu or 10 PM local time. Once taken, the second phase of the assault would involve the Gurkhas moving through Mount Tumbledown and exploiting to Mount William. Then, finally, the Welsh Guards, now a composite battalion with 40 commando, would move through both positions and push on to Sapper Hill. The plan was ambitious. If it worked, Stanley would have essentially fallen, but it was highly inflexible. Everything rested on the Scots Guards at Tumbledown. If they ran into difficulties there, then the careful timing of the following attacks would be badly disrupted, compromising the whole plan. It had been hoped this attack could have been launched on the night of the 12th, but, again, logistical constraints prevented this. It was going to take a further 24 hours to fly the assault battalions to their start lines and bring forward sufficient ammunition, especially for the supporting artillery batteries. Both the Scots and the Gurkhas were flown into assembly areas in the Mount Harriet area, where they dug in and awaited nightfall. Moving the Gurkhas caused some disorder and confusion, as some were dropped in the wrong place, and it took time to organise the battalion. The Welsh Guards, who had been placed under Brigadier Thompson, now reverted to Wilson's command. However, this was misunderstood at 3 Commando Brigade HQ, who continued to issue orders to the battalion. Thus, the Welsh Guards were receiving orders from 2 different brigade headquarters simultaneously. The battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Rickett, luckily followed the correct orders, but this episode did increase uncertainty within British command as a whole. Nonetheless, and despite these problems, by sundown, the assault was ready to begin. Tumbledown, much like Mount Longdon, was very strongly held. This is unsurprising, given how critical this piece of ground was. Despite its relatively small size, whoever held the summit dominated all of the surrounding high ground. Tumbledown was the key to Stanley's front door. Thus, the Argentines had placed their highest quality units in this area. Mount Tumbledown and its adjacent high ground, Mount William and Sapper Hill, were all held by the 703 men of Commander Carlos Robasio's 5th Marine Infantry Battalion. These men were also conscripts, but from the class of 1962, and thus were much more experienced than their army equivalents. The unit had also received specialised training in night fighting. One of the problems plaguing the Argentine garrison was a lack of jointness. The Marine and Army elements both had their own supply systems, and thus the Marines were actually a little better fed than their comrades. This battalion was also heavily armed. In addition to the typical weapons of a Marine battalion, the FALs, mortars, FN mags, and submachine guns, several M2 50 caliber heavy machine guns had been entrenched on both Mount Tumbledown and Mount William. Indirect fire support was provided by a number of 120mm heavy mortars and a 6-gun battery of 105mm howitzers. These heavy weapons were also augmented by air defense and anti-tank gun teams, and even some guard dog units. Just prior to the battle, the 5th Marine Battalion was augmented by 3 understrength army companies, with a combined strength of approximately 200 men. The battalion had enjoyed several weeks to entrench. Their heavy weapon positions were all well sighted and provided with overhead cover. Many had been dug into caves. In general, this comparatively elite battalion had competently entrenched on this very defensible piece of high ground. The summit of Mount Tumbledown itself and the neighbouring Mount William were held by Captain Eduardo Villarraza's N Company battle group. This was an overstrength company with 5 platoons of infantry, in addition to heavy machine gun and air defence teams. Mount William was defended by 2nd Lieutenant Carlos Bianchi's 1st platoon. The saddle connecting Mounts Tumbledown and William was held by the 2nd platoon, under Lieutenant Marcelo Orizabala. The 4th and 5th platoons were deployed on Tumbledown's northern and western slopes, dominating the most probable axis of attack. The company reserve was formed by Lieutenant Hector Omar Mino's 5th platoon, which was holding a position behind the summit to the rear of the 4th platoon. All were heavily entrenched, and most had been augmented with army personnel the day before. Tumbledown was, undeniably, a very tough nut to crack. Villarraza was hopeful that, if he could hold the British off for just a few hours, daybreak would force them to withdraw. He was certainly in a very strong position. The mountain, like many in the Falklands, is more of a long, narrow ridge which rises to the summit. It runs from east to west. Thus, taking the high ground and moving along it would require an attack on a very narrow front. A wider battalion formation would expose several companies to flanking fire from this high ground as they approached, as occurred at Mount Longdon. Thus, it was decided that the Scots Guards' attack would essentially be executed in column. 3 companies would make the primary attack. The first phase would be executed by G Company, who would secure the most westerly end of the rocky ridge. Because the wider battle plan required speed, G Company was forced to take the most obvious avenue of approach and attack straight up the western slope, right where the defences were thought to be thickest. If the follow-on attacks were to be made in darkness, there could be no lengthy detours or envelopments. Once this had been achieved, the left flank company, rather confusingly, this is the formation's actual name as opposed to its tactical purpose, was ordered to move through G Company and advance along the ridge with the aim of securing the summit. Once this highest feature had been taken, a company of Gurkhas would then move through G and the left flank company with the objective of establishing a fire base on the eastern slopes of Tumbledown. This would support another set of attacks, each to be made in company strength, which aimed to capture Mount William and Tumbledown's eastern spur. The start line was established on the lower slopes of Mount Harriet and Goat Ridge. This was undeniably a tough task, given the scale and quality of the defences, and so a diversionary attack was also planned. Before G Company made its way up the steep slope, the battalion's reconnaissance company, along with a light tank troop from the Blues and Royals, was ordered to drive rapidly along the Stanley Fitzroy Road. This route ran to the south of Tumbledown, and, as it was a road, was the easiest and most obvious approach into the town of Stanley. Their objective was simply to engage the Argentine defenders and make as much noise as possible before withdrawing to Mount Harriet. The diversionary raid left its start line at last light. The 4 Scimitar and Scorpion light tanks, with the reconnaissance company in tow, drove off down the road to Stanley. They kept advancing until the lead tank struck a mine, disabling the vehicle, but this did not alert the defenders, so the group pushed on. At around 10:30 local time, they reached the positions of O Company, 5th Marine Battalion, which was holding the line between Mount William and the sea. The force stopped at a row of Argentine sangars, British slang for a small fortified position made of sandbags with overhead cover, similar to a pillbox. This style of fortification is typically used when trenches cannot be dug. The Marines had built a large row of these fortified positions connecting Mount William and the sea, each of which had mutually supporting fields of fire. As the reconnaissance company approached on foot, no observation posts were encountered. They were able to creep close enough to the first sangar that loud snoring could be heard. Battle erupted when the guardsmen assaulted the closest fortifications with grenades. But as soon as the attack went loud, every Argentine position within sight opened up on them. The defences were well constructed and the attackers were now in a kill zone. Thus, the defensive fire was debilitating and effective, killing 2 guardsmen and wounding 4 others. Nonetheless, the British troops continued probing the Argentine positions, bringing up the tanks in support. Section commanders were able to effectively direct tank fire on one Sanger after another, the Scorpion 76mm gun having a devastating effect on the Argentine fortifications. Nonetheless, the company was in a very exposed position, engaging a well-constructed defensive complex, and were soon sustaining casualties. Commander Rabasio expected an attack from the south, and thus the defences here were particularly strong. The contact lasted for about 2 hours before, fearing a counterattack, the guardsmen decided to withdraw. But in the darkness, navigation was difficult, and rather than going out the way they came in, the force stumbled into a minefield. 2 men had their feet blown off by anti-personnel mines. Forced to abandon their dead, the troops withdrew back to the tanks, after which they were driven to friendly lines at Mount Harriet. As the guardsmen made their escape, the Argentine Marines brought down intense and direct fire into this area, hitting the minefield with 105mm artillery and a heavy mortar bombardment, employing both 81mm and 120mm weapons. Casualties from this fire would have been severe had the rounds not been landing in the very soft ground. Each shell would typically penetrate several feet into the peat before exploding. As they fell back, leaving their dead in the field, it appeared as though this diversionary attack had ended in disaster, but it had achieved its purpose. Although no reserves were moved, the attention of Argentine command was firmly fixed on their left flank. As this noisy battle took place near the coast, G Company left its start line and began slogging up the slope towards Mount Tumbledown. As a freezing gale blew through the tundra, the men marched quietly, deployed in a loose skirmish formation. Before them, the dark mountain was illuminated by the eerie glow of star shells which were falling over Stanley, and the regular muzzle flashes of an Argentine artillery battery at Moody Brook. The guardsmen were expecting to walk into a maelstrom, but as they carefully marched up the hill, no defensive fire met them. Eventually, they were able to reach their first objective, the eastern end of the ridge, without making contact. No casualties had been sustained. Evidently, this position, including several fortified machine gun emplacements, had been recently abandoned. With this phase of the attack achieving unexpected success, the company spread out amongst the rocky summit. It would act as the base of fire for the next phase. The left flank company, who were climbing the hill behind G Company, quietly passed through them. The guardsmen carefully moved along the rocky ridge, from one boulder to another until, finally, they made contact. Unlike the eastern end of the ridge, the main summit was still strongly held, with several fortified machine guns and other fighting positions. Each of the Argentine heavy weapons were defended by at least a squad of infantry who were deployed to its flanks. When the battle finally erupted, the volume of fire was intense. Though both sides were on the ridge, the defenders were in an elevated position, and although the left flank company had the cover of rocky terrain, they were still immediately pinned. Any attempt at movement brought casualties. Left flank company commander, later Major General, Kisley, recalled the night's battle. Very little went according to plan for us, and almost everything that could go wrong did. The enemy, the 5th Marine Battalion, were well dug in and waited until we were about 100 metres away before opening fire with every weapon they had. In the ensuing firefight, half my company headquarters got separated, both forward platoons were pinned down, and every time they moved forward, took casualties. We continued to be shelled and mortared, and were unable to win the firefight. Contrary to expectations, the enemy was standing and fighting. The artillery, key to our ability for fire and manoeuvre, had a major problem getting on target. Unable to rely on artillery, especially naval gunfire, which could not be brought to bear with the opposing forces so close, the guardsmen brought forward their organic firepower. Sangers and machine gun positions were targeted with 84mm Carl Gustaf recoilless rifle fire, in addition to M27 Law rockets, but these were generally ineffective in the rocky terrain. The bunkers here were especially stout. For several hours, battle raged along the hilltop. The Marines poured fire into the slowly advancing guardsmen, loudly singing March of the Malvinas as they did so. The Scots slowly crept forward, moving from cover to cover, the fire of G Company sailing over their heads. Brigadier Wilson was infuriated by this delay. He harangued Lieutenant Colonel Scott, demanding an answer as to why the attack was taking so long, telling the colonel it was disrupting the whole brigade's timetable. An officer of the Gurkhas, who was present at Scott's tactical headquarters, recalls an intense dialogue between the two men. Under this barrage from the brigadier, Scott kept his cool, patiently answering his superior's aggressive questions and responding to his rather hopeful suggestions, all of which eventually petered out. When Wilson came back on the radio a few minutes later demanding a situation report, it was switched off. Scott discussed the situation with his company commanders. Given the nature of the terrain and the vulnerability to flanking fire from the other high ground positions, a large-scale flanking movement was deemed to be unwise. But the battalion couldn't stay where it was. Both companies would be slaughtered by fire from the summit if they were there by daybreak. The only options were to withdraw and admit defeat, or simply push on with what they had. Thus, there really wasn't much of a choice. The officers decided they simply had to push through these defences, even if it meant sustaining casualties. By now, the artillery was accurately registered, and Kisley agreed that if he could bring down a sustained barrage right on top of the summit, this might give his men enough breathing space to come to close quarters with the enemy. After conferring with Scott, the Major ordered his men to fix bayonets. As 105mm high-explosive shells battered the summit, Kisley led his men forward, crawling between the rocks. When the barrage lifted, the guardsmen were right on top of the Marines. Major Kisley, leading from the front, was the first man to break into the 4th Platoon's defences, shooting 2 men as he cleared a Sanger, then bayoneting a 3rd. 14 and 15 platoons surged behind their major, and within moments they were amongst the defenders. The fighting here was notably vicious. The Marines, generally speaking, did not surrender in large numbers, and thus several fighting positions had to be taken at the point of a bayonet, and many Argentines bravely fell manning their weapons. In the chaotic, close-quarters battle, Major Kisley found himself standing on the summit of Mount Tumbledown with just 6 other troopers. The rest of the company were still engaged in clearing out the Argentine sangers and bunkers which were scattered around the mountaintop. As they looked down the eastern slope, a machine gun burst tore into this small group, wounding 3 men, including Lieutenant Mitchell, the 15th Platoon CO. Just as Kisley reached the summit, 2 Argentine platoons, one of infantry, the other of Marine engineers, were in the process of counterattacking from the east. The Major was now in a desperate situation. He was holding the summit with just 3 other men in the fight. Facing him was a half-company-sized force. But the Scots Guards took to their work. From the cover of the rocks, they rapidly pinned the approaching Marines with sustained and accurate semi-automatic rifle fire, inflicting casualties and bringing the counterattack to a standstill. For 15 minutes, the longest of his life, Kisley and his tiny band held off the counterattack until, finally, a rifle section arrived at his position. This reinforcement tipped the balance. With an elevated GPMG now entering the firefight, the Argentine platoons withdrew. Major John Kisley, whose brilliant leadership had not only been critical in taking the heavily defended summit, but then held it against all odds, received the Military Cross for his defence of Mount Tumbledown in the early hours of June 14, 1982. By this time, dawn was approaching. Progress had been made, but it was clear that the left flank company could not advance further. A rocky outcrop to the east, the last feature on the ridge, was still strongly held by a mix of Marine and Army units. The 2 platoons that had counterattacked Kisley, commanded by Lieutenant Waldemar Aquino and 2nd Lieutenant DeMarco, had regrouped there. The Argentine commander was still intending to counterattack, but was hampered by a lack of ammunition. Colonel Scott ordered his 3rd company, called the Right Flank Company, again its name rather than its actual role, to move up and continue the attack. As battle raged across the hilltop, Major Simon Price's company had spent the night anxiously waiting on its western slopes. Within the hour, the fresh formation had passed through G Company and the 2 majors were conferring on the summit. Kisley pointed out the last objective, codenamed 2nd Company, which was about 300 metres ahead. He underlined the determined resistance, telling Major Price, "I can't progress. Enemy are very determined. 84 and 66mm don't move them. Only coordinated fire support and attacks do." Following typical British infantry doctrine, Price split his company into fire and manoeuvre elements. One platoon, the base of fire, was deployed amongst the rocky summit, giving its GPMGs, Carl Gustavs and Milans good fields of fire, dominating their objective. The assault element was composed of 2 and 3 platoons. Seeing the nature of the ground and the lack of enfilading Argentine positions, Price decided that a flank attack was now warranted. 3 platoon was ordered to conduct a right hook whilst 2 platoon attacked along the ridge. Right as the British had reinforced the summit, 2nd Lieutenant La Madrid, hoping to launch another counterattack, moved forward to get a better picture of the situation. He later recalled the events that morning. I went forward to make a reconnaissance and could see the British had 2 machine guns and a missile launcher in action. I went through another gap in the rocks and was surprised by 3 men speaking in English, behind and above me, and firing over the top of me. I could see them with my night binoculars. I took a rifle grenade and fired it where I had seen the first 3 men. I heard it explode and some loud shouts and cries of pain. I ran back to my position and my men opened fire. We stopped them, but they thinned out and came around our flanks. They also engaged us with light mortars and missile launchers. This went on for a long time and we suffered heavy casualties. We started to run short of ammunition. Also, I could see that we were outflanked, with the British behind us, so we were cut off from my company. I reorganised and found that I was down to 16 men. I started to retire. I left 6 men in a line with 1 machine gun to cover our retreat, but really we were fighting all the time. We could not break contact. They came on us fast and we fell back. We eventually got through to Stanley, through what I would like to say was a perfect barrage fired by the Royal Artillery. We had to wait for breaks in the firing, but I still lost a man killed there. Price's attack opened at about 7 AM, still the hours of darkness at 52 degrees south. As 2 and 3 platoons advanced, the fire element opened up on the objective with machine gun and rifle fire. Along the ridge, 2 platoon rapidly made contact, but further to the right, on slightly lower ground, 3 platoon advanced in silence. Eventually they were discovered and were immediately engaged in a fierce firefight. Lance Corporal Graham Rennie of 3 platoon later described the attack. Our assault was initiated by a guardsman killing a sniper, which was followed by a volley of 66mm anti-tank rounds. We ran forward in extended line, machine gunners and riflemen firing from the hip to keep the enemy heads down, enabling us to cover the open ground in the shortest possible time. Halfway across the open ground, 2 platoon went to ground to give covering fire support, enabling us to gain a foothold on the enemy position. From then on, we fought from crag to crag, rock to rock, taking out pockets of enemy and lone riflemen, all of whom resisted fiercely. The combination of the anti-tank missile and the infantry attack had, again, proved to be a very successful tactic. By 9 AM, the Scots had officially taken Mount Tumbledown. The battle had cost the battalion 8 men killed and 35 wounded. The vast majority of these, 7 killed in action and 21 wounded, had come from Major Kisley's valiant left flank company. The 5th Marine Battalion and its attached army units had suffered 30 killed and 45 wounded, with an additional 30 men taken prisoner. As combat raged across Mount Tumbledown, the Gurkhas had spent the night waiting in close reserve. But as the battle took so long, Wilson decided that, in order to prevent the battalion being caught moving across dominated ground during daylight, they should press on, whether the Scots Guards had taken their objective or not. At 0635 Zulu, their lead elements had caught up with the Guardsmen at the western edge of Tumbledown. It was decided to simply keep moving, even if Tumbledown had not been cleared. As they skirted to the north of the mountain, the battalion was caught by an accurately directed artillery bombardment, leading to 8 casualties, none fatal. It was just after first light when Mount William came within view. Streams of Argentine infantry could clearly be seen withdrawing back to Stanley. As the sun steadily rose, B Company of the 1st Battalion, 7th Duke of Edinburgh's own Gurkha Rifles, marched towards Mount William. As they approached this rocky outcrop, 50 rounds of artillery and the battalion's mortars covered their advance. The Gurkhas found it empty, the numerous fighting positions strewn with personal effects, weapons and materiel. Mount William had fallen without a shot being fired. After the war, several legends arose around this incident. Supposedly, the Argentines had fled in terror as they were attacked by the fearsome Gurkhas. The Nepalese troops' reputation was so fierce, it was assumed that this alone had shattered the Argentine fighting spirit. The fear of decapitation by kukri alone was enough. But the more mundane reality of the situation is the Argentine defenders were fleeing because the battle had been lost. In fact, there was no way they could have even known they were about to engage the fearsome Gurkhas, as opposed to some other battalion. It was impossible to tell the difference from several hundred metres as the British troops advanced through the gloomy morning light. The political optics of using Gurkhas had raised concerns in London since the beginning of the war. These fearsome men from Nepal, who had fought with the British Army since the 19th century, certainly had an anachronistic ring to it, and the mercenary undertones were not ideal either. In the end, they had not actually taken part in any direct fighting, but had still played an important role in the battle, which was, for political leadership in London, the ideal outcome. As the Scots Guards were preparing to fight their first battle at Tumbledown, 2 Para was about to enter their second. Approximately 2 kilometres to the northeast of Mount Tumbledown, and 5 from Stanley itself, sits Wireless Ridge. If Tumbledown is the front door to Stanley, Wireless Ridge is the rear. This 4-kilometre long crease in the Earth's surface runs in an east-west line, terminating in the ocean and, to the west, in a gradual saddle which slopes up to Mount Longdon. It dominates the only other road into Stanley, which follows the coast to Teal Inlet. During the attack on the 11th of June, 2 Para had been the brigade's primary reserve. The battalion had been deployed to aid its sister 3 Para, but in the end, Mount Longdon had fallen without their commitment to battle. Not needed after all, the battalion withdrew to Furzy Bush Pass, where it dug in. 2 Para was ordered, on extremely short notice, to take Wireless Ridge, but this plan was delayed by 24 and then 48 hours, to coincide with 5 Infantry Brigade's attack at Tumbledown. The delay was something of a godsend, as it allowed reconnaissance patrols to develop a more extensive intelligence picture. The position was not as impressive as Tumbledown, Harriet or Longdon, but Wireless Ridge was still a long piece of relatively high ground that dominated the wide open approaches. Patrols mounted by the reconnaissance company quickly learned that the whole ridge was now firmly held by the entire 7th Infantry Regiment, with 4 rifle companies dominating all of 2 Para's objectives. This would, in all likelihood, be another tough fight. 2 Para was now a veteran battalion. Unlike the others, this was its second battle which, as an officer of the battalion later explained, posed some unique morale challenges. When you're on the start line for your first battle, it's just like the movies and you're John Wayne, especially if you have young troops. They are just ready and anxious to dash off and do some killing. Then when the blood and guts and the gore come home, then you know what battle is all about. Not only if you get hit, but it's when you hear the dreadful noise of those incoming shells. No one can tell you what battle is like. You simply have to be there. And it's not a movie. Then when you have to get the men up and moving again for the second battle, that's your test of leadership, and that's when you find out who is a man or not. Because of this now extensive experience, Wireless Ridge was, perhaps, one of the best executed battles of the war. All of the lessons of the prior engagements were well learned and competently applied. This was the only British battalion attack of the war that was not silent. In fact, it was going to be as noisy as possible. The British Army had relearned the lessons of the World Wars. Nothing, certainly not bravery alone, can replace the sheer impact of massed firepower. At every stage of the battle plan, maximum destruction would be directed at the enemy positions, and the objectives were staggered to provide as much fire support as possible for the next phase. Aiding this approach was the fact that Brigadier Thompson could, for the first time in the campaign, direct all of the brigade's artillery resources to support this one assault. Lieutenant Colonel Schorner was caught in an enemy artillery barrage whilst visiting Mount Longdon to observe the Argentine position on Wireless Ridge. It had a profound impact on his approach to the next battle. He later recalled, "It was hardly surprising that the impact of fire support was generally underestimated. Before the campaign, none of us had either seen or experienced the effects of bombardment with large quantities of high explosives." For this operation, 2 Para were, indeed, very well supported. Providing indirect fire were 2 batteries of the 29 Commando Regiment Royal Artillery, 12 105mm guns in total, the massed mortars of both 2 and 3 Para, and HMS Ambuscade. Augmenting their direct fires were the machine gun platoon from 3 Para Support Company and a troop of light tanks from the Blues and Royals. Finally, D Squadron of the SAS would conduct a diversionary attack on a fuel depot at Courtley Hill near Stanley. The plan was to establish a mortar and machine gun position on the high ground at 1,000 metres west of Bianco Bay to provide fire support for the raid. The main attack would be conducted by a 17 troop with 6 SBS men attached, who would cross Port William Water by boat and destroy the fuel depot at Courtley Hill at the far eastern end of Wireless Ridge. Both Thompson and Moore were somewhat apprehensive about this help, as neither had requested a Special Forces operation. If the SAS got into trouble, it would be up to 2 Para to come to their aid. Plus, with the Argentine position on the verge of collapse, that fuel might prove to be useful. Still, the SAS were essentially fighting their own war. They weren't asking for permission. The plan for the operation revolved around securing bases of fire. 2 Para would attack Wireless Ridge from the north in a 4-phase assault. The battalion would deploy in an east-west line along the Morell River, which runs parallel to Wireless Ridge. Between the river and Wireless Ridge, just to the north, are a number of small hills, codenamed Apple Pie and Rough Diamond. These fortified, defended hills were less than 1,000 metres from the main positions on Wireless Ridge, and Apple Pie specifically would provide an excellent firebase for supporting an attack on the main feature itself. The first phase would be executed by D Company, which was ordered to take an enemy outpost on Rough Diamond, and thus clear the flank of the other companies. Phase 2 contained a 2-company attack on Apple Pie. With light tank support, A and B companies would assault this feature from the north. Once secured, it would be used as a firebase to cover Phase 3, and the majority of the company's crew-served weapons would be deployed here. This phase involved D Company advancing from Rough Diamond and assaulting Wireless Ridge from its far western end. Once it had gained the ridge, the company would attack along its long axis, clearing each enemy position individually, one at a time. Because the ridge was visible from Mount Tumbledown to the south, D Company was ordered to stay on the northern slopes, where fire from the other elements of the battalion on Apple Pie would be directed to their front. Finally, the patrol company would move to the battalion's far left flank and secure a high ground feature called Northern Spur, thus protecting its flank. Much to Schondler's credit, this was a well-conceived operational plan which looked to, above all else, apply maximum firepower and suppressive effect during every phase of the assault. Fire and manoeuvre, always together. The SAS raid began at 10 p.m. 36 operators boarded 4 rigid radar fast boats and began crossing Stanley Harbour, moving quickly on the oil storage facility at Courtney Ridge. The boats were detected by an Argentine officer aboard the hospital ship ARA Almirante Irizar, which was at anchor. Once alerted, the fast boats were rapidly illuminated by searchlights. There were several 30mm anti-aircraft gun batteries in and around the harbour and up on Courtney Ridge. Predictably, the 4 boats were soon engulfed in heavy caliber fire. By some miracle, most of the force was able to land. But as soon as the operators made landfall, they were engaged by the defending 3rd Naval Infantry Platoon, which rapidly counterattacked. Compromised before they landed, the force had no choice but to immediately withdraw. All 4 of the boats were badly damaged. 1 sank, whilst the other 3 had to be abandoned. The supporting firebase was also localised. It received a pounding from a 105mm artillery battery. With the attack now in disarray, the raiders disengaged, carrying their wounded with them, eventually reaching the Morell River to 2 Paras east. Just as Moore and Thompson had predicted, they requested 2 Paras aid, but with the attack now in full swing, Brigadier Thompson was unwilling to distract the battalion when it was already engaged in a difficult operation, just to extricate the SAS from what he considered to be a mess of their own making. The 3 Commando Brigade Air Squadron flew in, over a raging battle, to evacuate the wounded. D Squadron was still pinned by heavy enemy anti-aircraft fire and could not completely disengage until an artillery fire mission silenced the battery, allowing them to escape. The raid may have caused a major distraction, as Argentine artillery continued to pound the suspected location of D Squadron for over an hour after they left. Nonetheless, the operation was a fiasco. At 10 p.m. local time, Colonel Chandler was standing on the battalion start line, ready to begin the attack. As he overlooked the bleak tundra, blasted by a polar gale, it began to snow. Right before he gave the order to advance, Chandler was handed a map from Brigade Intelligence that showed 2 companies on Wireless Ridge and a minefield across his main axis of attack, north of Apple Pie. Deciding it was far too late to change the plan, he gave the order to advance. The battalion would simply have to risk the minefield. As D Company set off, before them Wireless Ridge was seen to be a broiling mass of shell fire. Hundreds of 105mm and 4.5-inch rounds smashed into the now well-known Argentine positions. Lieutenant Colonel Omar Gimenez, the 7th Infantry Regiment commander, was shocked by the firepower of this bombardment. He was nearly killed 3 times when shells landed within meters of his bunker. D Company made good progress. They found Rough Diamond, which was held by the 7th Regiment C Company, abandoned. When the battle began, C Company had fallen back to the main regimental positions on Wireless Ridge itself. With Phase 1 complete by 10:40 p.m, A and B companies launched their attack. As they approached the main defences at Apple Pie, the men were engaged by heavy, but not especially accurate, machine gun fire. Wisely, the paras went to ground, falling back to the cover of a peat ledge. The response to this resistance was a deluge of artillery. All 12 105mm guns poured high-explosive shells onto the Argentine defences. The tanks soon joined the fray, and with the cover of this intense suppressive fire, the infantry assault resumed. This time, with so much fire directed at them, the defenders abandoned their positions and ran back towards the ridge. Apple Pie was actually the regimental headquarters, and significant amounts of material and tents were captured. The main problem here was not the defenders in the trenches, but the Argentines shelling their own positions. As A and B companies moved through Apple Pie, a steady rain of shellfire fell amongst them. This came from a pair of artillery batteries which were localised and accurately engaged by HMS Yarmouth. Over to the left, C Company assaulted the left flank high ground position. They, too, found it abandoned, with empty tents and equipment strewn across the hill. By this point, the attack was going exactly to plan. D Company continued to move on Wireless Ridge itself. It reached the rocks at the very end, which it took without resistance. They found a platoon-strength position which had also been abandoned. Turning left, the company then moved to clear the ridge, advancing from west to east. As it did so, the tanks, machine gun platoon, and several Milan teams took up positions on Apple Pie to cover their advance. Wireless Ridge is a rocky feature, which is effectively broken in half by a small gap, where a dirt road now runs. At this point in the battle, the 7th Infantry Regiment was essentially combat ineffective. Later in the night, at 4:30 am, Lieutenant Colonel Jimenez had lost all communications with his subunits. For all he knew, the whole regiment had been destroyed. Elements continued to resist, but command and control quickly broke down. There were also a few other minor units which had been attached to the 7th Regiment which continued to fight. As D Company moved along the western half of the ridge, they engaged a platoon of paratroopers from the 2nd Airborne Infantry Regiment. This unit was eventually overrun and destroyed, but it cost the battalion 2 killed in action. Further to the west, a fresh group of Argentines had occupied the abandoned defences on the ridge. Captain Rodrigo Alejandro Zolaga led 2 platoons of the 10th Armoured Cavalry Reconnaissance Squadron, here fighting on foot, up onto the high ground. The defenders were heavily armed with numerous crew-served weapons, including 50 caliber machine guns. The terrain also made for a difficult approach. But, even with these defensive advantages, the fire support was simply overwhelming. From Apple Pie, the whole ridge was visible, giving the gunners something akin to a shooting range. The tanks, which were equipped with night sights, were able to pick off individual fighting positions. These were often not especially difficult to spot. During the battle, the Argentines showed poor light discipline, using torches and smoking cigarettes. Other sangers were destroyed by the deadly accurate Milan missile. As D Company moved forward, carefully clearing the ridge, one fighting position at a time, they were also greatly aided by the artillery. A rolling barrage hammered the ground to their front. This bombardment was actually so close that friendly artillery fire killed one man and wounded another. Naval gunfire added to the maelstrom. The Argentines tried to resist, opening up on D Company with recoilless rifles, heavy machine guns, mortars and artillery, inflicting some casualties in the process, but with so much fire support now available, the defences simply melted. In this 2-hour engagement, the 10th Armoured Cavalry Reconnaissance Squadron suffered 6 killed and 50 wounded. At this point in the battle, a counterattack materialised from the south. Major Guillermo Beraz's A Company of the 3rd Regiment had been ordered to reinforce Mount Longdon 2 nights ago, but had only reached the Moody Brook Valley. This put them in an ideal position to flank D Company from the right. The paratroopers were strung out along the ridge, and when the attack came in, it fell upon a single platoon which happened to be defending the rear of the company. Holding the line here was Lieutenant Jonathan Page's 12th Platoon. This small British element was assaulted by A Company, supported by a mortar platoon. Accounts of this engagement differ. Some claim it was a close-run thing, with 12 platoons struggling to hold the line. Others, on the other hand, characterise the attack as easily beaten back. Perhaps, like many moments in military history, the truth is somewhere in the middle. The contact lasted for 2 hours, throughout which time 12 Platoon was under constant fire. An element of A Company, 2nd Lieutenant Rodriguez Perez's platoon in fact, did execute a frontal assault, reaching the rocks and coming to close quarters with 12 Platoon. It seems from Argentine accounts that 2nd Lieutenant Carlos Javier Aristegui's platoon also made it to the ridge itself. But, despite their superior numbers, the Argentines were unable to dislodge the British paratroopers. In fact, Argentine accounts of the engagement described their rapid envelopment by 12 platoon, a maneuver which put them in a dire situation. Within minutes, the attackers were suffering heavy casualties. Lieutenant Aristogui was shot in the neck, others were badly wounded by grenades, more were killed by close-range rifle fire. Major Nemi, the 2-para D Company commander, described the contact thusly. Then from the east we got this counterattack. John Page, whose platoon I had left up that end, did a really bloody good job. He managed to get hold of our artillery by flicking his radio onto their net, as we were still without our FOO. That broke up their attack. The British official history, on the other hand, treats this engagement as almost a non-event. Notwithstanding this confusion, what we can be sure of is that D Company was not forced to reorient its forces to meet this unexpected threat. 10 and 11 platoons continued to clear the ridge even whilst this counterattack was ongoing. Again, it seems that, although 12 platoon were in contact for some time, and were on the receiving end of a significant mortar bombardment, they were able to pin the advancing A Company effectively with accurate rifle and machine gun fire, and then envelop it. As it had throughout the war as a whole, the invaluable M27 66mm light anti-tank weapon had proven to be very useful in this engagement, killing and wounding several Argentine elements despite their excellent cover. Once sufficient fire support was brought to bear, A Company withdrew. When this counterattack was finally driven back, the combination of its defeat and the withering indirect and direct fire led to a final crack in Argentine morale. Now, finally, the defenders broke and ran. They were pursued by D Company, but flanking fire from Mount Tumbledown halted the exploitation. It was believed that the remnants of the 7th Regiment were regrouping at the far end of the ridge and at Moody Brook Barracks just to the south. Thompson gave Chandler permission to attack Moody Brook, with the provision that his men were back on the high ground before daybreak. The tanks, along with A and B companies, were brought up to the ridge in order to clear out the remaining few positions on the far eastern end of this feature. All of these were taken by daybreak. One last, strange moment of the battle befell D Company. As it moved off the ridge and down towards Moody Brook, it was counterattacked. Lieutenant Colonel Eugenio Dalton, a staff officer of the 10th Brigade, was seen driving around Stanley in a jeep, rallying tired and dejected men who were streaming down from Wireless Ridge into Stanley. These formed a last-ditch defensive line on the edge of the town. Determined to aid Dalton, the 7th Regiment second in command, Major Carrizo Salvadore, rounded up another 50 members of his defeated regiment. He marched them out to Moody Brook and formed them up for a counterattack. At first light, as the paratroopers advanced down the hill, this force sprang out of cover and charged behind fixed bayonets, chanting March of the Malvinas. This bold attack momentarily unnerved the British officers. The last thing 2-para expected was a banzai charge. But the firepower of the battalion and the British artillery soon put an end to Major Carrizo Salvadore's heroic charge. The Argentines were, after all, not the Japanese, and this attack quickly evaporated in the face of heavy GPMG fire and an artillery barrage. This last, dramatic moment seemed to be the final straw. All along the front, the defenders now left their positions and began marching back to Stanley. The Battle of Wireless Ridge was over. It had been an impressive British victory, and a stark contrast to Goose Green. 2-para had taken this vital ground, and defeated the 7th Regiment and its attached elements for the cost of 3 killed and 11 wounded. Argentine casualties totaled 187, with 25 killed in action, 125 wounded, and 37 captured. Later British narratives of the Battle of Wireless Ridge characterised the Argentine soldier poorly, arguing these conscripts simply lacked the fighting spirit to withstand 2-para's attack. This stereotypical conception of the Argentine soldier as not having the courage to stand and fight was common during and after the war. In fact, the performance of the 7th Regiment at Wireless Ridge is often cited as Exhibit A supporting this charge of cowardice. The British military and public viewed their professional soldiers as simply tougher than their Argentine opponents. It was the famed British fighting spirit and morale of the Paras, Guardsmen and Royal Marines that brought the British military victory in the mountains above Stanley. The chocolate soldiers facing the superior professional British forces simply melted in the fire. This was also a conception that was widely held within the British military at the time. Nevertheless, later analysis reveals that this view of the Argentine army and its fighting men is largely mythological. Rather than simply running at the mere sight of British regulars, the Argentine conscripts, with only a few exceptions, did, in fact, stand and fight, sometimes to the death. Ferocious and tenacious resistance was the typical response to a British attack, and the arrogance of several British officers had gotten their battalions into serious trouble. In truth, at the beginning of the land campaign, the British Army severely underestimated their Argentine enemy, a mistake some historians and the general public still make to this day. Although morale is always important in battle, the simple reality is it was not superior British élan and esprit de corps which brought them victory throughout the Falklands campaign. Careful analysis of these battles, obviously conducted from the comfortable view of history, reveals that what really separated the British and Argentine ground forces was not their will to fight, but their basic tactical competence. It was the fundamentals of soldiering and military command that won Britain these battles. Better physical fitness, allowing for greater tactical and operational mobility, a superior application of small unit tactics such as fire and maneuver, a more effective combination of small arms and crew-served weapons, especially anti-tank guided missiles, superior use of patrolling to dominate no man's land and win the reconnaissance battle, far better application of combined arms warfare principles, particularly the integration of artillery and infantry. These fundamental areas of military excellence are what really set the professional British military apart from the Argentine conscript formations they fought. Rather than cowardice, the reason the 7th Infantry Regiment crumbled at Wireless Ridge was simply the excellence of two-para. It wasn't just the impressive array of supporting assets made available to the battalion, which included the better part of an artillery regiment and a frigate, but the way the paras massed and applied said fire support. Every phase in the attack was supported by the assets of the whole battalion, with one advance establishing a base of fire to support the next. The near-perfect application of doctrinal principles at the battalion, company and section level, specifically fire and maneuver, is the reason why the Argentine defense was so seemingly inept. Arguably, even professional soldiers would have melted in the face of such a well-supported and well-executed battalion attack. To be sure, morale was essential when several British battalions found themselves in critical situations, such as Mount Longdon and Goose Green, and British formations did display a superior fighting spirit throughout the war. But the notion that the Argentine conscript was unwilling to fight is simply a myth. As the morning twilight revealed the imminent sunrise, it became obvious that all Argentine resistance had broken. Brigadier Thompson moved up to Wireless Ridge just in time to see an enemy army in utter disarray. He saw Chandler there, standing tall on a high point of the ridge, viewing the calamitous scene. The colonel conferred with his staff officers, amassing assets to strike what was, now, an enemy in the open. But once daylight revealed what was happening, the colonel ordered his men to cease fire. Before he even knew Thompson was there, the brigadier floored Chandler with a rugby tackle, screaming at him to get down. He wasn't about to lose another two-para commanding officer. Chandler told Thompson to get up and have a look at what was in front of them. As the two British officers watched, streams of men could be seen abandoning the high ground at Mount William and Sapper Hill. Others had left their trenches and were simply standing around, no weapons in hand. All military order looked to have collapsed. There is an old saying in military history that an army is a mob looking to escape, and the mob was emerging before Thompson's eyes. Having defeated the bayonet charge, B Company was moving past Moody Brook and advancing up onto the high ground on the other side of the valley. A and D companies were marching, in column, behind them. At 9:25 a.m., the Scots Guards reported observing 300 men moving from Mount William to Stanley. With this formation now vulnerable and out in the open, the Guardsmen were in the process of ordering a devastating artillery fire mission. But once it became clear what was going on, this was cancelled, as was an airstrike on Sapper Hill. Thompson contacted General Moore and asked whether he should continue advancing. The answer was yes, to 73 Easting, just outside the town. All of the battalions were ordered to advance. The Welsh Guards moved on Sapper Hill, whilst 45 Commando assembled at a staging area on the slopes of Mount William. Sapper Hill was actually captured by the tanks of the Blues and Royals, who took the position without opposition at 2 p.m. All British forces were now ordered to only fire in self-defence. To the north, 3 Para and 42 Commando raced to catch up with 2 Para. The lead elements of 2 Para rapidly reached Stanley Racecourse, the designated limit of exploitation, but contrary to orders, the men marched on. They had turned off most of their radios, specifically to avoid being ordered to stop, but Brigadier Thompson, following closely, found one that was switched on and the battalion was halted. General Moore's objective was to secure the surrender of all Argentine forces in the Falkland Islands, not just Stanley. There were still 2 regimental battle groups in West Falkland that were intact, and these could only be compelled to surrender with the consent of General Menendez. Thus, whilst marching into Stanley may have been gratifying for a battalion that had been through so much, to General Moore, achieving a negotiated surrender was of more importance. Throughout the lead up to the wider Stanley campaign, attempts had been made to approach General Menendez with hopes of achieving a negotiated end to the conflict, but there was no way to reach him directly. Going through official channels was pointless. Moore was sure that if he was going to get the Argentine garrison to surrender, he needed to speak to Menendez directly, one general to another. The phone lines were all tried, but none were operational. The only working communication with Stanley was the civilian medical radio net, used by the various local hospitals. The Argentines had left this one on, which was the only opportunity the British had. On the 5th of June, Captain Bell of the Royal Navy, who had been born in Costa Rica and spoke fluent Spanish, got on the radio. After speaking to the hospital staff and explaining who he was, he made contact with an Argentine officer, the ironically named Captain Melbourne Hussey of the Argentine Navy, the chief administrative officer on Menendez's staff. Hussey responded that he had no authority to speak with the British, but agreed that it was sensible for the 2 headquarters to remain in contact. There had been some discussion on June the 12th of the evacuation of civilians from Stanley, but this went nowhere. That day, the following message was transmitted to General Menendez, addressed personally from General Moore. "I call on you, therefore, as one military man to another, to lay down your arms now, with honour, to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. This action will be understood by your countrymen, and would not lessen the high regard in which the Argentine armed forces are held, or the military reputation which you have maintained throughout the present conflict. You and your forces would return to your homeland." The message was particularly sensitive to Argentine national pride, as this was likely to be the only thing preventing a surrender. On the 14th, with the utter collapse of the Argentine position, the message was sent again, with the addition that now all Argentine forces are within artillery range. General Menendez called his president, General Galtieri, to discuss a surrender. Galtieri was shocked at the very suggestion. Clearly, he was still under the impression that the defence of Stanley was militarily feasible. He asked about the sectors of the Argentine Army and Navy Marines that must organically still resist, in the rear of the 1st English units. He then urged Menendez to use all the means at your disposal and continue fighting with all the intensity with which you are capable. The general replied that he had no high ground, no forces, no ammunition, and no means. The battle was lost. The war was over. After receiving this description of the Argentine position from Menendez, obviously the first accurate situation report Galtieri had heard in some time, the president gave permission to surrender. Some additional negotiations then followed, specifically regarding the West Falkland garrison and the treatment of POWs, which were all to be repatriated to Argentina as quickly as possible. The following message was transmitted from General Menendez's headquarters at 20:30 Zulu time. General Menendez has agreed to a ceasefire in West and East Falkland. Ceasefire effective now. One helicopter will deliver surrender document to Fitzroy at 2200 and the general will arrive at Stanley to sign at 2330. Menendez has reservations about Argentinian Navy and Air Force, but will speak to General Galtieri. Troops are moving to the airfield and leaving their weapons at western end of the isthmus. West Falkland, no further action till first light. The Argentinians will cooperate in the administration of prisoners of war. They will also give a deep water harbour and relay specifics with the minefield and location of mines. Do you accept? General Moore, hearing the news, immediately flew in from his tactical headquarters to receive the surrender. Moore was very nervous about the negotiations. If they failed, many more people would have to die needlessly. Thus, he decided to remove the term unconditional from the document if this was objectionable to Menendez, which it was. General Moore arrived at Stanley by helicopter in the midst of a blinding snowstorm. The time was 23:30 Zulu. In a very low-key ceremony, without any press present, the 2 generals met and signed the instrument of surrender together. To avoid any confusion, the document was dated as 23:59 Zulu, 14 June 1982. 2 hours later, Moore signalled London. Major General Menendez surrendered to me all the Argentine armed forces in East and West Falkland, together with their impedimenta. Arrangements are in hand to assemble the men for return to Argentina, to gather their arms and equipment, and to mark and make safe their munitions. The Falkland Islands are once more under the government desired by their inhabitants. God save the Queen. On the 15th of June, 1982, the Union Jack once again flew over Stanley. The Falklands War was over. The United Kingdom had won.